this year, but the variety of heroes has been amazing for sure. And
I've got some more variety.
But I don't know how atypical that really is, actually, when you think back on TIs. I think it's a kind of natural development when you think about it. We play, how many days of games is it? It's 10 days of games.
Yeah, pretty much.
And the hero roster is that big. Teams come in with completely different ideas of what's the best. So it will take some time to crystallize toward the end.
The one thing that does seem to be clear, Elder Titan, an extremely strong hero, both throughout the group stage and the main event. Liquid first snap picks it up, and it's before seeing anything like a Wraith King, which we've typically been seeing, or any sort of combos to, you know, work with and synergize with the natural order magic resistance reduction.
I think it's because RNG loves that hero too, ET.
So it's a denial pick.
Yeah, and Liquid loves it too. I thought they were like gonna fight for ET, and I think RNG knew that they were gonna pick it, and then they boom picked the Abaddon Ember.
Yeah, that's something that's very characteristic for RNG. They're the team that rates Abaddon the absolute highest, I think, out of all teams here. First facing it like this when you have only one hero to go by. He is pretty good against Elder Titan though, so I think there's some merit to this pick. If Elder Titan gets off a really good stomp, that could set up a team fight. Abaddon can pop the ulti, he can aphotic shield an ally, and they can both run away from the stomp. Similar to how he has been a counter to Magnus in the past, countering out that RP, which, when you think about it, a good Elder Titan stomp is kind of like an RP, just on a way lower cooldown and much more bigger range.
Yeah. It enables the Ember pick a lot, because Ember doesn't hit buildings, Abaddon can hit buildings. It allows Ember to just go run in freely, because he's got that aphotic shield.
It's a strong pairing. Do you know the interaction? If you're aphotic shielded and flame guarded, the aphotic shield does
take the damage first.
Yeah,
it takes the damage first, and then you start taking.
And it would be pre-reduction, so yeah. Which makes him, I mean, everyone loves the lawnmower build for Ember, so you got
the landmower.
Landmower? Oh, yeah, okay. I mean, there's some grass on the Dota map. But yeah, you just slap a lot of damage on him. It's another reason why Grimstroke is oftentimes very popular with the Ember Spirit. If you can put some buffs on this hero, it makes him extremely powerful, which so far they have the aphotic shield. Magnus is obviously a very popular pairing with the Ember Spirit. Hasn't been banned out by Liquid. But there's a lot of potential to give this Ember some steroids. And Liquid, pairing their Elder Titan up with a Tiny, who can definitely take advantage of the magic resistance from Natural Order with his burst damage.
Do you like Tiny as a pick against these two? I don't feel like these matchups are particularly good for Tiny. Ember Spirit with Flame Guard can negate the majority of Tiny's combo. Abaddon can't get one-shot by Tiny's combo either, even if he's a support, which could be the case, but probably a 3 for flyby. There's nothing here that tells me this is a good Tiny game. You know, other teams in this position might have picked something like OD into both Ember and Abaddon, having these long fights with a lot of insta-steal. That's the opposite type of fight of what Tiny plays. Tiny jumps in and bursts something, and that's what sets up the fight. But I think against this RNG lineup, you want to have consistent damage output, right? There's the OD ban, by the way, so they banned it themselves. Interesting.
Yeah.
I think with this Axe build, the Tiny, it got a new look. Before, it kind of hit a linear timing, but now with Axe, Daedalus build, it just scares more and more to the late game.
Do you think that's good against Ember, though? Same question, basically.
I agree with you, though. I think they needed something of a hard catch, especially if they picked Ember so early. And they only have ET, right? So this ET can have a very good game. It's going to be very hard to catch him if Liquid doesn't pick any more stuns.
So what do you think is the current likelihood for where this Tiny would land? Because is it possible that they may just like it in a 1v1 Ember versus Tiny mid lane matchup?
It's possible. I think for Liquid, it's one of the heroes that makes a lot of sense to play on Weeha if you want to have the true hard carry of the game be Miracle.
Such as an anti-mage, which he's been,
for example,
defaulting to quite a bit.
We saw a game from OG last night with Thompson playing Tiny and creating tons of space for, I think it was that a Jugger that game for Ana? I don't remember exactly.
Yes, that was what it was.
But we could see the same kind of recipe be followed here by Liquid. RNG are going to grab the Mirana, so now they have 2 mobile heroes in the Ember and the Mirana playing against this unreliable catch of Elder Titan against these 2 heroes. Mirana is kind of vulnerable against Tiny though. She gets caught, she can die pretty easily. But so far, mobility seems to be a pretty solid solution for RNG. IO, 3rd pick. Liquid, can you believe it?
Wow.
Liquid are
getting away with it this deep into the draft.
This would be a hero that every team would ban against Liquid first phase in the past.
Yeah.
GH's IO is
Honestly,
probably the best in the world
Yeah,
on support at least.
at the time when Liquid was not doing that great this season, one of the things that I attributed it to was the fact that IO wasn't in captain's mode. So not only did they not have access to it, but you basically got a free ban against Liquid every single game.
Absolutely.
So right now, RNG is probably thinking, what's a good hero for Gyro? Because it's pretty obvious that Gyro's coming up, especially with the ET.
Even more mobility. Stampede.
But that means Abaddon is most likely going to be a 5.
Yeah,
That's
now he
true.
looks like a support. And honestly, I don't mind. I think Centaur is really good in this game. Again, more mobility against Elder Titan, trying to avoid the stomps. You have a way of getting in on top of the IO when he has Blink Dagger. Ember, in my opinion, a great hero against IO, so Liquid not really set up too well for that matchup. And Ember is also good against Elder Titan. We talked about him being able to dodge the stumps, but something that's really good against Elder too is being able to get on top of him so you can kill him and take him out of the fight. And having these heroes that just jump in the backline and blow it up can be super useful against both IO and Elder. So I'm really liking the direction RNG is taking this. And the one thing that their lineups may be lacking is a little bit better tower damage or a little bit more team fight.
Yeah, this upcoming pick from Liquid is probably going to be the game winner here. So I think they're taking quite a long time to discuss what it is.
So you're assuming now would be the time that they find the pairing for the IO and then maybe save your 5th pick for your mid lane?
Uh,
Don't know if I like Gyro here though.
yeah, exactly. So I think they're talking about it. Other options such as Juggernaut or like any other heroes.
So you don't like the Gyro, why exactly?
I think it can get bursted.
Okay.
Oh, they still go for it. I think they were debating it and then they are like still they YOLO'd. I think it's okay with the ET.
Yeah, so Liquid's lineup has great synergy with itself, right? It definitely makes
In
a
a
lot of
vacuum.
sense. Yes, but with what they're facing, my concern for them is can they actually get on top of heroes with Gyro? What Gyro wants is that heroes stand still or move slowly so he can get on top of them with Rocket Barrage, so he can hit a good call down and get all these flat cannon attacks off. But as we've mentioned multiple times now, RNG's lineup is super mobile. So how do you ensure that your Gyro gets the damage off? Maybe he's relatively tanky with the IO support, right? But IO can also just get blown up this game.
Yeah, I agree. RNG's heroes, they're not just mobile, but they're also very tanky too. And I think Liquid, IO is a save, but I don't think it's enough. The RNG has a lot of damage too.
And now what Liquid needs to decide going into this next phase is if Tiny is a 2 or a 3. I'm pretty sure that this is Kuro playing the Elder Titan and GH Wisp,
Yeah.
which would put the Tiny on either Weeha or Mind Control. Mind Control plays a great offlane Tiny, by the way, so it's definitely a possibility. But they will be picking blindly on the last one. They don't know the matchup. Oh, is that the first of the tournament?
I think it might be. I think it is.
Oh!
So knock another one down the list of unplayed heroes. We were getting very, very close to, I think that maybe 6 unplayed heroes left?
Yeah, now I think it's down to 5.
5, yeah, exactly. Wow. This is your boy, Cinder. I've seen your Twitch profile picture.
I used to love this hero, and I still love it. It's just not been in as good of a place lately as it used to.
Okay.
I think its laning can be okay because Abaddon is not that strong of a laner. It's just the top lane from RNG.
The question, sorry, Fab, the question that I have here is that can Nightstalker push? Because I look at Liquid's lineup and I see that this is a team that kind of struggles to get tower damage in. And Nightstalker, obviously, with the new Dark Ascension, he gets a lot of damage, he gets a lot of mobility. So in terms of map control, Liquid looks amazing right now. But in terms of taking structures, I'm a little bit skeptical.
The way Nightstalker pushes is by giving really good vision and diving the enemy team when they're trying to defend and kill them off and get the first pick, get the start of the fight on your terms, and then if they try to defend, they just end up having extra casualties.
So you just have a numbers advantage.
Basically, that's the idea. And speaking of numbers advantage, they also have IO. So there's a lot of ways of getting skirmishes going your way. One really strong suit for Nightstalker in this game is that he has an undispellable silence. So when he's on top of heroes with the silence aura from Crippling Fear, a hero like Ember can't get away, he can't even itemize against. Sure, you can buy yourself some time with Yules. Maybe Force Staff can be a possible solution. You force out an instant Remnant. It's a good way of countering out a bad end so he can't save heroes. I think Nightstalker's job in this game is literally use ulti, fly in on top of whatever mobile heroes you can find and just keep them in place for Gyro so that somebody can die.
Or sometimes you can just hug your IO Gyro, and like if a Centaur wants to jump in, blink, hoof stomp, he's going to get Crippling Fear,
It's
not
true.
going to be able to cast that stun.
That's more of a defensive approach.
Yeah, so it's either counter initiation or initiation, but he gives that kind of flexibility.
I'm scared for Liquid's team fight because I feel like they don't have great lockdown against the Centaur Stampede.
Especially against a hero that has built-in spell immunity. Lifestealer, the last pick for RNG.
Yeah, and how they're gonna play the map for Liquid is they're gonna be split, but they have Moonlight from RNG's side, so it's gonna be pretty hard for Liquid.
Fair enough, gentlemen. We are just in game one, though. It's a best-of-3 series, and I want to hear from a man who may be able to break this all down for us. It's BSJ with the last word.
In this game, I want to highlight the dynamic I feel is going to happen during these team fights. Usually you think about all these wombo combos. Both these teams have a pretty good amount of burst and a lot of tanky heroes. So what that means is they can't just reliably go in and start the fight immediately. They have to poke and prod at each other with the steering chains into arrow combo, using the Centaur ulti to commit, using the Night Stalker and ET Spirit Vision in order to set up for the tiny burst. I think it's going to all come down to who gets the initiation, who gets caught out, and who's able to stop the counter initiation from the IO save as well as the Abaddon save. But here we go, going into game one, OD Pixel and Fogged.
Thank you very much, Brian. Yes, RNG up against Team Liquid to start this day off. And with the drafts coming in, we're seeing a bit of flair, a bit of new heroes, right? This Mind Control Night Stalker coming in as the last pick for Liquid. You're sort of pointing at the RNG lineup that you seem to like what they've got going on. Explain to me, why does this Night Stalker not just ruin everything? It seems like with this AoE silence, a lot of the heroes on RNG's side are going to have a lot of issues.
Yeah, I definitely do think so, that the AoE silence is very good, but that is a really good last pick Lifestealer. Looking at the whole lineup of Liquid, they don't really have anything to do with this hero. They've got high burst damage, they have the Crippling Fear, which is one thing that can be a bit annoying for that Lifestealer.
Well, that's the
look at
thing,
his
right?
matchups. He's got some very good ones coming into play in the lane as well as in that mid game.
All right, well, let's see if RNG are able to make those early plays, because as soon as the nighttime comes in and Mind Control starts to stalk around the map, if he can get over the trees, if he getting on top of the Lifestealer early, it sort of goes both ways, right? Because he's not going to be able to press range. He's going to be silenced for the good 5, 6, 7, 8 seconds, depending on the level of that fear.
I think it all depends on who comes out to a good start in the laning phase. We're going to see how they decide to choose their lanes and put pressure onto Liquid. Already seeing that they want to make sure that Mind Control gets off to a good start. They're sending the Gyrocopter bottom. They're looking to pressure Lifestealer. So I like this approach a lot by Liquid. I think this is super important for them in this laning aspect of the game. And we're seeing now more rise of the Tiny. I feel like this, we kind of were seeing it toward the end of the day yesterday, just Tiny seeming, and even the beginning of the day, of course, from Secret. Tiny just seeming to be a top pick now for the mid lane. Just super strong matchups, and you can just create so much havoc in space. And looking at Liquid's draft, they do have a lot of things that work well with it, right? They have the Tiny, the Gyro, and the ET. These three guys synergize really well together because they're all mixed. They're physical and magical all together.
Sure, but at the same time, right, it's not going to be easy for Weehard to pop off, because you look at the heroes on RNG side, and there's Aphotic Shields, there's Flame Guards, there's Centaurs with high HP, there's a Lifestealer with Rage. There's a lot of ways for them to counterplay the combos.
Yeah, and there's a lot of mobility too. Like the panel was mentioning, tanky heroes and mobility can cause a definite problem for the Tiny, same thing with also that Lifestealer who has the built-in Rage. But we will see how it ends up as right now. The lane swapping begins.
I was going to say, we are going to see RNG move their lanes around, but the same to be said by Liquid. As soon as RNG start to head down bottom, Mind Control is going to go the same way as well.
I love that. They're like, guys, we're swapping lanes, and Monet's like, wait up, I got to dig. Dig in the mid lane.
I mean, hey, you got a player card pack. He's going to be able to buff up his fantasy team for the next 2 days.
I actually love that so much. And he still makes his way. They're waiting to see what the lanes are, because he wants to be matched up away from that aggro, from the aggro lane. He wants to be laning versus that Night Stalker in particular as a Lifestealer. So on him, he's going to get some freebie experience and last hits versus GH. Last time I saw GH as a Crystal Maiden in a 1v1, he killed Cuckoo as a Crystal Maiden versus a Sand King. But he's an IO this time, so Linem should be able to just secure those last hits freely versus it. And look at this, Miracle's look at them just dancing. They're just dancing back and forth in the mid lanes, unable to decide
They really
which
are.
they want to have.
They're going jungle. Oh, here we go. You know, if you can't find the lane matchup you want, go to the jungle. It's sort of the pub approach.
What is going on
I
right
don't
now?
like my lane. I don't want that lane.
But mind control too. He's just like, all right, I'll jungle as well.
All right, this is the new strat, ladies and gentlemen.
Miracle's just dancing back and forth, still in the mid lane.
See, when my teammates were doing this, I thought they were game ruining. Little did I know they were pulling out TI strats before the meta.
They were ahead of the time.
They were.
They're I mean, this is actually...
Okay, I mean,
I didn't expect to see this,
Yeah.
but it looks like we have a one-position
Okay.
Kuroki Elder Titan free farming top lane.
wow. This is remarkable.
Well, that's going to change some timings and peakness for some heroes, as some heroes are just not going to be pressured now, and others were going to have more experience than you would have imagined. I mean, it's a level 3 Elder Titan on Kuroki already in this game. Now we're seeing the lanes are starting to get matched. They're going to have the Monet up versus that ET as well as Night Stalker, but I mean, the thing is that Kuroki's got level 3 already. A level 2 Asper at this point in the game.
Oh,
Look at Apu. He's just dead.
Whoa.
Deny, though.
He does indeed. Nice miscoil from Arfu. Will take that opportunity away from Kuro, but even so, you saw the power of that ET.
Giving ET an early level 3 like this and he gets boots, he can run down anybody in the game with absolute ease. You're going to have plus 100 damage if you get just 2 heroes caught by that spirit. All right, we're getting back to normal Dota now. Everybody's
like the lanes have
getting back
settled.
to the lanes, but like we said, high level Elder Titan, high level Mirana might be able to change a little bit of factor here into this laning start here.
What about this, the bottom lane? We can see Miracle and GH, this gyro, they should be fairly safe, or do you think there's definitely a chance that RNG can get on top of GH in this lane?
If you get caught by an arrow, you're probably dead. Unless you're inside of the creep wave.
Oh, mid lane.
GH can't.
Oh, it's close. It's very, very close. Setsu will come out on top of that attempt from Weeha. Both of them trying to go for that first blood. Setsu's going to win it off the bottom lane.
There's that arrow.
RNG, they make the connection. As they get GH, Miracle chased down, will be able to get back behind the tower. They won't dive any further. The quick 2 kills from RNG to kick these lanes off as they find those favorable matchups.
Yeah, definitely a bit of a tough lane, right? We see, like as we were talking about, Centaur versus Gyro, I think we've seen it a lot over this year. Just how much base damage you have advantage over the Gyrocopter, and also they have a double stun lineup. So if you step up too far, high-level Mirana, as we mentioned, even though it was a support Mirana who got all that experience, does dish out a lot of deeps. 2-0, Weeha. Still looking to be aggressive, just break up that Flame Guard immediately when it does get used by Setsu, so he can play aggressive in the lane. And Weeha should be able to farm still quite freely here. Oh, but he misses his range creep. Gets his tree through and missed it. Just a little bit there.
Still having that slight edge on Setsu and CS, but it's very, very close between the two of the mid.
He sent them back to base. Flame Guard is going to be up soon, but he doesn't actually want to stay in the lane because he's just too low. Doesn't want to have to use the courier to bring out any more regen. Yeah, Weeha, even though he died, is able to come out an advantage and another deny by Afu.
Yeah, very important that he gets these. I mean, as you said, Kuro already having a brilliant start in terms of experience. If he was getting these kills as well, this lane would be an absolute nightmare for RNG, despite being able to force this life skiller against the Night Stalker lanes.
Yeah.
Very important that Afu gets these off every time. Now they'll turn. Open wounds onto Kuro. Mind control trying to body block them off, but Afu's on top of him, and this time the miscoil will be used offensively. Afu able to strike back as he comes back into the lane and take out Kuro.
Lifestealer being one of, I think I say it every single time I see Lifestealer versus Elder Titan, it's like the best carry hero in the game, it feels like, versus the AET, because you just can run him down, it's high strength, you don't really care about getting your armor negated. And even though it's a high level ET, he actually hasn't gotten any more experience, he's now hitting that level 4, but he's going to be going for phase boots on Kuroki, so he's really looking to be extremely aggressive on this Elder Titan, just punch heroes in particular.
Oh yeah, he wants to make the most of those early levels.
Yeah. Nighttime hits too, so my control only level 3 up top because of all these constant lane swaps, so he's probably going to stay up here for the time being to farm. And even though bottom, we said that they were going to get pressured, they did get killed that one time, Miracle's still able to secure some farm versus the Centaur with the IO back.
They're trying on mid. We are very low as Afu's going to come in, looking to dive for 2 of them. Aphotic shield on Setsu, allowing him to continue to chase. We are trying for the jukes in the trees, and Kuro, he's just slamming down onto Setsu, punching him with a big old stapler. Chains are back up.
He's got a spirit and a stomp, Setsu. He's going to have to juke this one out. He's got the slide.
He's not going to use it.
Able to get it.
Didn't even turn to try and go for the slide dodge. Would have been hard to do.
It would have been hard because it's only level 1, but
now Kuro, he's looking to run down another. Afu's in trouble. He's being sandwiched in by the 2 of them. Wrap around from Weeha, pops the mango.
fine Afu as well.
They'll get the both of them. Liquid getting themselves their first 2 kills in the game. And with those catches around the mid lane, another know, death on Setsu, sure, he didn't die earlier, but he was pushed out of lane, so it's more time where Weeha's going to have that advantage.
Kuroki. Of course. Okay, he actually was. Oh, those were not his blades of attack. All right, cool. I was wondering how he got that gold. He's actually just going to be going for more than 5 position gold. I was like, wow, Kuroki's going phase boots. Maybe because of that start he had, but he actually passes off the blades of attack to My Control. My Control will have phase boots now in that laning phase, which will put some pressure on Monet here. And as we saw bottom, they were forcing away RNG quite a lot here with this aggro dual lane with Weeha coming down now too. They actually just have so much sustain because of the IO.
Well, Weeha sneaking around the back of the tree line. Wants to get this wraparound on Lanham. They've got the 3 of them here, Liquid. Lanham actually ends up juking past him. They'll look towards Flyby. He's a bit of a tankier hero to go for, but tossing him back into the rocket barrage will start to bring him low. Pop the stick charges, missiles on the way over. We are slapping him down with a tree.
And he has an arcane rune.
They'll get the kill. Flyby's gone. A successful rotation from Weeha. And he's just to open up that bottom lane to be back in a bit of Liquid's favor. Mid lane, dive onto Kuro. Stomp will slow down Setsu momentarily, but the shield gets it back off. He can jump forward with the Remnant. Kuro slowly burning down to the Flame Guard. A couple of Remnants from Setsu will seal the deal.
Still off to a very solid start here for RNG. With these moves, I mean, Afu, right? He's just moving around the map, even though he's in Abaddon. Abaddon, as their eye position, is able to make moves around the map like this and even deny yourself a couple times. Very impactful. And we see swaps more from Liquid. They want to, looks like they want to actually have a better matchup here in that mid. As Weeha just continues to roam around and try to set up for kills. Come on,
Lanham. And turn a bit, give a bit of damage back the way of Weeha.
Uh-oh. Setsu. He got too over-aggressive.
Whoa! He's dead.
Now Afu.
He's straight up dead. Liquid just turning around at Setsu. I mean, I don't know what he was trying for there. Walking right into the face of the gyro. He didn't have he had a remnant. He did not have the mana to jump or escape.
He was checking rune, right? He was going to check that rune.
It caught him by surprise.
It spawned bottom. Weeha was the one who was able to get a haste rune instead, so yeah, he gets...
That was always a risky play to go for, though, without any sort of escape potential.
But they're able to make so many aggressive moves. Like, look at this. Weeha's pretty much doing what we saw top in as well as mid one. Like, what we've been seeing all these Tinies now doing. You just run around and just try to set up kills constantly. And then you park your carry hero in a good farming lane, which is that mid one, so they can set up for kills for themselves.
Ooh, that's a smooth one from Setsu. Sidestep with the Remnant. Gets him out of the stop. Gets him back in the game and getting a kill. Very important for Setsu. We can see CS is sort of low on him, but net worth-wise, it's very even. He is up there second highest, right behind Miracle's Gyro.
He's constantly moving around. I mean, the IO and the gyrocopter are literally just moving from lane to lane. They're gonna have relocate ready quite soon, so that we're gonna have to watch for those global potential moves that could catch RNG off guard pretty early on. It's just about done there for GH. Great ways to set up for it too, in particular with that Tiny running around making space, but also My Control is able to get on top of targets with that Crippling Fear. We know how long that silence is at night. You can easily set up for rotations.
They have got the Stampede, they've got the Ember with his Remnants. There are ways for RNG to react to even some of those global moves. So not necessarily the easiest for Liquid to pull off unless they can get themselves on top of the Sentinel, perhaps. Get that silence on and make sure there's no Stampede save for the rest of the team. Moonlight Shadow used from RNG. They'll set up for the 10-minute runes. Mono will be able to take it right away from Weeha. No detection, of course, on himself, but in fact, RNG, they're the ones to strike. They'll look towards Kuro. Kuro's dead. In comes the backup. Miracle and GH trying to turn things around. Setsu has the Remnant ready to throw up to the high ground. They'll get themselves away from the relocate. That's the difficulty of trying for these plays. There's always going to be that chance for a quick escape from some of RNG's cores.
I love that, right? It's like you mentioned, there's the double global, there's the global on both sides, where if the relocate comes, you Stampede or you Moonlight Shadow and disengage. So good move by RNG, and that's the first nighttime that does go down, but it looked like this was more of a farming nighttime. They wanted to just have Mark Control parked up top so we can get those levels for now. Because making moves around the map is nice soccer. If you move in that first night and you're not successful, you ruin your game as a core. So you have to get that farm.
Weeha, he's got backup coming in. TP will be there, and Setsu won't see the opportunity to dive any further. They don't want to take their chances with GH coming in with the heals.
They know Miracle's isolated a bit down bottom, though, since the IO did leave and show himself on him. Very low, though.
Good sort of coverage again from Kuro. Stomp from the tree line, make sure that they cannot stay on top of the gyro. Miracle gets the space to back off. He's finishing off his drums, looking for the axe next.
They're going to try to play pretty fast with the gyro as well as that Night Stalker. You're playing versus Lifestealer. You know what Lifestealer is going to do. He's got the gloves already queued up, so he's going to go for a Midas. So he's going to try to want to take advantage of that a little bit here.
In the mid from Weeha will take out the Flame Guard. Setsu Again, having Arfu sort of constantly sat behind him makes him a very hard target for Weehard to go for. Even with the good levels on the Tiny, he cannot burst this Ember.
I like that we see Monet. He's going to Midas. It's not going to be the Radiance in this game, of course. He's going to be going for that armlet build. You're playing versus Gyrocopter. You want to have that early timing so you can fight back. And they also have, of course, their own... They have their Infest bombs. They have a Centaur. They have an Ember Spirit. They even have the Miranda too, which is a little bit of a crazy one if you do leap in and go for those. But they have ways for Monet to get on top of targets in particular. Just has to be a little worried he doesn't get kited out. That's why a lot of players, they go for that Radiance build, because sometimes, you know, the movement speed. Gyrocopter's going to be running around at like 450 at some point because of that IO tethered up. So we'll have to watch that one if Monet's able to stick on targets.
Still a very close early game. Both teams
So many rotations.
sort of mirroring the pressure of one another. Dive in on the top tower will be responded to by TP's coming in. They're looking for Mind Control. He gets the crippling fear out. They're silencing them all in the AoE. Toss back, and now the combo from Miracle. He'll look forward to Monet, but Monet's rage is up. He'll turn knockdown onto Mind Control. They're bringing him low with the missed coil, but not quite enough damage to bring down the Night Stalker, as Liquid will stay all alive. See if they can chase and find anyone on the retreat. Stomp doesn't quite catch Arfu. Arfu, he's not going to come back in. RNG wants to try and take this fight. They're on top of Weehart. Ult gets sent down by Kuro to split up the chase. Another shield from Arfu buys him some time, and again, another deny from Arfu. Every single time taking away that chance for Liquid to get a bit of golden XP, as he's hitting these missed coils perfectly.
Kuro is just pretty much, that looked like it was more so of a zoning or splitter, and then they just caught Arfu with it, but set the knife again. Both teams just matching the aggression.
In terms of what the bigger items that are going to be important to look out for, Weehar's Blink halfway away for it. As you said earlier, definitely the Lifestealer's Armlet. Monet, he'll be looking to grab that one before they try and force anything else.
Okay, so it is going to be Armlet into the Radiance, like, because the movement speed thing in particular, he does have to make sure that he can. We saw, was it? I've seen a couple people doing.
We'll go Armlet, then
yeah,
Radiance.
you go Midas, Armlet, and then you still go back for that Radiance, because you're going to have trouble sticking on targets.
Sure, I guess they're sort of the best of both worlds, right?
Yep.
You're able to fight, you're able to turn up and be this very scary hero very early on, but you're going to still go for that scaling potential.
Yeah, and it gives you just flat armor, right? You have your phase boots for flat armor, you have a Helm of Iron Will for flat armor, so ET's aura in the later stages will be able to get prevented a little bit. Good fighting items.
Another push onto the tower. Weehart having Kuro by his side. Miracle and GH over to the triangle area. Continue to hit those timings. Miracle, he is top net worth, and he's on track for a very good timing on picking up the Aghanims at this rate. He's already got the Blade of Alacrity done. Bit of time. Mid lane, Weehart trying for a catch. Monet using the rage to make sure that he cannot be tossed back. They'll turn towards Flyby instead, but being the Centaur War Runner, a Rocket Barrage won't be enough.
Liquid bringing all 5 heroes. So RNG, they're able to split up the map a little bit there. Setsu's farming top, Lanem farming bottom. Now we have these bounty runes, and it's going to be nighttime. Arrow, GH.
And Monet, Lanham, they're getting in on it. Can Lanham get the pickup in time? He's not going to be able to do so. Miracle will grab it now, turns towards Lanham with the homing missile. With the leap up, Lanham's out of way. They won't chase. They'll just sell for the bounty runes, 2 for 2. Back up top, RNG finding a catch on Kuros. He's left behind by Mind Controllers and Weehart as they return to their respective lanes. For 2K lead now for RNG, starting to ramp up a little bit faster and a little bit more evenly spread. You see both Monet and Setsu standing very close to the farm of Miracle, whereas Weehart and Mind Control slipping a little behind.
Lanem and Flyby are kind of both being these 3 positions right now. Lanem just having such an early good start since he was given kind of that core roll bottom. He's actually been given 50 last hits on this Murata. He's going to have a very early 8-toe setup for his team. Okay.
It just seems we're seeing Liquid's lineup trying to chase for a lot of kills with a lot of heroes, but they're just struggling to find the grab. There's so many ways for RNG to get away from them.
Nice.
Now, trying to play with the fear, but RNG, they're ready to turn Setsu. Beautiful jump in from outside of the silence, gets back in, sets up for the lockdown onto Kuro. They'll come in with the old Stampede Jews to get themselves out of the initial team fight of Liquid. We are back in on the front lines, goes for the Avalanche line. I'm able to turn with the burst. Miracle healed up by G8 for Setsu. He's got the grab with the chains onto Mind Control. Liquid are having to back off. Another big slide of fist hits them all as Setsu continues the chase. Arfu's on the front line, but they turn. He's silent. The crippling fear causing issues for Arfu, and now Setsu, he's falling low. The silence will end just in time. allowing Sensu to get back over to the prepared remnant in the way going for the TP. Mind control nearly finding him. Get the vision for that void, but he will get out. Arfu, the only one to fall.
His Dark Ascension ended like a second before he actually got into that high ground there, be able to get that slow. Oh my god, that was very close for them getting that cleanup kill. Saw the Crippling Fear really coming into play there, but RNG also, we see they're very tanky, very sustainable. We see as soon as that Stampede gets popped, they can choose to go for which targets they want, and they just have so much front line that they can just close in onto those targets. They didn't get on top of GH's IO though, so he was able to get a lot of sustain for his team as well.
Prospect here onto Arfu. They've got the sleep on both him and Sensu. Sensu's going to try and help out, and Arfu's already dead. Now they're on top of Sensu, and missiles headed his way. Should be fine, he's got the 3 remnants. With him back behind the tower, he'll get out of there. Liquid with the full 5-man, ready to put some pressure on mid.
They're just using that nighttime. They want to keep this pressure going. They have Crippling Fear up in 5 seconds again.
They're looking for the wraparound. The balls will hit. They know that someone's hidden. They've popped the dust. Sentries down. They have the vision on flyby. Lanham's going to try and help out with the arrow connection onto Mike's job. A miracle. There's the ult coming down. Monet Rage and an escape from him. He cannot stand tall for the fight, but Sensu's going to try and jump in and look for the cleanup. Chains onto both Weeha and Kuro. Kuro drops down the ult to split them up, and Weeha's in with the combo onto Sensu. Sensu's out of mana. Sensu's dead. He overcommits and gets punished heavily by Liquid.
You have to be really careful when you commit forward like that. There's so much burst damage. Sure, you have Flame Guard, but you're playing versus Gyrocopter with Tiny with the natural order. We mentioned it during the draft. You do have to be a bit cautious there when you commit forward. And GH, he's getting left alone in the fights. Even though they have ways like Sid was talking on the draft panel, they have a lot of ways of getting on top of the IO, but GH is not getting killed in the fights. He is getting all of his bottle charges off, all of his stick charges off, just keeping the sustain going for Miracle. Yeah. And now Miracle's got an X.
Yeah. GH 2-1-5. His positioning has been perfect. Every single fight that Liquid have looked for so far.
They're protecting him really well too, right? Mind Control is just kind of charging in. See the skill build from Mind Control as well. Only the 2 points in Void because, yeah, sure, your damage scales up, the cooldown scales up, but it's really all about that long duration silence and the cooldown. Crippling Fear scales insanely. 8 seconds silence at night with a 15-second cooldown. It's got 50% uptime. It's pretty absurd. So that's definitely going to cause problems as we may see early BKBs get picked up after their first damage items on the side of RNG just to deal with that Crippling Fear. Miracle.
Look for the wraparound. Arrow to follow up. They'll jump in, but again, GH in with the tether, starting to give Miracle the sustain he needs to turn and look to try and fight back. Arfu's the focus. Borrow time. They borrow him enough to get over the river, but the ball slapping into the side of him, slowing him down. Arfu this time will not be able to deny himself. Miracle now dominating as Liquid are coming out on top of these little skirmishes.
They're really taking advantage of the nighttime.
Onto Setsu, but they got the damage during this amount of silence and lockdown. The stomp setup is getting Weeha in close. He's in with the combo. Setsu tries to throw out the Randoms, will be able to jump down to the low ground. Arrow holds back Weeha, but Liquid, they're chasing onward. The homing missiles go in the way of Setsu. It's pretty deep behind the tier 2 tower, so RNG will want to try and fight back. The combo's out from Flyby with the mech heal. They're back up to pretty much full Liquid. They're diving in towards the tier 3s. Weeha's in with the combo. They've killed off Setsu and Lanham. Setsu buys back. Desperately wanting to turn this around and punish Liquid for their dive as Weeha gets left behind by the rest of the team. Liquid getting everybody else out of there as it seems. Kuro will TP out right underneath the nose of Arfu. Everyone else gets away.
And they get 4 bounty runes for Liquid after that. Super aggressive dive forward.
There's still a tier 1 and a tier 2 in that top lane, but Liquid don't care. Taking the fight right up to the tier 3. Coming out on top. Sure, they lose Weeha, but it's a buyback forced out from Setsu. His gold is going to get slowed down.
They have to prioritize GH higher. Somehow, they have to kill this IO. Like you said, in the fight, it's looking like RNG might be able to turn it. The mech gets popped. Everyone gets pretty much full healed from it. Level 12 on GH as well as level 13 on Miracle. They're pretty much just sharing that experience as they're surviving throughout all of these fights. This front line, this nighttime is really causing problems for RNG. They need to kick up the pace during the daytime. This is where they need to make some active moves.
They've just got to throw everything his way.
Yeah, they have to get on GH.
They have to. They've got to try and get the wrapper on. We saw them try for it in the mid lane. But every time their sort of focus has been diverted towards the gyro, they're trying to deal with Miracle, but just the amount of heals the Miracle's getting, and now with his items done, Aghanim's Maelstrom was picked up. I believe was that on the courier when it died? He did have the money, I believe.
I didn't think it was. I think Kuroki picked it up. Yeah, Kuroki has it.
Kuro's got the delivery service.
I was like, wait.
Yeah.
The courier's dead, but I saw him buy it, so that would have made sense. Yeah.
There we go. So Kuro's going to be able to drop off the Maelstrom into the hands of Miracle, and there we have it. 21 minutes in. Phase Drum, Aghanim Maelstrom, Gyrocopter. That's a little bit of a terror for RNG.
Absolutely. So many distractions in the fight. Mind Control is doing an excellent job on this Night Stalker, who is the first Night Stalker of the tournament, right? I'm pretty sure that's what they were saying as well. So they're making it work. These long duration silence are really punishing RNG at the moment. RNG only, like we said though, only that 1k gold behind, and they're pretty much having the Radiant stun on Monet as well. So he's got a good timing for himself too, but Setsu is starting. I mean, Setsu's not being fallen behind too much because he's tied with the Tiny, but he'd want himself to have more fun. He's got those 4 deaths. He keeps getting just comboed and chased down.
Oh, it is hard against this Night Stalker. You're running, what, 4 melee heroes? And even the ranged hero, Lanham, he's ideally trying to get in kind of close to maximize damage with the Starstorm. They're very vulnerable to this crippling fear.
Yeah, that's very true. I mean, the 4 melee is definitely a concern when you're playing versus ET and Night Stalker, right? And also even Call Down. Even though they have the high mobility, if they don't have the Stampede up, they can get caught quite easily by all these spells as Liquid. They're looking to fight again. They've got Dark Ascension available for Mind Control. So whenever they have that or Nighttime, they're definitely going to look to just bring the punch back to RNG.
We've got the Maelstrom done on Setsu, so a little bit of a damage spike up for the team. If he's able to sort of keep himself alive, we saw earlier the potential for those sort of cute plays, staying outside of the fear. If he can get in with the Slight and Chains onto Mind Control, just offers some sort of control that disables the Night Stalker during that crippling fear, and will open the chance for RNG to strike back in that very small window, as you mentioned, just what the 7 seconds during nighttime where there isn't the silence to worry about.
7 seconds. It just sounds so little.
It's not a lot of time.
Crazy.
You've got that 7-second window that you have to at least get a kill, as we said, definitely the priorities being that IO. Obviously, it would be nice if they can get the Night Stalker before he's able to get off another crippling fear, but it's getting harder and harder to do so each of these times they go in. Another big item is now finished for RNG. Monet's Radiance is done.
Radiance is done, but at the same time, too, Mind Control picks up a full pipe.
Oh, it's a full pipe.
So, Medallion, Pipe, he's even carrying the 3 dusts. I love this. He's the Night Stalker. I think 3 positions, we've seen more and more core players buying their own reveal, but as a Night Stalker, you're in the front line, you're diving toward the back always. You're playing versus Moonlight Shadow. You need to have that dust for your team. So that's like the Radiance, very strong of course because of the miss rate and all the damage that's going to be coming up, but counteracted a bit by that Pipe. Flyby does have a blink now though for RNG, so as we were saying, they had the Stampede and they had the Ember Spirit in order, and even the Marauder to get on top of that IO.
Going to try and fight. Looking at Miracle, but GH is going to be around to be able to save it. TP's coming in for the Shrine, they're committing a lot onto this Gyro, but there's the easy tear that GH just comes across. They'll just start to turn things around. They've got the chase on towards Monet. Stampede will be used to get them out of there, but Flyby's left behind. The Centaur will fall. And Arfu, Liquid, again, just punishing any attempt from RNG to look for a fight. RNG going for a very awkward play there, moving over to Liquid's triangle and trying to initiate on this Gyrocopter, who had all the backup in the world.
They're trying to make stuff happen during the daytime, but Dark Ascension gets popped, and then it's pretty much nighttime. It is nighttime when he does do that, and they can just look to take those fights pretty easily, especially when they have a high ground advantage. It's looking really hard for RNG right now. It's just the Lifestealer who's really been able to do much inside of these fights. And he just has to disengage. Miracle is getting to a fast critical mass period. Already, I mean, he's already got the Eagle Song, he's got the Butterfly queued up. They do not have good ways to deal with that at all on the side of RNG's, if he's able to get that, which he will soon.
The items are just coming out so fast. And sure, you look at the net worth, Money is close behind. But just what this Gyro is able to do with the backup of GH's IO in comparison to what the Lifestealer is able to do with a similar amount of gold, it's just totally different. It's not even close.
Weehaw, a bit far up here. Reload kick's coming out though. Liquid, they want to fight this.
Tanky is going to have the pipe buff off it up, and Weehaw stepping away. Monet won't be able to finish him off even with the rage committed, and now the turnaround. Miracle goes with the 3-man call out, slowing the ball, crippling fear out onto Monet. Monet stopped up by Kuro. The Lifestealer's dead, and all coming into play is going to easily set up for another as they'll jump forward towards Arfu. Liquid just cleaning up RNG every single fight. As RNG, they just cannot get the kills now. At this point in the game, they're really struggling to bring the fights to Liquid.
They cannot take the fights versus them at all. There's just way too much coming out from the side of Liquid, just too much tankability on their front line. And then the damage that you see coming out, that ET Spirit just being put on top of all the Gyro's damage is just ripping it RNG to shreds. As you see, a little bit of a different talent being picked up by GH. He actually takes the health regen in this game instead of the Spirit Hero damage.
Oh.
Just wanted to get that extra heal under Miracle. He's not wanting to be the damage
I was going to say, this
he believes.
This
he
ain't
believes
no carry IO. This is GH. He's settling into the support role this game. He doesn't want to try and take the game over.
Yeah. any little type of extra health. Even though that one is quite low, it's only 8. But since you're tethered up, it makes it that much better.
Just double the benefit.
Yeah, Liquid. Even though it's only that 2k advantage, the fights just seem so impossible for RNG.
They just can't deal with this Gyro combination. Liquid keeping themselves very safe in any sort of play that they make.
How close are we to BKBs? Because I think they just absolutely need it on, and it feels like on everybody. I don't want to say that Monet needs it because he's a life and he has rage, but he might need it as well. Just this crippling fear is just so problematic. Miracle though, the arrow caught. I'm gonna toss it back and save it though. He has Aegis anyway, as well as that butterfly, so still super confident walking back up on the high ground.
This tier 3 tower just taking so much damage here at 27 minutes. RNG, they are going to step out. Sentries in place. They'll see Monet. Monet knows. No point in trying to poke in on the Gyro. Again, as we stress, just that importance for RNG of being able to find the backlines of Liquid.
Relocate back to base just to heal up and pick up his item, it looks like. Yeah, he picks up his Glimmer, gets full bottle, gets all that mana back. And they want to keep themselves parked outside here. They have that Aegis. If they stay here, that means RNG is just trapped in their base and not getting any extra farm. Liquid really wanted to press the issue here to try to get a Rax advantage.
The BKB now done for Setsu.
He's got to just beeline toward GH. But
even with the
do they have
pipe
dust?
And with the mech and with the Glimmer Cape,
yeah, they need
GH is going to feel pretty safe.
Yeah, they're going to need ways to find him in the back.
They're just going to toss mind control in. They're ready to try straight into the base. There's the commitment with the BKB. Setsu, he's trying to get on top of GH, but he cannot. The physical damage out from Miracle, it's too high. Setsu has to back out immediately as Miracle just cleans them up.
They will get mind control though, but Miracle still holding his ground.
They're feeling strong. We are going to get the jump in onto another. Lannon's found out the jump, looking for the backlines. Can they kill up? GH is getting lit up. Finally get the IO. Now they've got to look to try and clean up more. Miracle turns towards Setsu. A buyback comes out from Flyby. Skura goes for the TP out. Change will cancel it. RNG pushing back Liquid. See if they can find any of the big kills. Both Weeha and Miracle would be a bit of a dream for RNG to catch, but looks like they'll both have the speed to get themselves out of there. Does cost them a buyback, but they keep those racks held.
They finally get on top of GH.
They do. They throw everything down onto the IO and they do the job.
Weeha just runs in, breaks his flame guard, and he's like, haha, now you can't farm as efficient. And then he goes in and walks away. And they force that buyback on Flyby, just keeping that aggressive stance. We now see finally, I think the Dota Plus has finally ticked into Liquid's favor after all that, as they're able to keep RNG kind of locked in their base for a bit. It was a 61%, as we saw there, for Liquid.
Shadow, take us.
Miracle just continuing to lead that net worth chart. Next item going to be picked up pretty soon as well. They weren't killing him before. He's almost got a Satanic. He's got his own ways to provide his own sustain now.
Yeah, the game's sort of getting to the point for this Gyro where he's not going to be quite as sad as he was before if GH does get taken down by his side. He can certainly keep the fight going without his ball of light.
Do have daytime for about 4 minutes. There's Dark Ascension, of course, up in about 20 seconds. RNG not seeming to be able to find ways to catch them off guard here. As Liquid all still grouped together, just wanting to take the fights to RNG since they're just feeling very comfortable with this lead.
I mean, if they find that, that Gyro kill is going to be worth so much right now.
They see the courier walking outside the base because they do have a base ward. This is really important. Base wards, these can be just straight up game winning because you get the jump into the backs, or you see when they're initiating, you can pop your immunities or pop your silences, or crippling fear in particular from mind control. That's definitely going to be pretty important to look at.
Another tower taken by Liquid. RNG opting to look for the fights on the high ground rather than trying to poke around these tier 2 defenses.
He's going to clean up the shrine. Aegis is going to be reclaimed in about 10 seconds. RNG, they're trying to take advantage of that timing.
You get the arrow connection onto Miracle. With that Aegis and Satanic, he
El Aegis es muerto todavía Miracle, pero en cualquier momento se le va a acabar. Vamos a ver si le quema la primera vida, este helicóptero, el gallo que le da más resistencia por allí, activa el Mechams. Ese Yayo, ¿cómo vas a aguantar a Gyrocopter, papá? Mira, va a caer ese Life Stealer. Cae el Life Stealer, está por encima de un dios este Gyrocopter, señores. Va a caer también el Centauro. Ya, y double kill para este Gyro de Miracle. Excepcional la participación del carry de Team Liquid. Cuidado ahí que va a caer también el Ember Spirit. Ya no tiene remanente, está silenciado. Activa su remanente. No le deja de activar su remanente. Llega Miracle para llevarse la kill muy oportuno. Triple kill para lo que es este Gyrocopter, señores. Y ahí está. Ahí estamos, señores. Se le va la Yes of Immortal también a Miracle. Quiere castigar estos racks. Doble barba que tiene RNG, pero no está el Stealer, no está el Centauro. Activa el ulti la Mirana. 4 versus 3. Yo creo que Liquid sí puede llegar a tomarse estos racks, pero necesita que se rompa ese backdoor molesto. Viene acá la flecha de la Mirana. Se tumba muy facilito Kuroki y está forzado a vaquear la escuadra de Liquid. Ya sin Kuroki no hacen mucho, no es como que es un posición 5 importante por lo que te puede aportar en una teamfight, ¿no? La división de la tierra, el pisotón, y sobre todo que no se siente tan confiado Liquid sin su support ahí, ¿no? Y se va a vaquear finalmente, a seguir farmeando, a seguir acelerando farms. Por lástima no llegó a caer estos racks, pero por lo menos salió muy bien esa última teamfight para lo que es la escuadra de Team Liquid. Vamos a ver.
Like, absolutely amazing. Just taking out everything.
I mean, to the
Silence
point where
devastating.
you're sort of asking why have we not seen this hero more? Mind control's making it look pretty busted.
Parte de acá, un control que tiene su pipa de la perspicacia y ofrenda de Vladimir.
I know NIP were the ones that were drafting it a bit of the times, right? When we saw them at like the MDL major, they did pick it a couple times, and I mean, they had some success with it.
Miracle que se va a sacar Monkey King, hermano, ya lo tiene y ahora nada más le faltaría mejorar su Maelstrom y ya estaría full items. Podría comprar la receta de la Gun Incepted para que se vuelva consumible y ocupar este slot con algo más como una BKB, ¿eh? Primera vez que veo que Miracle no se anima a sacar una BKB temprana. Habitualmente casi siempre tiende a sacar una BKB temprana. En este caso parece que la va a dejar como un último ítem esta BKB. Si es que se anima a sacarla, a lo mejor ya ni siquiera la saca. Vemos acá que cae la tier 3, Miracle que no le tiene miedo a nada, sabe que tiene resistencia de estado, sabe que todo su equipo está atrás, cuidado ahí main control, inicia con la avalancha ahí Ouija, la flecha para ese Tiny, pero Miracle que le da la cobertura ahí, está sondeando a RNG para que no inicien a su Tiny, el doble stun del Centauro, cuidado ahí, no hay follow de daño. Posicionados RNG, solamente están a la merced viendo cómo cae lentamente su rack. Cuidado, tira la BKB de perfil, estaba también el Life Stealer dentro, cae ahí GH, ese Ayo, se termina apagando ahí el Ayo, va a llegar el Ayo, ahí está, llega perfecto el Ayo, le da la cobertura a su equipo, quiere aportar ahí un poco más de curazao, y ahí está chicos, ahí está. Terminan cayendo todos los racks en la parte de bot y se repliega la escuadra de Liquid, se regresa el Ayo solito. Va a tener que tepear y regresar lento a la pelea. Cuidado ahí, le curan toda la vida a ese Abaddon. Va a ser dormido ese Abaddon. Mira lo que se viene con todo. Inician acá el Abaddon. Ouija que hace un tremendo daño con su Tiny, hermano. Y esto pinta mal para RNG. No tienen support, no tienen su mid laner que hizo Daiva, que en realidad es Ember Spirit. Cuidado ahí, el comito típico que está haciendo esa mirada molesta. Y ahí estamos chicos. No les va a alcanzar creo para matar a Ouija. Mira que no le importa nada. Aún con backdoor está que castiga esa tier 3. Mira cómo aguanta ese Tiny. Mira cómo aguanta. Lo lanzan a Gyrocopter. Mira con qué castiga ahí. Vamos a ver si cae esa Miranda. No, termina cayendo. Mira papá. ¡Uy, hermano! No termina cayendo esa Miranda. Con lo justo se salva. Va a ser media crisp para Liquid, señores. Liquid dice acá estoy papá. Lo canta la escuadra china. Lo canta RNG. 1-0 para este VO3, señores. Se pone en ventaja la escuadra de Team Liquid, señores. Ahí está. Nos iremos a la segunda partida. Y si la segunda partida la gana Liquid, se acaba todo y comienza la de Infamous contra Secret, chicos. Así que pilas. Vamos a ver si gana rápido Liquid para irnos con la de Infamous contra Secret, que es lo principal por lo que estamos acá todos en realidad, ¿no? Aprovechen para apostar en Rivalry.net. Yo la voy a MVP a Miracle indudablemente. No hay que pensarlo mucho, que digamos. Y ahora sí, vamos a vernos para acá. Vamos a cambiar esto por lo que es la transmisión oficial del TI. Y a ver chicos, a ver. A esperar la segunda partida.
RNG, they were able to kill him off the once or the twice. At least GH, Miracle of course not dying at all. But for the rest of the game, Miracle was just an item ahead of everyone in the matchup.
Ahí está Ouija, lo veo feliz a Ouija, Lo veo feliz.
The control around mind control. being able to get in as this Night Stalker with this AoE silence, it just destroyed RNG's heroes. They could not fight back.
It absolutely did.
Richard Soria Mora, gracias por suscribirte, papá.
RNG just could not deal with it
It just
at all.
destroyed
This
RNG's
beastly gyro
heroes. They
and this
could not
master
fight
Night
back.
Stalker. It absolutely did. In the back of the
Definitely,
fight, too much
definitely
to say.
expect to see some
RNG
serious
just could
revisions
not
in the
deal
draft
with
of
it
Game
at
2
all.
from
This
RNG as
gyro and
Liquid
this master Night
come into this
Info
best of
juega
three.
Laguna, chicos, no sigan repitiendo que Info juega Laguna, no juega Laguna, hermano, juega cuando acabe Liquid.
Half the job done.
Acaba Liquid a las 11 juega, hermano, así es simple. No va a jugar a Laguna, te aseguro que va a jugar antes.
Half the job done.
Así que dejen de decir que juega a Laguna, porque en realidad es falso. Juegan cuando acabe la partida esta.
I was wondering where Night Stalker has been, and he is the Lord of Lightspire in this game. I mean, he just
A ver,
cuts
chicos,
into
cuidado por acá, que me ve
backlines,
una cosita
AoE
acá.
silence, you can't
Quiero ver las capturas que me han mandado los que han apostado en Rival Queen para tener 50 para botarlos al sorteo,
Not
básicamente.
gonna save you maybe by a little bit of time. The Lotus Orb does not work against it, so overall, great Night Stalker.
Yeah, and he had a tiny, right? The tiny was tossing him in, so it was like instant silence on top of your team. You're like, what are we gonna do against this?
Night Stalker.
Yeah, I think because I said to Trent downstairs, he was watching
like instant
and I
silence
said
on
to
top of
him,
your
why,
team.
no,
Like, what
why
are we gonna
now
do
all of a
against
sudden
this?
out of the blue? Like, we haven't seen it picked at all in the time. And he said, well, look at the other team. You know, they've got 4, maybe even 5 heroes on the other side, which the silence just stops them running away. They can't get out. They've all got escapes, but they can't use it anymore because he's got the AoE silence. It was almost a perfect thing.
All they had against it was like the Stampede. So if Centaur wasn't calling, you could Stampede away, but then you're just using the Stampede defensively time and time again. And that's kind of what we end up seeing. The Lifesteal especially would get caught in a bad spot, Rage would wear off, Silence doesn't have escape, it had to be Stampede away again, and that's kind of what we end up seeing.
Usually you want to use Stampede and big ulti cooldowns such as Doom to reset the fight, and in this scenario, it's a really long, I mean it's a really small cooldown. Big ulti cooldown
We're
such
5
as Doom
heroes.
to
We
reset the fight,
They've all been
this
picked
scenario,
all banned
it's a
so
really
far, but just
long,
5
I mean it's a
plays. It's
really
incredible.
small cooldown.
These are the stats from last game. Just compare Monet and Miracle. Two fantastic
players,
players, world-class players, but both having very different games in game 1.
Ahí está, chicos, ya está, hay 4 integrantes más del sorteo. Recuerden, chicos, pueden apostar en rivalry.net. Aprovechen, chicos, aprovechen. Es su última oportunidad para apostar la Infamous. Los que no han depositado todavía, su primera apuesta es totalmente gratis hasta $25. Así que aprovechen, chicos, que se les puede ir el tiempo. De ahí yo no quiero que comience la partida de Infamous y todo el mundo me diga, Kael, todavía puedo apostar, Kael, todavía puedo apostar, Kael, pásame el link a veces. Pero no, ya no van a poder, porque una vez empieza la etapa del draft, ya no pueden apostar por lo menos a la partida que esté en vivo. A las siguientes me parece que sí. Pero igual, chicos, para evitar ahí que estén ahí rogando y diciéndome eso que les acabo de comentar, vayan apostando desde ahora, chicos, vayan apostando.
I assume the IO, because like God's talked about, we've seen a ton of these gyros either carry or middle to do that build, and they just don't
Ahí
feel
está.
as strong. Like,
Ahí vemos los stats de ambos equipos.
The Elder Titan behind him, always stopping when they want to go in.
Miracle 12-0, impecable. 0 muertes, hermano. El único que ha muerto 0 veces en la partida. Si sigue jugando sin Miracle, yo creo que podría acabar muy rapidito este video 3, ¿eh?
Decided to go for IO and Gyro, and the Elder Titan and the Gyro, they seem so strong. He's dishing out so much magical damage in such a short period of time. It's Team Liquid, they have other stuff prepared. They seem so strong.
Saludo, dice, saludo a la gente de Pro Games Land Center de Trujillo. Saludos ahí a la gente de Pro Land Game Center. Adrián Gabriel, gracias por suscribirte, papu.
Get your lane matchup is you wait to see your opposing team's lane before you rotate, and that's where the cores are playing
Vamos a
the
actualizar lo
jungle,
que es el
waiting to
score
see
también
where
acá.
the enemy cores are going to go, but then the end result is both teams are doing it. So you have Kuro, 5 position, free lane to
Celeste Hermosa, gracias por
the
suscribirte.
supports
Gracias,
are
hombre.
They get to farm the carries, Centaur and Lifesteal are jungling together. Eventually, you know, it's a game of chicken. One of the teams has to kind of go to the lane eventually.
And Kuro was probably talking to them on TeamSpeak, guys, stay in the jungle, I'm about to hit level 5. I keep swapping.
He used to be a core player, now he's like, oh, this, I don't remember what this is like. I get to hit
level 5. I keep swapping.
And it felt like RNG actually got the lanes they wanted, because I thought the biggest one was the Night Stalker versus the Lifestealer, and Lifestealer just dominated him in the lane, but I mean, the lane phase lasted, what, 3 minutes, starting at 5 minutes in? It just didn't matter.
Night Stalker Nightstalker's laning phase is gone.
He'll never have a good lane.
He does nothing. Void does half the damage.
20 damage.
You can't even last hit a creep with it. And his timings are 15 to 20 minute mark with his ulti using it twice. And this is where they actually just built all the advantage.
A ver. Vamos a ver cuántos likes iremos en el directo, chicos. Vamos a analizarlos, muchachos, analizarlos a ustedes.
Went for some kills with aggressive fire remnants. He died diving to 4 heroes, and that's
Vamos a
what
ver.
really set them back in the mid game where he dove in.
467 likes, uy, bajito, tan bajitos, papus, tan bajitos, a ver si llegamos a 50, a 500 likes, digo. A ver si llegamos a 500 likes. Mauro Andrés Ríos, gracias por tu donación de 2 soles, dice. Dice que las apuestas en ese mercado se han cerrado, dice Mauro. Que ya no se puede apostar en Rivalry de Infamous, que hablan, men. A ver, déjame entrar también mi cuenta. Mira, así se puede, men. ¿Cómo que no? Mira, incluso lo han puesto como marcador principal, mira. Mira, papá. Lo muestro, Aprovechen, chicos, de verdad, aprovechen a full apostar en Rivalry. Miren, lo han puesto incluso en su pantalla principal. En su pantalla principal lo han puesto Infamous contra Secret, ahí está. Y puedes apostar todavía. Tienes 2 horas con 46 para apostar. Esto es falso, esto se va a reducir porque yo sé que la de Liquid va a acabar antes. Cuando acabe el video 3 de Liquid y comience el draft de Infamous, este live va a llegar a 0 y se va a cerrar las apuestas. Así que aprovechen, Ahora está pagando Infamous 3.95. 3.95 está pagando Infamous. Básicamente. Acá la apuestas a la primera partida. Ganador de la primera partida, ganador de la segunda partida. Y así está básicamente, chicos. Así que así se puede, vamos. Seguro a ti por alguna razón te saldrá error. Bueno, mira, vamos a apostarle, por ejemplo. No sé si no puedo apostar 6 centavos. Creo que no se puede, men. Me parece que no se puede. ¿Ves? Lo mínimo es 50 centavos de dólar. Pero eso es lo que me quedó en mi saldo. Todo lo que tenía ya lo aposté ahorita a Infamous. Así que bueno, sí se debería poder, bro. Si no, háblale al soporte y ellos te van a ayudar, papu. Háblale al soporte y ahí te van a ayudar. Te responden a los pocos minutos, a los 2-3 minutos. Y te ayudan súper rápido.
Take your shirt off! Thanks everybody home. Put it on. Hey, what's in there? Great. Well, I got a good arm.
Qué falta de respeto, men. El caster se asó,
It went down there. Great. Well, I got a good arm.
Se palteó el caster, Creo que se palteó.
Get into trouble.
He's throwing shirts, he's throwing me.
Crying out loud. What are you doing? You're okay, by the way, Casey. Are you feeling better? Get into trouble.
He's throwing shirts, he's throwing me. We're gonna figure this out.
Bueno, se palteó el caster,
I would. You feeling better? Yeah, and take half of his wages, by the way, because he was quite prepared to take yours.
¿Cuál es el código postal? Dice. Eso véanlo en Google, chicos, véanlo en Google. En Google vean el código postal, chicos, en Google. Pongan en Google mi código postal, etcétera. Ahí les sale. O háblenle al soporte de Rivalry y ellos automáticamente te mandan el link de donde puedes ver tu código postal.
Around the world, welcome to day number 4. If you're just tuning in to the International 2019, we're in series number 1. Team Liquid, as maybe you might tune in and go, I expected them to win that. This is not as clear cut, ladies and gentlemen. And 3 men on our panel are going to tell you why.
Así que estamos, chicos.
Definitely come back into this, Grant. This isn't a done deal right now. They're a good team.
No, they definitely are.
Esperemos nomás a que comience la partida. Recuerda que después de este video 3 se viene la partida de Infamous. Liquid, que está en ventaja, ojalá que gane. Yo quisiera que gane Liquid, porque así me acerco a ganar yo mi apuesta. Yo he hecho una apuesta combinada en Rivalry. Le aposté a OG, ya la gané. Le aposté luego a Liquid, estoy a punto de ganarla. Y luego le aposté a Infamous. Y con $6 gano 70 o 80 dólares. Así que está muy bien. No se puede apostar, la página cayó. Refresquenla, chicos. ¿Saben por qué se cae la página? Porque hay mucha gente que está entrando a Rivalry a apostarle a Infamous o a Secret. Entonces por eso se cae, porque hay demasiada gente entrando. Solamente refresquen y ya les va a dejar entrar, chicos. Refresquen. Se cae, no es que se caiga, es que está tanta gente entrando y saturado el servidor que se cae. Pues todo el mundo quiere apostar. Saben que se les acaba el tiempo. Acabando este video 3 ya no pueden apostar.
they've done, what they like, what they might not like.
Bueno, todo el mundo está entrando como loco a apostar a Rivalry.
They would never have game planned for that, would they?
No, whereas Liquid would have game planned for the Abat. So they see this hero coming, they're like, okay, this is a team that loves Abat and they're likely the first to pick it. What hero is good against?
Y ok, los paso para entrar al sorteo de Inmortales. No hay sorteo ya de Inmortales. Solo hay sorteo de 3 arcanos para los que apuesten en Rivalry, papi. Ayer sorteamos 4 Inmortales. Ayer sorteamos 4 Inmortales. De repente hoy más tarde puede ser que haga una apuesta, digo, un sorteo de algunos Inmortales que me sobran por ahí.
Yeah, I'm not convinced yet.
I got that feeling.
Yeah. Liquid had a little bit of a rough start at the group.
¿Quién es el huevón que apoyó a Secret? Lo voy a matar.
Lower bracket actually ended up in the lower one, and they still have to prove something here. I think they want to go at least to the grand finals. Maybe they, of course, you want to win it, but I think this is not the result that they will be satisfied with.
Just before we get the teams out as well, we've still got quite a few players left in and teams that could win this second time. Do you think we end up?
Si gano en la primera apuesta, cobro lo apostado, dice Luigi. Sí, claro. Es así de fácil, hermano. Ponte, tú depositas $25. Le apuestas todo a Infamous. Y te pagan por 4 que apuesta. Serían unos $100 más o menos. Y ganas, te pagan tus $100, lo cobras y ya está. Simple, hermano. El dinero te lo depositan a tu cuenta y ya está. Y si pierdes tus $25 en la fea Infamous, en la siguiente, a los pocos minutos, te devuelven tus $25. Porque tu primera apuesta es gratis hasta $25. O sea, como sea ganas, hermano. Y obviamente ya con tu segunda chance, tu segunda oportunidad de los otros 25 que te han devuelto, lo tienes que apostar más lento, evidentemente, y más con cabeza, más tranquilo. No todo a uno, ¿no? Como la primera apuesta que tiene un seguro, pues, ¿no? Y me mandas screenshot a Facebook para meterte al sorteo de arcanas, eso también es importante. No pierdan esa chance de poder ganarse una arcana por ahí. Lo mínimo para depositar es $10, creo. $10 o $15.
He's willing to become a believer, Paul. They're gonna prove me wrong. Not yet. They're gonna prove me wrong because they're gonna make me believe.
El link de la página de Facebook está en la descripción del directo, chicos. No sean flojos, por favor. Y en la descripción del directo es el Facebook. Mejor díganme que les mande a su casa el link de todo también. Está en la descripción del directo, chicos, en la página de Facebook. Ahí están entrando los equipos. Entrando la escuadra RNG y también Liquid. Yeltsin, Alejandro, gracias por suscribirte, papu. Tío Kael, saludos desde Chosica, dicen. Saludos ahí a toda la gente de Chosica, la gente de Perú, de Lima, los venezolanos, los argentinos, los bolivianos que nos ven actualmente en la transmisión, chicos. Kuroki, ¿otra vez el masajito? No creo.
I have my notes. Do the notes ever scare you?
Otra vez el masajito.
Is it like, what the heck have they?
You're the only one who has notes.
So. What?
Yeah, I mean.
Do the notes ever scare you? Is that good or bad?
I think it's cool. Yeah, I'm ready.
Me está preguntando si es que le tiene miedo a las notas que tiene ella ahí para preguntarle cosas, seguro.
Yeah, I'm ready.
Sí, estoy listo. Otra vez el masaje.
Everybody I talk to says you're one of the most relaxed players that they've ever seen. Would you agree with that, or do you feel like you just hide it really well when you get stressed?
I do think I'm calm overall.
Yeah.
But I think it's hard to see. Like it's hard to see if I'm stressed or phased or anything.
Yeah. But what about when it comes to the stress of TI? Is there a specific kind of stress when you go there versus all the other tournaments, or do you treat it all into this TI? Is there a specific kind of stress when you go there versus?
Están hablando sobre el estrés de los jugadores jugando en el TI y algo así. Sobre el estrés que pueden sentir con la presión del torneo, ¿no?
Like it's impossible to remove all of it. It's even healthy to some extent.
How come? Why is it healthy?
I think the nerves, like you can use it for something good.
Dice que siempre hay nervios, pero que es imposible removerlos.
Why is it healthy? How do you do that? Because sometimes when I'm nervous, I can't get over it. And then in other times, I'm able to just use it.
I mean, are you nervous right now?
Yeah, do I sound?
I think you're relaxed.
I'm able to just use it.
I mean, are you nervous right now?
I of course have to ask about how roster changes come up. How do you know when you need to make a change in the style of play versus the roster itself?
I'll just try to keep it simple. At the end of the day, we as a team...
Tío Kael sigue 5-0-2 error, dice. No da, tío Kael, dice. A ver, mándame screen, pero refresquea nomás, papu. O será por tu server. No sé, refresquea nomás.
Just all mixed into one entity.
So how do you do that?
A ver, chicos, un momento. Dicen que está fallando Rivalry.
It actually stresses me a lot.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Ahí está, papu.
También
entra perfecto,
I think I'm the most
También entra perfecto, papu.
regarding that.
Tienes que refrescar. Hace rato me salió a mí también error, pero es refrescar porque los servidores están full. Todo el mundo está entrando a apostar en Rivalry. Todo el fucking mundo, hermano. A no ser que mi link esté mal escrito, a ver.
This more to it because it's in my case it's my friend, so it's more like a emotional problems more than anything.
No, también mi link está bien, todo está bien, papu.
Mid there,
Todo está bien.
emotional problems. It's okay. It's relaxing.
Tu internet, hermano, la firma.
With Ria, I just had a good feeling. It's okay. He's a pure mid player, which I kinda seeked for in my team. I just had a good feeling. And I think he's very skilled and experienced. When you change players, you take a big risk.
Kael, es el único lugar para apostar, dice, no tienes otro, dice Jonathan. No, no hay otro. Es el mejor sitio para apostar dinero en eSports en Sudamérica. ¿Por qué te recomendaría otro? Hay otros que ni siquiera están traducidos a español. El Rivalry está 100% traducido al español.
And yeah, just looking forward to it.
Kuro, thank you so much for being a good sport.
Vamos a ver.
Yeah, my pleasure. I think so.
Bueno, ya comenzó la etapa del drafteo, chicos. Adiós, Kuroki. Disfruta tu masaje, papu. Nosotros nos vamos a lo que es el mismo Dota 2, chicos. Ahí está, cargando la partida.
Doing massages and de-stressing. He's not under stress right now, though.
Papu, no me sale apostar con Visa, dice Luis. Visa está habilitada para Perú nada más, creo. Perú y algunos países de Sudamérica, Visa y Mastercard. Para Bolivia creo que no está esa opción. Los que estén entrando a Rivalry, chicos, no olviden mandarme el screenshot para meterlos al sorteo, gente, meterlos al sorteo.
Team Liquid whip it out and it just completely destroys RNG. That Night Stalker was the perfect answer.
I think it's the best hero of the tournament so
Ahí
far.
está, les paso el link. Debe ser su internet de repente de ustedes también. Porque ahí sí me sale. Si no le sale, refresquen, papu, refresquen hasta que le salga. Refresquen, chicos. Ya que, ¿por qué creen que se cae el servidor? Porque la gente está como loca entrando a Rivalry. La gente está como loca entrando.
You've got to step it up going into the second game if you want to beat Liquid. One approach is to get more team fights so that it's easier to execute against what Liquid did. The other one is to, like they did here, for example, ban out the IO and play a different style of game entirely. And they will get a first pick Enchantress as their reward.
Which is something that they haven't played a lot.
No, gente, ese error que dicen es que algo están haciendo mal ustedes, chicos.
Hey, what are your thoughts on Enchantress so far? You think she's overrated, Febby? You think she's adequately rated how popular she's been at this tournament?
O si no entren desde su computadora, capaz desde el celular se les buguea o se sale el error. Entren desde el ordenador, porque yo estoy entrando al ordenador y no hay problema, chicos. Es el servidor, como les dije, el servidor de que está full, pues, porque todo el mundo está entrando.
Enchantress does a lot of things in one hero that you can't really find anywhere else right now, I would say.
Primer pick de Liquid viene a ser lo que es el Lancing Apparition. Segundo pick, el Sanking. Gracias por tus 25 BOP. Es la moneda de Bolivia, creo, ¿no?
Massive single target damage and she can tank Roche. Like having all of these aspects in one hero makes it.
Saludos ahí, papu, saludos al señor Limber Walter. Gracias por tu saludo, papu. Un abrazo ahí a la gente de Santa Cruz.
you're
El
forcing
Dubai de
the enemy's
Bolivia
hand,
dice.
which gives you like the upper hand in the draft. You're one step ahead. You see Liquid, they feel forced to pick magic damage, they feel forced to pick AA just because of this hero. And now you can
No
start
deja
game
pagar
planning
con
around
Visa.
this. Okay,
Visa
they're
es solo
going
para
heavy
Perú,
magic,
papu.
AoE
Si no eres de
damage.
Perú, no te va a salir la opción de Visa, hermano.
She is also like the best
Gente, que no sepan usar páginas en internet algunos,
which I think is
no es
something
ya
that
asunto mío, la verdad.
Miracle is one of the best carries in the world, and he has shown that.
A los que dicen que son de Perú y no les acepta Visa, eso sí es imposible, porque sí aceptan Visa, papu. Más de 40, 50 personas me han hablado diciéndome que gracias por la página, que estuvo muy buena y que tal, y que tal, y que tal, ¿no? Sí, ya ve, sale error en celular. En celular hay error, gente. Entren desde la computadora. Ya lo vi. Acabo de abrir mi link en mi celular y sale error también. Y no me sale error en computadora. Así que si quieren apostar, única opción, chicos, meterse a una computadora. Se ha caído el servidor de Rivalry en lo que es móviles. Así que métanse una PC a una laptop y usen mi link que está en la descripción, chicos. Si no usan mi link no van a poder entrar al sorteo, o sea, por eso les digo, de preferencia vayan a una computadora, usen mi link y tendrán el bono ese que les digo y sobre todo también lo del sorteo de arcanas, ¿no? En el celular se cayó el link, ya lo vi. Le acabo de dar clic y no entra Rivalry. Sale error 502 como dicen ustedes. Vamos a ver si carga esta vez. Ahora sí me cargó. Ahora sí me cargó. Es como que depende, chicos. Tienen que intentar, de verdad, no sean flojos. Si les sale error, intenten. Miren, el anterior no me entró y ahora sí me entró a Rivalry. Ahora entró, otra vez sí me entró. O sea, es como que intenten. Cuando sale alguien de la página entran ustedes, o sea, es como que tienen que intentar. Ve, ahora sí me está cargando, ¿eh? Es cuestión de refrescar, de que refresquen la página. Aprovechen, chicos, que se les va el tiempo, les digo. Se les va la olla, se les va el tiempo, chicos, De verdad que se les va el tiempo. Últimos momentos que tienen para apostar en Rivalry. Así que aprovechen, chicos, aprovechen a tope, a máximo. Apuesten a Infamous. Este es un versus, ¿no? De los que van a apostar a Infamous son los que nunca dudé. Y los que le apuesten a Secret va a ser los siempre dudé. Así que ese versus va a ser en las apuestas. Los nunca dudé contra los siempre dudé. Básicamente. Pasa tu código, dice. No es código, tienen que usar mi link. El link está en la descripción del directo, chicos. El link de la descripción del directo o el link que les paso básicamente en el chat yo mismo, ¿no? Que se los he pasado hace un momento. Tienen que usar ese link y entrar para apostar en Rivalry, chicos. Aprovechen que se va la olla, chicos. Se va el tiempo. Se va el tiempo, hermano. Ahí se los paso a los que deseen. Por ratos falla el link, pero si les falla, refresquen, reinicien la página y ya les entra, ya les va a entrar, chicos. Kyle, saluda a mi novia Leonela, dice Limber Walter. Gracias por tus 25 bob de nuevo, papu. Bob serán bolívares, creo esto. Corréjame si me equivoco. Bolívares. Saludo ahí para tu novia, papu. Saludo para Leonela y muchas gracias por esa donación, pero de verdad la aprecio un montón.
Not quite sure actually. I don't know if this Pugna ban
Lo
was even
aprecio un
necessary.
montón,
It's
papu.
got good synergy with Liquid's heroes because of the Ice Vortex, because of the
Vamos a
setup
banear gente
stuns,
por
make sure
acá,
you get drained
baneado
off.
uno, baneado
Massive
otro.
magic amp
Ahí
with
está.
Decrepify.
Listo, chicos, comenzamos con la partida. 3 picks para Team Liquid, Sun King, Ancient Apparition y Tiny. En la escuadra de RNG tenemos al Enchantress, al Shadow Shaman y ahora vamos a ver cuál va a ser el tercer pick de la escuadra china, chicos. Hay que esperar nada más los picks, señores. Nada más es cuestión de esperar, chicos, esperar. Vamos a ver por acá. Sigo probando si Rivalry funciona. Sí, ya me está cargando perfecto todo, chicos. Ya me está cargando perfecto todo. Ya está. ¿Cómo depositan la página? Si eres de Perú, con Visa voy a acercar, papu. Si eres de Perú, con Visa o Mastercard. Ay, qué faltosos son en el chat ahí. Se pasan, ¿no?
Unless they can somehow get a wonderful last pick, which they don't even have actually, they are the first pick team. They are lacking in a lot of departments. They don't have any AoE currently that's worth talking about. They don't have very good scaling outside of the Enchantress.
El tercer pick de la escuadra china que fue un main. Ahora veamos cuál va a ser el cuarto pick que se anima a sacar el señor Kuroki, el cabecilla, el drafter de la escuadra de Team Liquid. Vamos a ver, chicos, vamos a ver. Mauro Andrés, ¿a dónde debo mandar la imagen de la apuesta? A mi Facebook, chicos. Los que apuesten en Rivalry, mándenme la captura de pantalla de su cel o de su PC a mi página en Facebook. Ahí yo cuando acabe el directo, evidentemente, voy a revisar toda la lista de los que han apostado y me han mandado su captura. Y pues voy a meterlos al sorteo de arcanas. Hasta el momento hay 40 participando más o menos. Son 3 arcanas, se acuerdan, ¿eh? La del Jagger, la del Puch y la del Legion Commander. Y nada, pues nada, agradecer a todos por el apoyo, chicos, y sobre todo aprovechar que se les va el tiempo para apostar la Infamous, ¿eh? Ahí vemos el cuarto pick de Liquid, que fue lo que es un Rubik, señores. Ahora el cuarto pick de la escuadra china es un OD. Vamos a ver, nuevamente Liquid que apuesta por el Tiny de Ouija. Y va a ser Sankin de Mind Control muy probablemente. Vamos a ver cuál va a ser el pick de Miracle, que es creo el que falta nada más en Liquid. Y también el de Monet, que sería el que falta en RNG, chicos. Recuerden que si Liquid gana esta partida, plan, directo comienza la partida de Infamous contra la escuadra de Team Secret, que va a ser una partida muy difícil. Bueno, no es de inmediatamente, o sea, un pequeño corte de 10-15 minutos de distracción, de entretenimiento, de relax que va a haber por parte de la transmisión oficial, y luego ya entran los jugadores, la presentación de Infamous, la presentación de Secret, probablemente una entrevista de repente que ya hemos visto, y ahí ya comienza la partida de Infamous. ¿Cómo mando screenshot? Dice Kurt Villegas. Gente, no se preocupen, que tienen hasta el 25 de este mes para poder mandarme el screenshot y participar en el sorteo. El que no sabe sacar el screenshot de su celular, pues mire una guía en YouTube, o no sé, o sea, todo el mundo sabe sacar el screenshot de su celular, pues no. Así que no se desesperen, chicos, no se desesperen. Tienen hasta el 25 de agosto para mandarme, o sea, hasta dentro de 2-3 días para mandarme ese screenshot y participar en el sorteo de 3 arcanas. Pero obviamente si me lo mandan antes, pues voy a anotarlos antes al sorteo, ¿no? Aunque igual no afecta, ¿no? Nuevamente, no, perdón, ahora Royal le ha quitado el pick a Liquid, se ha ido por lo que es un Gyrocopter. En la pasada vimos que Miracle fue el que jugó con Gyrocopter y ahora va a ser Liquid, señores, va a ser Liquid. Hola, si solo deposito $15, igual me regalan $25, pregunta Christian. No, papu, no. Si depositas $15, lo que te regalan son $15, ¿me entiendes? El límite que te regalan es...
But I would love to have RNG prove me wrong and just run over the lanes and just snowball the game out of control. But I think this one could be a really hard one.
Arc Warden. So not the Meepo, not the Broodmother, but another mid lane classic that Liquid like to go for. It's the Arc Warden. Gentlemen,
probably going in a safe lane though.
Or
Miracle.
Or RNG's 3 cores are ranged, so it looks like a really great game for Arc Warden.
Like a pretty solid matchup, though RNG are so heavily reliant on doing well in the laning phase. Because if things go maybe like 25 minutes, Arc Warden's going to get out of control.
Yeah, he's playing against, is that 5 ranged heroes?
I believe so,
with
yes.
Magnetic Field?
Yes.
Yeah, it's
but Gyrocopter, he's cool to get in there.
It's a really good pick this game.
All right, well, let's take a look at what Liquid's justification is as we send it over to Casi to speak with Roman.
Oh, yes. Roman, the panel would like to know what your justification is for this draft, especially that last pick.
Sorry, once again?
What is your feeling on the draft as far as your picks and the order that you picked them in and that last pick?
I think we ended up having a very comfort draft in this game, and for me, the Arc Warden was just a perfect pick.
What makes it perfect?
I can't really say it.
Good. That's good. I was testing you. Were you studying RNG throughout the tournament up until now, and does that inform your draft selections, or are you just playing your game and sticking with what you know?
It's kind of both. Funnily enough, RNG was one of our most grim partners in the bootcamp we did here, so yeah, I think it's a very comfort opponent. And
thank you so much.
Thank you.
Best of luck. Back to you guys.
Thank you very much, Casey. Yes, game 2 getting ready between Liquid and RNG. And obviously, RMN doesn't want to divulge too many secrets behind the reasons on their picks. But I've got to probably agree with the draft panel, right? The reason why the Arc Warden's so good this game is Magnetic Fields. It's going to seem pretty OP against all these ranged heroes.
Yep, it gives them a decent matchup, too, if they do want to send it in the mid lane versus Setsu, which looks like it's going to be the choice. They're putting Weehaw, even though Weehaw's playing the Tiny, so it's like a mind game, right? Like, sometimes you see players, they swap roles, but you'll still see them do this, but this one, they're even going to maybe show Weehaw that he has these Tango and the salves. So they're gonna know. I mean, well, they're actually they're gonna hide Weehaw so they don't see that he has a Tangle stuff, and they're gonna expect that it's a tiny mid. But Miracle's gonna be the one that kind of switches it up, and they're gonna now put the Sand King in a matchup versus the Enchantress. So high magic damage, of course, and also you're gonna just be fine down bottom as a Sand King, because you're just gonna farm versus that Ench. And we look at the draft of Liquid. What I'm seeing is a first pick Enchantress from RNG, and I see magic damage, magic damage, magic damage, magic damage, and magic damage.
All across the board from Liquid in that sense. And that mid lane matchup, right, Arc Warden against the OD, it can get, what, pretty messy for the OD, right?
I think you should.
How would you sort of...
You should still be able to get your last hit just fine as an OD, right?
You don't think once those...
Once the level gets, once you get to like 6, once you get to like 5 and 6, you might get like...
Okay. I just feel like the pressure, you know, these raids being laid down, and if he gets split from the creep wave, he's going to be vulnerable.
Nah, I think he should be okay. At least until like the laning phase, until later on. But it is a ranged hero, so that means Miracle's going to farm as well. That's the thing, is Miracle's not going to get put under, because he's this high range hero, so you're not going to walk up and Astral a 625 attack range hero. It's just not going to happen really too much in the laning phase. So you'll see him probably use those Astrals on the creep wave. And maybe you'll see actually rotation come out. Maybe we'll see a gank come out for those Spark Grid setups with either that Rubik or maybe even a Tiny. Fun combo as well. I've actually tried this one in pubs just for some fun with a couple of like the pros. I think I did it with No Tail. Is the Arc Warden plus the Tiny. Later on in the game, you have traps set up. You have Spark Grid set down, and you toss one hero into it, and they just die pretty much instantly. So should be fun as Setsu actually gets up into Miracle's face and gets that Astral off. So he still does at least have that 30 attack, 30 movement speed to get on top of the Arc Warden to get those Astrals off.
Kuro and Arfu trading blows down the top lane. Both bring themselves down to pretty similar HP. We'll see in these side lanes, you know, which is the lane that you've got to be worried about. Bottom lane, Ench, one of the stronghold offlaners, should be pretty fine, but the top lane, RNG, they are looking to chase. The support's collapsing in towards Kuro. Kuro will be able to get away in the trees. They'll turn for the bigger one, surrounding Weehaw. As Weehaw, he gets taken out. RNG with this tri-lane. They've got a lot of aggressive potential.
And you've got your answer right there.
This is where the action's going to be.
Yep, this tri-lane is really where it's all going to happen. They did use a lot of resources in Afu. He's actually dropping very low. He's going to get the brain sap off.
But verifying the brain sap. He's going to be fine.
5 HP.
Oh no! The salvage way, sound gets cancelled, but it saves his life. And Kuro,
he used a fairy fire as well.
He had to step pretty far forward for this. He will also survive. Monet trying to chase both of these supports with the help of Lana, but GH and Kuro will keep themselves just out of range. Kuro goes for the quick trip back to base with the neutral creep denied.
Apu says, me too, why not? The Wild Wings now having the most kills in the game. Both suiciding and getting back as... Yeah, this tree throw, the tree grab there by Weehaw. He wants to secure the last hit, but that makes it so that lane right there, they know that he has it, so they're going to get very aggressive up on that top lane.
They just run him down.
Yeah, and as the panel mentioned, they're going all about the lanes on RNG. So that's why you see Liquid, they try to do these type of dodge lanes and move things around and be a little bit different and just catch them off guard here. As we see mid, fairly even as as we were saying, but now Miracle has an illusion room. So this is actually pretty strong here as a ranged hero. He should be able to secure pretty much every last hit with this. So that's going to cause problems for Setsu. Good old illusion or DD runes at 2-minute mark. Really changed the tides.
Yeah, I was going to say they're using the Astral there, the only way to really get CS during this time against that illusion.
Yeah, I mean, Miracle's going to get every single last hit pretty much. I say that and he gets denied right away.
Did he actually? That did get denied. We missed that on the screen, but it looked like.
Shh, no one saw it.
I was going to say, yeah. Shouldn't happen, but Miracle there for whatever reason getting a little lax with just hitting the creep.
Yep.
That's top lane. Monet, trouble. Quit. Again, with this habit, both sides on this top lane keep getting brought incredibly low.
Gyro's not getting last hits. He's committing forward for kills, but he only has that 5 and 6 right now to the 8 and 8 of Weehaw. The Gyrocopter, you really want to make sure you're getting more of those in comparison. Like Tiny, if you don't get all those last hits, you're going to make up for your golden kills later on. I guess Gyro's kind of the same, but you want to get off to a good start to get that early items and HP, so you don't want to get burst down. So illusions will go away there, and Miracle, he got a big advantage from that one. I mean, it was 17 and 8. Setsu was able to get a couple of denies, but Setsu actually getting chased forward now. The Spark Rates dropping very low.
And this is sort of the danger Setsu's got to be careful of. He's got regen out, so we'll be fine to sustain and stay in the lane. Same as be said for Miracle. Mana starts to fall a little low though for Miracle, so it will be harder for him to go for those aggressive plays.
5 Eyes playing this pretty nicely down bottom. It's 17-4, and he's also made sure he's got the Satyr Mind Stealer. He's actually just walking over and trying to burn Mind Control's mana so he can't just keep spamming that Sandstorm. It will go down eventually. But he also was using the big Satyr to keep himself healed up and also put some pressure onto Mind Control too earlier. So he's using that enchant to his advantage, as he doesn't need too many points in Untouchable. 2 points is more than enough. And Mind Control is actually, this is pretty unexpected. He moves to check the power rune, and he's got an invis.
Oh.
Setsu.
He's kind of low.
He's got to be careful how he uses the Astral or sets up, and now he might be aware of something.
I mean, Miracle just watching. I think Setsu is wondering.
Yeah, he's like, where'd the bottom lane go?
Has to be a bit of time that Mind Control is going to miss out on a wave with that move up towards mid and then back down bottom.
We'll give Miracle also some last hits though, right? He gets a couple more extra denies.
I'll take a rune down bottom. Looks to be the same situation up top. Neither side looking for a brawl yet.
2 for 2. An aggressive glyph coming out, I believe, from Miracle there to make sure that Setsu does not get the range creep last hit. You see a lot of mid players usually end up using that first glyph just to get a little bit of an advantage. And Miracle is starting to get quite a big one here as these levels build up. As we said, once the level 6 comes out, it becomes way more difficult for the OD. You are at risk of dying versus this Arc Warden.
So just really what the gyro that's a little behind on CS, but very, very close for the most part between these two teams in these first 5 minutes.
So we're, Pano was mentioning how important it is for RNG to come out ahead in the lanes, and they're not really doing so that much right now. And you have to be pretty worried. There's such an immense amount of team fight coming up from Liquid. They're getting aggressive.
Weeha just dives in, looks towards that, and they will turn with the lockdown missile and the Hex out onto Weeha. He's got a stick charge. Nightmare holds him down though. Weeha trapped underneath the tower. RNG will punish Liquid for trying to get in. A very aggressive play, moving past the tier 1 and trying to get on top of the supports. Won't pay off for Liquid.
Lanham steps up a bit far here.
Has the stick charge. To try and get himself out of vision, will be able to turn back, get the Hex off, cost him his life. But he may have just set up for more glory for Monet as he chases down Kuro with the missile. Kuro's trying for a neutral creep deny. It's not going to happen. Monet gets another, and Setsu in position, ready to set up. GH is trapped in the Astral. Monet gets on top of him. The mana's back up for another rocket barrage. And RNG break down that top lane of Liquid.
Punching back, an over-aggressive move by Weeha gets punished heavily. He tries to commit forward for that. And ends up getting a couple of his teammates killed. Even though they get a trade kill, definitely a big RNG favorite move there. That's Mind Control. We'll need another impetus, as we saw the Sentry Ward was placed by Flyby earlier, so he will be able to always push Mind Control out of the lane there a bit. But he's still farming on the Sanking. But we do see that mid advantage as soon as 6 comes out. Setsu is starting to get pushed away here, and every time he does step up, he is at risk.
Very hard for him to sort of stand by the wave with that equilibrium active and really build his mana back up. Anytime he uses the Astral, Miracle knows he's vulnerable, so he has to step back.
I mean, he just keeps getting hit by these Spark Rates, and it's the new set from Miracle. That new Arc Warden set, these little dragons, it is a bit harder to spot. We were looking at it. It's the outline of it does make it a little bit harder to see.
Nah, you just got to get good.
He's got to get good. Yeah. But yeah, Setsu's eaten quite a few of those Spark Rays. He's actually been pushed to the jungle now. Not where you want to be as an OD. I think he's having to take... He's actually had to use both of his team's shrines now at the 7-minute mark. He took the top one for himself, and he's also taken the bottom one now too. Giving a free farm lane to Miracle.
Liquid. There's a nice stack stun as well, maximizing the efficiency of being up on this top lane. See what they can do. So they do start to push the wave in. Monet has to be careful. Any potential pressure could lead to another dive attempt. Even though last time, of course, did go well for RNG. Bringing Setsu around, making sure they had the numbers to kill off the supports. After an over-aggressive play.
Bottom, Lanham. He's stalking Mind Control, but Mind Control puts a sentry down. Will get dusted. And he's actually just trying to kill Lanham inside the Sandstorm.
Able to keep the distance, turn with the shackles.
The neutral! Oh my god, you gotta be kidding me.
No, it didn't.
Yes, it did.
What?
It actually swung as he shot. Oh my god, that's so unlucky for RNG.
Against Impetus and the shock, and the neutral creep gets it. Oh, poor old RNG. Oh, look at that. Look at that. Looks like neutrals are working in favor of Liquid.
Does seem like it right there.
That would have been a juicy kill. You know, mind control was.
He's high level. He's level 7.
Chilling down.
That would have been so much XP for both of them. For Lanham, he kind of needed that one.
And he gets denied.
Gets denied, and now top. That one's not going to get denied. As Weehaw starting to build up those levels, 3 points in that avalanche. Now they're starting to have the damage to burst these heroes down quite easily. Even Arcane Boots now finished on GH. So they're going to look to keep this going here. Monet has to be careful. He's going to back up, and he's actually just going to leave.
Yeah, straight up. Looks to make a move down to bottom. Maybe see if he can make it a progressive play. They're bringing in a 4th hero. 4 members of RNG looking to go straight towards that bottom lane. They didn't get mind control last time. They want to make sure that this time they do get the kill.
He's got the max Sandstorm, so it is going to be dealing a lot of damage if they do dive under here, if Liquid wants to contest this. And he's already prepping his escape route. He's cutting the trees.
With Monet diving in like that, mind control he's going to be straight out of there.
It's a full HP tower, though. They're actually just going to send the Arc Warden clone.
It's just a lot of resources. They have to find something out of this RNG, otherwise it's a fair bit of time wasted.
I mean, this one illusion, this one Tempest double is going to push them away here. The Spark Wraith hits Lanham and chunks them down.
Just so much space being given. Top lane, middle lane. This is not efficient from RNG.
No, it is not. They're sending Flyby top, but like we mentioned, the draft of Liquid is just all up magic damage. He's going to be able to get that level 2 heal off. He does have the max untouchable, so he will be okay now as they didn't have the second follow-up disable. But they want to go for this tower. 10-minute mark. Team's trying to take advantage of that siege creep.
This will be the tower going down. Flyby with the heal ending. Doesn't want to step back forward.
This is going to be a very early Blink Dagger for Weehaw. And like the panel said, you look at RNG's draft, they have no frontliner. They're 5 ranged heroes. They are all extremely squishy in this game to the burst potential of a Tiny. Throw in an AA that gets an early level 6. They can easily set up for kills with an Ice Blast with a Tiny combo on pretty much anybody in the game on the side of RNG.
The combos are very, very strong. And you sort of look at the lineup too. It's a question of who's building the pipe, who's rushing a BKB. None of these heroes necessarily wanting to do that.
They've drafted like I said, it's a 5 range lineup, so you don't have your traditional ways to start fights. You don't have your traditional ways of just team fighting either. As they do kind of stack the disables there with that toss. I believe he actually didn't get the damage done onto him because of that lift there, and Flyby will actually push them all 3 away.
Still definitely the tricky kill for Liquid, this Enchantress. To the point where they've already taken the tier 1 tower. They're probably better to look to push their efforts elsewhere. Still a mid tier 1 and a bottom tier 1 that's there for the taking. Miracle starts to push on mid. Setsu will come back into the lane.
RNG was trying so hard to get some damage on the bottom tower. Remember, they brought the 4 heroes, right? They only got 178 damage on the tower because Mind Control just pushes the wave out. Sandstorm, he's super farm too. He's also going to have a very early Blink Dagger. And they've got stacks in preparation to be able to continue their farm and growth. RNG, they're still farming pretty well, but you have to feel that they double down. They like triple down on just wanting to win these lanes, and they aren't really coming out that far ahead at all.
Yeah, I mean, sure they've got a couple more kills, but net worth's pretty even. They are getting even farm, but certainly not ahead.
They're gonna really need Monet to be that tanky frontliner for the team as well as Flyby. Got to be getting the drums and just straight into the BKB. They're going to need those early magic immunities versus this high magic damage.
Hunting. Mind Control's been found. Everything getting thrown down upon him. Some TPs were thought about. Are they going to follow up on them? Still going in with this one. Miracle is just a double. So Mind Control does get found. And this time, RNG with the numbers should be able to take this tower out. This blast will fly in. Cause a minor issue for RNG there. They're not too phased, and with the wards out in range of the tower, they'll take this one away from Liquid.
It's a nice move by RNG. Just knowing they need to get some type of map control. If they start to lose too many towers and they're not able to keep that pressure going, when they have a Shadow Shaman on their draft, it's gonna be pretty difficult. It's a good move there as Flyby. We see the hood picked up. He's also got level 10. Probably gonna choose to take the talent maybe at 11. Since he didn't take it that time, maxing out the heal. So high magic resist will be coming out for the Enchantress. And they're actually pinging down bottom. They look like they want to continue their aggression here and try to control the enemy jungle of Liquid. But Miracle is free farming.
That double Midas efficiency with the Tempest double the time is definitely going to be ticking a little bit for RNG. They must keep this pressure up. Flyby still this very strong core Enchantress that it is difficult for Liquid to kill, even with the magical burst they have because of that hood.
Yeah,
At this point in time, it's probably not enough to get a quick kill. Flyby's always going to have that chance to pop their heal and get away.
And the other important thing that they do have is they have save, right? Setsu, a Force Staff, as well as Astral. So if he's in position, he can look to set up if they do throw out everything onto an edges. Lanham.
They're in. Now look for the combo. GH is there with the follow-up. And Lanham is found. Arfu trying to see if they can react. Setsu slides in with a Force Staff. He's on top of Kuroki.
Spark rates though.
Kuroki will get taken back towards the mid. Flyby. Knows that he can stand here, clean up the wave. There's no chance of going on him.
Monet tried to get aggressive and just ate a double Spark Wraith, had to back up immediately. We'll try to go on GH. So still farming pretty good on their 3 cores. For RNG, they still have that going very well for themselves, and they're trying to keep taking these fights to Liquid. They've got the Serpent Wards available again. Looks like they're going to go to try to set up for their Bounty Runes and maybe get this top tower. They're pinging out also maybe into that mid lane area.
Going for this wraparound play. RNG, their eyes towards mid. Liquid themselves stepping away from the area, only leaving Miracle on that mid lane.
They want to punish him. They have full vision of him with that ward they've placed on the high ground. That right side. But diving past that tier 1, it's very, very scary. As Flyby, the blink come out, the AA blast, he gets the hood off.
Do they have the damage? I don't know if they do. It's going to be close. At least Hex is out, Ray. Okay, with the lift back. There we have it. That'll bring him down under the threshold. It takes pretty much everything. The Liquid showing that very strong hero, the Enchantress, can still be killed by their full lineup. Will leave space up top for the pressure to come in from RNG as they'll push down onto the tier 1 tower. GH is in, so is Weehaw.
Liquid's got double blink daggers. They want to contest this. RNG, they have to back up. There's no Enchantress available for them here. They're immediately starting to send their core heroes elsewhere.
Oh, he's going to just walk in with a wraparound straight away. No hesitation for Lanham. Drop the Serpent Wards on ult. We'll see at the same time with the cooldown pop. Setsu, he'll fall. Miracle gets the kill. Monet will be able to strike back, but Mind Control in with the epicenter straight on top of the gyrocopter. Will secure the trade for Liquid for now because it's still going. The TP's in. Attempt for the Fiend's Grip. Arfu's trying to pick off Weehaw, but again, Liquid, they've got the numbers. The disables are there. As Arfu shaken up. Enchantress Flyby will get the deny, but it is 4 kills that Liquid are able to make happen in that middle lane.
They get Miracle, they commit both of the cores, just getting on top of him, but we saw that bubble. The bubble from that Tempest double with that magnetic field, being able to protect him for just long enough for the backup to get there. And they end up getting multiple kills, and they're not slowing down. These Blink Daggers, they want more.
They're looking for the jump. We are.
Wants to toss back.
There's setup. Do they have the damage? They're going in straight away with that stolen Fiend's Grip. It is enough. GH. He has the control and has that extra bit of damage required to get the Enchantress. There's Liquid. They're eyeing up another. Weehaw. He's in with the combo straight down onto Arfu. Get the chance for the Brain Sap, and Arfu will live.
Ooh, the raindrops saving him there for sure. One of the best items in the game versus the Tiny. As we see raindrops and bracers usually be the pickup. More space for Miracle to farm. Monet also doing pretty decent on the side of RNG. But these Blink Daggers, this tempo. RNG has to be careful not to get caught off guard by these quick jumps. There's a Veil now picked up for the Sand King. So like we said, all magic damage, lots of magic damage, amplification from Vortex. Now they have a Veil as well to look to set up for those.
Where are they going to head to now?
Setsu has a wind lance in his inventory over his Dragon Lance. I guess he wants movement speed, but...
I guess he's not fighting. You know, efficiency, movement speed is
coming
probably
anyway.
favored.
He's getting the Hurricane Pike delivered anyway, so bam, it doesn't matter.
Who needs the Dragon Lance? Oh, Setsu. Mind Control. Trying to start something off on this top lane.
Just the magic damage is just building up. Look at Monet on low. He's dropping already.
He's in. There's going to be a defensive Astral from Setsu, keeping Monet safe. The Serpent Wards down. They trapped up Mind Control. It's a big Ice Blast that's going to be flying over to this half of the map. In fact, I believe gets pretty much all 3 of them. Didn't quite get Monet, though, so Monet will be able to walk out. As RNG, they've got the 2 kills. Liquid still trying to fight with the drag back. They'll get Flyby as well as Lanham. A 2 for 2. Monet. If that Ice Blast connected, it was so close as well.
Yeah,
it didn't. He gets to walk out alive.
It was so close, right? He was right on the cusp of it. Being able to dance himself away, and it's important for him to survive in all of these fights. Monet needs a BKB so he can survive the burst damage. We can get that off before they do all the combos, and he's getting close. I'd imagine Setsu's probably doing the same thing, either a Blink or a BKB, as he does kill both.
GH has got a little bit of time until that Fiend's Grip goes. It's probably not going to be long enough for him to make another play with it.
He's
so will fall.
Just kidding.
But Ether Lens is done. He's got that extra reach now, GH.
Yep.
So you've got to watch out for these steals, especially that Fiend's Grip. Fiend's Grip always going to be a juicy one for him to grab.
Yeah, I mean, it's been a classic counter pick for a long time versus that Bane, just having the Rubik. Rubik has a pretty decent amount of spell set, which don't look like the most obvious, not these Ravages or anything, but even getting Astral. Astral is a very good spell to steal on a Rubik, as we used to see. I think Liquid used to actually pick the Rubik into the OD quite a lot when they first formed. I think when they first picked up GH, it was just like, we're picking Rubik every time versus that hero. They do really like that matchup. And they're smoking. They've got some big item timings here. And it is, of course, those bounty runes that they're looking to set up for. And keep the fights going. Allow Miracle to keep free farming. But RNG, they're keeping it. They're keeping their farm up.
They are.
That close.
20 minutes in, it's dead even on the gold.
Setsu's level 17 on the OD as well. He's farming beast. Miracle only level 15 on that Arc Warden. So really keeping himself ahead of the game here.
They can keep Setsu safe in the fights. What sort of safety do they have? They do have the heal from Enchantress. See if Setsu's able to find himself in a situation where he can really rack up the end. Ace Rune will be grabbed by Setsu. Bottom lane, Miracle. Get to find another tower. Does RNG stay together? Over on Liquid's top half of the map, away from forming any sort of a defense. Both mid waves and bottom are being pushed in against them. They'll now go for the smoke up move themselves, trying to bait a little bit with Setsu. See if they get any sort of jump out of Weeha. Liquid starting to move back across the jungle towards that area. If RNG can get the wraparound or reach in, they have the Fiend's Grip. Lanham on the front lines as well, ready to offer the disable required to start a fight off Lanham.
Lanham will get broken. Mike Control, he sees him, he wants him.
There's backup for Lanham. Can they help him out? Arthur's going to try, but the Ice Blast straight down on Lanham will kill him off. The pass over from the Ice Blast does clip on a flyby, so 3 dead straight away. Monet, he's still going to try and fight this. He's moving in with the BKB. Setsu as well. They're looking to come in. There's the ult. Slam down onto Miracle. They'll get the kill, but it's going to cost him his life. Mind Control back in with the counterplay. Burrow Strike will catch out Setsu. And Weeha jumping in. Arfu brought back for this. Triple kill for Weeha. As RNG, they really tried to force that. They went for the smoke, lose their support. Monet and Setsu, they still felt confident, overconfident with that Monet BKB. They went in for that fight, but they didn't have the backup. Liquid had the numbers. And sure, you killed off Miracle, but it cost you a lot.
They had to know that there's no way they get anybody else in that fight. That's a full commit just to kill the Arc Warden, because they've already lost pretty much, they've lost everybody else on their team. It's 2 versus 4 into it, well, 2 versus 5 actually, with the Tempest double still down as well.
At this point, you know, it's Monet. He's popped the BKB already before those 2 die, so he feels like he's got to make something happen. They know that Setsu is incredibly strong at the moment. They get the kill, but there's no escape. There's no way out for Setsu.
Yeah, and like we said too, like Setsu, when he dies, he's level 18 in those situations. The amount of experience, we saw it, those 6,000 experience in favor of Liquid there. So it looks like we're going to see defensive items being picked up now. That magical damage is really proving to be a bit of a problem for Miracle. He's queued up his own BKB on the Arc Warden, and when he gets that one, OD and Gyrocopter, they're completely nullified as they're not really going to be dealing that physical damage at all. So he looks like he's going to be farming that one. We saw him very vocal as well after he does get brought down, probably saying, hey guys, I need either 4 staffs to peel me away from the Gyrocopter or my own type of magic immunity. Maybe even a pipe. I'm not sure if anyone's going to queue that one up, but it doesn't look like it's going to be the case. These team fights, we see how much damage Liquid does have with all that amplification.
RNG still sticking around. Very hard for them to get sort of the quick kills without the sanity. Smoke's going to be used. Immediately Setsu takes it off himself and gets back to hitting the creep wave. So trying to draw the attention away. See if they can catch Liquid off guard. Miracle would be a juicy one. On his own, could be a good chance to kill him without any sort of payback. And they're straight up with the ult. Miracle is dead. Now can they keep everyone alive? Flyby, he still wants to continue to try and fight. Weeha's going to get the chance to jump in and over onto Lanham. A buyback's coming out from Lanham. They get the control, but a quick force will separate Flyby from the aggression of Liquid. As RNG will keep their cause alive. And that one they'll definitely take. Taking down Miracle, only costing them the life of the Shaman.
Very nice smoke move there. Just they're identifying that they can just keep moving around the map and trying to take the fights and just getting on top of Miracle before he's able to get that magic immunity. They also have a crazy amount of damage coming in from their draft if they do get on those targets. And Lanham was the main focus of all the damage from Liquid there. RNG trying to turn this into a tower.
Can Liquid fight this there? Sort of hovering around on the high ground. Mind Control doesn't have epicenter. They're going to go in with the Ice Blast. Combo straight away onto the two of them. They'll be able to blow him down low, but there's the Astral save. Setsu keeping Monet fine as RNG. They're thinking about diving past this tier 1 tower. Monet, in fact, just popping the BKB and backing off. Miracle's back in the game, and they're starting to clean up Liquid. They've got the lockdown onto Flyby. He's forced down to the low ground. Still continue to retreat as Spark rates out. Weeha's trying to chase. They'll get themselves out of there. Only the Bane to go down, and Mind Control again. He's the one to fall for that attempt to try and strike back at RNG.
Great positioning by Setsu, able to bail out both of his other cores there with the Hurricane Pike as well as that Astral to ensure that Monet gets the BKB off. But they don't get the tower. That's what they really were coming for, and that's really what they were trying to get that wraparound for, committing everything to try to get more map control, get that early tier 1 mid. Well, early, 25-minute tier 1 mid.
Some good, quick, smart moves for sure, though, from Liquid. That's back to the game. Bottom lane.
Sends the double.
Just a double.
Wave. They're gonna be able to clean it up. So it should be some gold here for Monet.
Who's gonna be the one to grab it?
Monet will get 300.
He's gonna be very happy with that one.
Yep, it's a max level now, so he's level 18, so it does give that 300 gold bounty. Those do add up.
Let's see. The next move's going to be RNG, showing themselves very openly down bottom. Monet leading the creep wave around as they approach towards the tier 2 tower. Same to be said for Liquid. They're moving in as the three of them getting pressure onto the tier 2 top.
Yeah, he's almost got the Ags. They're farming at a very good pace here. It's pretty much just the Arc Warding keeping up in the pace versus both that OD and Gyro. Weeha, he's acting more as just like the supportive core. Same thing with Mind Control. They're both just like these lockdown heroes as well as teamfight to provide for Miracle to pretty much just be the solo carry. It's kind of like this 4 Protect 1. I mean, it is like this 4 Protect 1 for them. Again,
kill it off again in time before it disappears. Won't get it this time. Timing will work in Miracle's favor as he doesn't give up the goal.
And they'll transition this into a push though. But Miracle, he is TPing down. He wants to fight. That means he probably has BKB. He does.
Mind Control. Tries for the quick blink, but instant reaction for Setsu to get away. Mind Control still going to be able to get on top of him with the Burrows trap, but there's a lot of heroes here on RNG. Quick combo for Weeha. Takes out Arfu, and now they're looking for the lockdown. Setsu's in trouble. Telekinesis tracks him out, but still get the chance to pump the BKB. BKB out from Monet as well. They're trying to TP out. Setsu with the BKB link will get away. A flyby left behind will be dealt with by Miracle, and the Tempest double. Mind Control still looking for the chase to pick up as many kills as they can, as Lanham will be found. 3 dead on RNG as Liquid. They'll fight hard. RNG, the ones were trying to push the tier 2 tower down. They were over Liquid's half of the map. Everyone was back up on Liquid.
They're looking for more. They know it's only 2 alive. Weeha's blinking into the base because he got the successful scan initially.
Mind Control nearly getting the chance to close that gap on Monet. As this will be the tower down in mid.
You can see how aggressive that they're playing. As soon as the RNG BKBs get popped, if they're not able to just instantly kill that Arc Warden, which, I mean, in this case, it's going to be very difficult for them because of that BKB that he does have, they have to pretty much disengage in all those occasions. Still having 2 dead at Liquid. Looks like they were trying to go for Monet here, but unable to get that close positioning. And we see, of course, level 20 now on Arc Warden. So that Spark Wraith cooldown with the cooldown reduction. We were talking about the traps. The potential is going to be there. The Tiny with the toss back into the Spark Wraiths can't always be there, especially when you get level 20. That's the big one, because if you do go for the toss, requires no target. You can freely toss people onto there, even if no one's there. So definitely potential. Don't know if we'll see it, but I'm excited for it.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
As RNG starting to fall a bit behind in this one here after these last few fights.
Looking at the next 2 items really on the course, the Hex for Setsu and the Maelstrom for Monet. That's what they're going to hope for before anything too crazy is forced on them. They're still feeling the strength when they have that Sanities, though. Anytime they've got the ult, they're happy to smoke up, look to see if they can grab a core alone. Liquid sticking very well together.
Setsu's still very farmed, like we were saying, level 21, so he's got even that Sanity's Eclipse multiplier, so that much damage that is going to be coming out if they can get the instant jump. Lanem, still no Blink Dagger for him to get that Blink Hex.
Here we go, Smoke's dispelled. We are hiding around the trees, gets in with the Blink jumps, plays straight away. Setsu, BKB's pop. He'll slide into the magnetic field, starting to steal the in of Weeha. Sanity's eclipses down, they burst out the Tiny. Miracle with his BKB, he's looking to tower. Weeha buys back. He's coming over towards the try and mind control. He's on top of Setsu, a defensive Astral's used. But of course, Setsu, he's already used the BKB. He'll get the Blink off outside of the Astral. Will still be able to escape. And RNG, again, getting away with these smooth moves, getting in, killing off Weeha. Weeha buying back. But RNG, they don't lose anything for it once again. They're able to get out of there, even with, I believe, what the stolen Sanity's dropped down by GH. He just didn't have the indifference or damage to get a kill with it.
No, it didn't really do much of anything. And they also, RNG, big thing is, they saved the BKB on Monet. They had to use it for Setsu because he committed forward so hard because of that smoke play, but keeping these BKBs at high duration is going to be really important. Liquid, they're trying to punch back here. They know there's no Sanities. They go straight to
And they want to make something happen with the buyback from Weeha.
that as well.
He's brought back. They know that they can go for that. And RNG, without the tools available for a minute or so, won't look to try and defend, or sorry, to push them out of the pit. Sages into the hands of Weeha.
Miracle's feeling safe, just because that BKB in particular, he doesn't feel like he could probably die if they don't get an instant Hex on him. So giving the Weeha that one because he doesn't have buyback either. RNG still able to punch back and get some of these kills here when they're setting up. Both opposing cores in the mid lane, Setsu as well as Miracle, they're both going Hex like you were talking about. Looks like Miracle's gonna get his just a little bit faster. And that's the prevention. That's the big one, right? More control to prevent those BKBs to get off from getting off, and also just more catch if they do get a chase type of situation where RNG is going to start resetting, as we've seen them do a lot, right? They run in, they try to get a kill, and then the BKBs are done, and they just try to book it out of there. So this is going to provide them more catch for Liquid.
Yeah, that extra bit of lockdown, and we've seen already. You know, Setsu, each time he's getting the chance to get that BKB off. If he doesn't get that BKB off, he dies to sort of this SK AA initiation every time.
They're making sure they give Lanem the gold here. Monet actually having to back away from the creep wave. So Lanem now has that blink. So they've got the blink and the Hex. They have those quick ways to get the disable, potentially before Miracle is able to get that BKB off.
They can now try and commit him at the same time that Setsu does.
Yeah.
Make sure he just has the opportunity to just pound down on a hero, building up that in.
If they can kill Miracle before the fight starts, you look at the net worth, just like looking at the gold, all of that gold is fluctuated completely onto that Arc Warden. So the team fight and the damage is going to be coming out from Liquid is going to be pretty limited if they do get Miracle. And immediately they smoke up. They've got their Hex finished. They've got their double Blink daggers too. So many different forms of catch to start that fight. Liquid though, with this high ground claim, they will break the smoke.
They're in. Hex reveal. In fact, Setsu, he'll commit with the BKB popped. That's the big one. Miracle caught out. Liquid had to get everyone else out of there quickly in to make that play happen.
Those Blink daggers, the blink into the immediate hexes from both Lanem as well as Setsu. Miracle was not prepared for that. Even though they had the vision, they caught them for just like a second or so when they were up on that high ground. But yeah, Miracle. Those long-range casts by a Shadow Shaman can catch you off guard.
That really is some beastly play from Setsu and the boys.
Yep.
Just showing the power of the OD. I think we saw, he's played about 250 games on this hero. Very good win rate. He's very comfortable.
And they're making it work without a traditional way to start the fight. No like Centaur, no Tiny, no Sand King, no one else who can just jump in. They're using it with just their Blink daggers and their hexes that they have.
Interesting there, that probability still favoring that at Liquid, but I'm looking at this OD and the way that they can quickly get these pickoffs on the high value cores. And I've got to say, I'd probably even favor it slightly the other way towards RNG. If they can keep doing this, get that instant disable off, killing Miracle at the start of fights, things are going to slow down, and this OD he's going to be this late game hero that just smashes through the lineup of Liquid.
Yeah, he's definitely terrifying. You have to get on top of Miracle. If you do not kill this Arc Warden at the start of the fight, you're probably just going to get chased down and killed. Because the other ones, everyone else on the side of Liquid, they're kind of just like these meat bags for Miracle to sit in the back and do all that damage with that Mjolnir. But yeah, this OD Setsu is tremendously farmed. And Monet as well. That's the thing, is they have 2 scaling cores versus a 4 protect 1 strategy. The Enchantress is also farming too, but in this game, like Panel talked about, there's a lot of ways that she's countered because of that bubble that comes out.
I mean, you can just see on the net worth, the fact that it is that small difference between the OD and the Arc Warden. No, Arc Warden, a hero with 2 Midases, effectively. This OD doesn't even have a Midas at all, but Setsu.
Save again.
He's keeping up. BKB's going to be popped by Miracle. Flyby standing hidden from the side with the impetus. Buyback straight away from Arc, who wants to make sure this is a 5v5 as Monet commits with the BKB. Setsu's in with his own BKB, racking up the end as he punches into Rio. Xanades is down. They've got the 2 big kills. Both Mike Control and Miracle are out of it. Setsu just cleaning up. Triple kill for this OD. As Dota Plus, where you're at right now, you cannot underestimate the power of Setsu. As we are, he'll get a kill, he's trying for the TPS, so they have the damage they want. Weehar will escape, but this OD is getting out of control. He's level 25. Every single fight, RNG able to set up for Setsu to do the damage.
They're forcing Monet to be that frontliner and force the BKB. Monet has an Eye of Scotty. He just BKBs, charges in, forces Miracle to use it, and then Setsu just runs rampant in the front.
He's in, the Hex is there, Liquid are going to come in with the counterplay, Power strikes out, they are punishing this RNG. They dove in for this one, Setsu's falling low, they've got to get back. Setsu falling a little low there, there's a TP over to the Shrine, Mind Control. He's coming round, he's going to find him, Mind Control's in, TP's cancelled, Setsu is dead. And just as quickly, and we have this moment of brilliance from RNG, they seemingly throw it all away. Monet will be able to BKB and TP out of there. But diving the tier 3s, diving the barracks, I think they got a little carried away with themselves.
They definitely got carried away. They still can't underestimate how much damage and control there is from Liquid, and Flyby will get caught by the Yules. Also likely to get brought down from the...
Oh no!
Even the barrage over the tree line from...
Oh, RNG, what have you done?
They had what, 90 seconds, right? Well, Mind Control bought back, but they had like 90 seconds without them sinking, as well as the Arc Warden. Mind Control forced the buyback, catches them completely off guard under those tier 4s.
You've got to keep your cool here on the main stage.
You really do.
It's very easy to get carried away. Setsu, after that triple kill, that amazing fight from RNG, he could feel the crowd behind him. He knew he was powerful, but he wasn't that powerful to dive tier 4s. And they're going to start to pay for his Liquid. They're pushing back off the back of that Weehar. Forced out of the circle for combo, still getting incredibly low here. Does manage to separate himself from RNG, so he'll be fine for now. Tempest double will get farmed up. 300 gold for Monet. They'll push back Liquid.
This is quite a crazy game here, going back and forth. The sheer amount of damage from both sides. If they do catch anybody, it really does seem like those initiations are going to be the most crucial thing in this game. Whoever gets the jump, whoever's able to chain lock down somebody before they get that BKB off, is likely to win the fight. So, very high chance of a very back and forth one coming out here. But RNG, they do have those 2 heroes that are scaling, even though Liquid only has the 1. And Monet, Setsu, he's kind of been dwarfing him a bit here in this game because how much damage that OD is able to do. But he's 7-1 and 8 as well. He's having a fantastic game on the Gyrocopter.
Sanity's is back up. RNG, we're going to look for that movement with Smoke. Just picked up by Arfield, get it sent out. Would not be surprised if we see RNG try and make a quick play. They do know that in these next moments, there's, a couple of buybacks that are still on cooldown for Liquid, both that of Mind Controls and GH's.
Yeah.
And next time, if they can take a fight, try and focus on some tier 3s, they could have a good shot at taking a tier 3 tower, but they do have to hit the tower rather than trying to hit the heroes behind it.
I mean, this is RNG we're talking about here. We know how bloodthirsty these guys are, as we've seen them throughout this entire tournament. Always looking for kill after kill. Now it looks like they're setting up to take a fight before that Roche does spawn. Spark rates are set up, though.
Making
all
it very
over the
hard
place.
to invade from this angle.
The D-ward happens, immediately you see Liquid kind of back up and get themselves in a more defensive stance.
Yep.
And all those spark rays continue to be laid down. Yeah, they're very prepared for this one. They're still just sitting here, setting up more spark rays just in case RNG does want to continue chasing forward. But Liquid is losing all their vision on the map, too. We see 2 D-wards just coming out from RNG from that smoke, actually. They get the top D-ward and they get the one that's in their jungle. So right now, Liquid, a bit blind on the map. They have the 1 ward in the mid lane, and now they're going to get some information down bottom for Miracle. Will they get the double in time? Just able to.
See what Liquid's next move is. Satanic stun for Monet. He's tanky.
He is. He's trying to act as that front line, right? He's going to be dealing a lot of damage as well, but it gives a big distraction. If he just charges in onto Miracle, that's going to give Setsu a big opportunity to just sit back there and just wail on him as this OD.
Oh yeah, I mean with the Satanic and the Skadi BKB, he absolutely can be that front line.
And the Skadi in this game, we talk about it a lot because of how good the item is overall, but we say versus ranged heroes, Arc Warden, ranged carry. You get hit by a Skadi proc, you're losing that 45 movement speed, 45 attack speed slow as well. Pretty painful if he is able to get on top of you. Sorry, 45% movement speed slow, sorry. Weeha also starting to transition, still quite a ways behind the other cores in the game, the big beefy ones, but he's got his Aghanims now too, so he also can start packing quite a bit of a punch here with that Echo Saber slow.
As RNG just trying to get rid of that last tier 2 tower that stands on Liquid's map.
Like they're just camping high grounds, waiting until they can get their next further items, just wanting to play around those spark rates as most as possible. And we will have those bounty runes coming out. It's also 40 minutes, so power runes ×2 will be spawning. We have an invis top, a haste rune bottom. Map control becoming more and more important to be able to guarantee that you get those DDs and arcane runes. Very scary.
Roche is up, Liquid. It's going to be scanned out by RNG, and RNG is certainly going to want to fight this, you would imagine. They have all the ultimates, the same to be said for Liquid. It's a little scary though for Liquid. We've seen in these 5v5, Setsu does always get the chance to get a couple of hits off and back. Ooh, there's going to be a jumping attempt here from Weeha. Weeha
4 steps.
Forced back up to the high ground. Setsu jumps in. If not enough damage with the Sanity's Eclipse to quite get the kill. And Liquid, they know now with the Sanities, they want to try and fight back. Arfu from the side goes for the feed script, but the stolen feed script for GH turns things around. The Bane will fall. Monet moving in on the front lines. He's trying to finish up Miracle, but Miracle's too tanky. He can hold the distance. They'll turn back towards mind control. That's the first big kill as he's dead. But no buyback. The Black Cannon hits around. Setsu will fall. We are Miracle. They've got to be careful. We are X'd out. Miracle's BKB is popped. He'll TP out. As RNG will take the fight despite Setsu falling. Both We Are and Mind Control dead without buyback for 100 seconds.
See how much Monet is able to do inside of the fights. Look at the damage that's coming out from him there. The OD ulti, the Sanity's Eclipse, it looks like, I mean, Weeha got the BKB off, right? It looks like it only clipped, I think, Mind Control, I think,
the 2 supports.
Or even the supports, yeah. But they got the BKB off before they could get the burst off onto Weeha. And they will be able to get a kill because of that there, as Miracle claims himself back on the high ground. And they will just keep getting those right clicks.
Despite
25 approaching for Arc Warden.
Sort of having those 2 cores down, it doesn't look like RNG will be able to do anything with it because Setsu is also dead.
Yeah, it looks like he got Kuroki as well as Mind Control, but Weeha did get that BKB off. Yeah. And Mind Control, his own BKB, protecting him for quite a large amount of time, even though he does get chained hex up afterwards, but it buys him time to isolate Setsu when he does commit forward onto Miracle here on the left side here in a second.
You see Weeha wants to try and get back in at the end of this fight, stepping forward towards Monet, underestimating the damage that Flyby still had, ready to throw out with the impetus. Back towards the pit. Tempest doubles trying to push RNG away on the high ground. A quick lift from GH. Starts to tickle with Arfu. Unlikely that Liquid are able to stop RNG getting away with this with 2 of their cores still dead on Liquid. RNG can finish up the Roche, claim that Aegis, claim that G's.
Such a close game here. It's pretty much been within a 3K gold lead and within a 2K experience lead the entire game. Both teams just duking it out, 28-22. Non-stop team fights happening. Even though Liquid, you look at their draft overall and you're like, wow, they have some crazy amount of team fights. Well, RNG is more so, I mean, they have team fight between their OD and that Gyrocopter, but besides that, they're more about the pick-off factor, and they're still able to bring it to Liquid in these fights. Just because of that sheer farm on the Gyro and OD. Just do so much damage. Is that 25 yet on the 25 now on Arc Warden? All right, so Spark Rates, the damage becomes absolutely insane, as we do know and love. We've seen this a couple times now on these big stages. And with a Butterfly now too, we see this evasion. They can't even bring down the Tempest double in time to get the gold. Or maybe MKB's double queued up soon. Setsu might not even want one because he just wants to have more of his magic damage, but Monet definitely needing one, and he gets it right away.
I can certainly get behind this refresher build on Setsu.
Yeah.
We
have
have
so
seen
much
a
int, double BKB, double hex. Like the double BKB really important for him because it's already down to 5 seconds. But yeah.
Yeah, because it means he can stay in the fight for that duration of time that Liquid aren't going to be able to do with their single-use BKBs. And then you are going to find that opportunity to drop down the hammer when that BKB wears out for Liquid's cause.
And that hammer is going to hurt. That 12x multiplier when he's sitting at 200 int. How's everybody's int on the side of Liquid? The highest one is at 100 and my math's not working right now. 121. So they're going to be dealing. Yeah, they're going to be taking quite a lot. Taking over 800 damage from just a single astral, from a single Sanity's Eclipse. So will build up as he does build up into force. DD rune on Monet. They're looking to play aggressive with this one here, down bottom. Setsu. Looks like he wants to defend, and he's going to go for Boots of Travel, it looks like, first. So that he can join his team down bottom. When they have this H and this cheese, they're trying to get a little bit of a timing for themselves. Maybe trying to bait Liquid, because he hasn't bought the Boots of Travel just yet. He didn't show. He actually cleared the wave, and now he's picking up the Boots of Travel. So he was kind of hiding it a little bit there in case Liquid did want to try to take a fight, thinking that it was only going to be 4 heroes bottom. Little heads-up play there by Setsu.
I mean, is there a team sort of at this point that's saying, we don't need to be as hasty with our players, we can chill out, we can sort of let this go on, or do you think both are equally confident as this game draws on?
RNG have more farm on their dual cores, right? And they also have an Enchanter that can scale as well. While Liquid, they have just really the Arc Warden. Weeha, he's starting to get some transition items. But RNG, they do look like they're feeling just a bit more comfortable here. Can never count out an Arc Warden, though. That is the one thing. Sometimes someone just gets caught by a quad or 10 or 15 Spark Rates and just dies inside of a team fight. We've seen it happen at a major.
Split push pressure, of course. The Tempest double. Constantly making sure one of the waves is pushed back against RNG's base.
Yeah, and even though you can itemize for an MKB to deal with the bubble when you're hitting versus heroes, MKB does not work on towers. So whenever Miracle is in position to just throw that magnetic field on the tower, Monet has a very hard time just walking forward and actually committing to do damage onto it.
And they go, they drop the wards. They'll start to put the pressure on Mind Control. He's in with the Burrow Strike. Monet falling incredibly low. The Hex lockdown's there as well. They'll burst him once.
Land him. The tree throw.
But just takes him out immediately. Weeha, with the barrage of trees, finds the kill on Shaman, and they had to back up RNG. The Aegis push won't be successful. As Aegis is taken away in the tier 3 tower, it barely got scratched.
75 damage because of those magnetic fields. And Mind Control, he's chasing forward. They're throwing Spark Race aplenty. Afu trying to hide. Mind Control.
Oh,
he seems to know.
He's going to find him. Persistence from Mind Control as he hunts in the tree lines, catches out the second support. Is RNG unable to get that push together, even with the Aegis?
That's why you always say, don't count out Arc Warden. One little disable comes out, you throw like 3-4 Spark Rates on top of it, and you just see how much damage Monet takes. Even an Ice Vortex plus Spark Rates, they're insane how much damage they do.
An attempt to push back down mid. Not the biggest window of time to get something done. Liquid, as supports will be back up in about 25, but we'll see it again here as how quickly Monet gets brought down that first time.
And even though he has Satanic and all that heal too, there's an AA Blast. He isn't able to get the Satanic off because he was completely chain lockdown, but Lanem, he just gets tree volleyed to death. They're looking for more.
Tried for the defensive astral that will save Monet from the Ice Blast, and supports back in the game now, so Liquid is going to be a little careful, just using the Tempest double to trade as much damage as they can. And Liquid will back, not wanting to try and push into the 5-man defense of RNG quite yet. Still know that there is that big old threat of the Sanity's Eclipse. And that's the recipe in his backpack, so his intentions are revealed. Still a little bit of a way to go before he has the 2 Perseverances and money for buyback.
Yeah, that one mid forward for that one. And Spark Race being set down all over the place. Even though they are smoked up, it does get broken. They get the
jump straight away. Weeha's going to look for the counterplay, but Lana with the BKB can come in for the shackles. Setsu's in as well as own BKB. Weeha gets himself out of the Serpent Wars. They've lost the 2 supports again. Both Lana and Alfie buy back immediately. Mind Control tries to go over the epicenter. Looking for Setsu. The pass by's there with the Ice Blast. Monet takes out. Miracle turns to focus in for Sanity. He's dropped out, but he's not quite enough to get the big kills. As Monet is dead, another burrow from Mind Control. control, holds back Flyby. Flyby and Setsu still seeing if they can get anything done. The two supports from both sides falling. Monet being the big find though for Liquid, getting that gyrocopter. He feels the pressure as well, does expend the buyback to try and keep that fight going the way of RNG, but they cannot find Weeheart, Miracle, or Mind Control themselves. All three staying alive on Liquid.
All three get their BKB off, so that's where the damage, they do have high physical damage coming out from the gyro, but Monet, he charged forward, he got kind of isolated. He really committed forward to try to kill Miracle there, but then he gets turned, he gets Bloodthorn, he gets hexed, he gets brought down so quickly by that magic damage. A great jump by Lanem there, though. The blink, the BKB, the hex, the quick shackle.
He commits, he went in.
He really committed forward there to try to catch out Liquid. But Liquid, they were able to take that fight anyway with their positioning.
I mean, that one Astral, it brought a lot of the heroes down to easily less than half their HP. Things would certainly be different once Setsu's able to get the refresher, but as we say, still playing it safe in terms of saving for buyback. Top lane, Mind Control looks for the jump in.
He's just dead.
They're there waiting for him, and they're going to step forward more. GH, he's got an Eon Disc. It's unlikely to save him. Will try and turn the Nightmare play. Won't do anything for the Rubik as GH falls. Double kill for Setsu. Liquid, they tried to step forward with just the two heroes, very split up. They'll be able to farm at the Tempest double as well here, as an extra 300 gold will be picked up by Flyby. As just as much as RNG were making mistakes earlier, Liquid making some mistakes themselves.
And there's the refresher. He's got Sanity's back up at 50. He has 60 stolen intelligence right now too.
Dude, he can just go in and drop that ult.
It's
somebody's gonna die. This is a very smart OD.
You or?
Well, I mean, it's second smartest. So we have a Miracle. Quick defensive play from Setsu with the Astral, the backup Ice Blast. They'll actually clip onto Monet and pass over Setsu. Setsu, he's on the front, does get forced back. They'll get rid of the double. BKB actually popped by Monet. This is going to mean that RNG do have to back off, despite the fact that Liquid were only 4v5 for the next minute. Liquid with the Ice Blast, hitting onto, I believe, at least 3 of them. It puts a stop to the push, and they'll be able to sit back, wait for GH to respawn before any action is forced.
Weehaw is actually starting to be a pretty big deal in the fights too. This tree volley with this crit, he's gonna have the Daedalus finished up as well. He's really starting to hurt a lot versus the RNG heroes. The supports are just starting to disappear.
At 13, 5, and 12, you can see how many kills Weehaw's racking up.
Yeah.
At this point, definitely still a game of buybacks though. He has to make sure that the money is there for both. Neither team really wanting to go fully in.
These type of games are just so fun to watch because of how much, there's so much damage and control coming in, but it's all about the initiations and the BKBs, who's able to get them off. And like you said, Setsu, with that refresher, with double sanities, he can easily chunk down heroes.
Miracle. Tempest double, looking for some action. And we'll try to kill it off. He's going to put the BKB to make sure that he doesn't feed that 300 gold away. It's very hard for them to kill that Tempest double when the BKB is available.
Yep, and he's just going to set up as many Spark Rays as possible before it does time out, giving them that extra little map control and a little bit of pressure versus these squishy supports.
Such a close game, just
so close,
a 1k gold difference in it at 52 minutes in.
It's really just up to execution in fights. Now Liquid, this is their next big plan. Set up around that Roche area. It's gonna be spawning soon. Get the Spark Rates everywhere. Start sending some creeps, Enchantress. Start tanking those.
I was gonna say, you don't get more setup than this. The whole area just littered with Spark Wraiths.
And they have to just run through and tank them. Like Flyby looks like he wants to try.
They're trying with the Glimmer.
They know they have to do this in order to be able to contest this Roche. If all these Spark Rays are set up before the fight, it'll be way too hard for them to disengage or even just to walk in with when their BKBs are not available. They will have to pop the BKBs so early on, or just blink past.
Who's going to go for Roche first? Who's going to feel confident to start the attempt?
So they've got him. We know they have the MKB on the gyro, and we know how much magical damage the OD is doing. But the miss rate is going to start becoming a factor. The Butterfly on Miracle, as well as now Mind Control 25. I think that he had that a little bit ago. 50% Sandstorm, Slow, and Blind. This is actually really, really strong talent that we don't see hit too often on these rankings, so they don't hit 25 every single game. But this is pretty devastating if he is able to get inside of those front lines onto the OD.
Oh,
Weehaw.
BKB's pop. Starts to try and walk his way off. Setsu's also going to put the BKB as they want to continue to poke into Weeha. Weeha will be able to get up to the high ground. The homing missile still connects upon him. He's glimmered, and RNG won't push up to the high ground with their own BKBs already being used. Tree volley. Oh, it hurts. It hurts. Setsu losing half of his health there. So the trees flying in from Weeha.
Yeah, they're healing him up though with Flyby. They at least have those nature's attendants to make sure that they don't have to back up and use one of their shrines, or actually they don't need, yeah, top shrines actually used, but the bottom one's not. But they keep themselves around the area, and this is all it's about. Control the Roche.
It does make it difficult for Sets, you know, as an OD, you want to go in and just start hitting people, but you have to be so wary of your positioning. You cannot stand in the same place for too long, as the whole area is going to be covered with trees.
Covered with trees, covered with spark rays, covered with ice vortex. A lot of things on the ground you got to be careful of. As Roche will be spotting, and it's going to be an Aghanims, not the Refresher Shard.
Oh, who's happy to get an Axe? Quite a few of these heroes, right? I mean,
quite a few. I think the Sand King, just for that initial long distance, like he can just stun in and then blink out a lot of times rather than committing himself so much. For Liquid, that is. While on the side of RNG, I think it's Enchantress, right? Enchantress or Lanim?
I was meant to have this.
Either one of them sound pretty good. As yeah, more level 25s coming out. How many people are level 25 in this game? Everybody except for the 5 positions.
At the rate we're going, they should get the chance to get there.
Yep. As long as they survive in the fights, they keep just dying because there's so much damage.
Well, we've seen so many times both teams just having to buy back on the supports.
Yeah, they just die immediately, they buy back, they run up to the fight, they're like, hey, I wanted some XP. As we see, continuous spark race set up, a Flyby. He knows his job. He's like, okay, I'll tank 1 or 2, back up for a second. Ensure that Liquid does not control the area too hard.
RNG.
Stalemate.
They want to try and start something over Liquid's half of the map before going into Roche. The Hex from the low ground. Starting to poke onto Weeha. He's actually going to jump in. Looks to go for the support straight away. They're on top of the Bane. Arfu's out of the fight. Does not have the luxury of buying back. It's unavailable. It's now Liquid. Mind control. Burrow striking away. Jumps in. He's a little scared of getting hexed. He's just trying to sort of wreck the situation. They've got eyes for it. Flyby. That's the damage we're talking about. Weeha. The trees with that Daedalus just destroying the Enchantress. There's nothing untouchable about her now.
Making their way now into the pit. There is a DD rune on Monet, and they do have their buybacks available now. Mafu as well as Flyby do have theirs. But this area, the spark rates are already starting to be set up. But this Roche is starting to drop pretty quickly here.
I don't think you're getting into the pit as RNG unless you want to commit with those buybacks. 3 versus 5, the damage that Liquid have. Taking Roche down at an incredible pace.
Who's taking
Axe is on the floor, going GH.
It's going to go to G. Okay, it's going to go to GH.
I mean, you can respect that. This is a GH Rubik.
Absolutely.
Believe in the GH Rubik.
The frequency of spell stolen in this game could be really nice. And even if he's able to get Astral, like I said, Astral, with an Aghanims, you get that increased cast range, you get that, of course, double charges, more multiple forms of safety, allow your teammates also to get BKBs off. And as we see, these fights are so much about who gets the jump off and who just instantly brings down a hero. I mean, he has a lot of different things he can steal, but Serpent Warren's probably the best one, but yeah, there's lots of different things. They make themselves out outside of that pit area with that Aegis and that cheese now. Miracle also sitting at, you know, just a casual 10,000 gold.
Whoa.
That's why we're not even gonna look at the net worth advantages too much anymore, because you know everyone's pretty rich. It's all just buybacks.
It is always a good point to make, though. Says 10k gold in the bank. So Liquid that 6k lead. They're in reality sort of 4k behind before he buys something up with that. In terms of effective net worth.
Well, but then you also look at Monet and he's 8,000.
Oh,
so, you gotta look at that back and forth.
And then we end up having to do a lot of math. So in fact, let's not look at that at all.
Exactly.
Let's not look at that at all.
Liquid. Starting to set up here. They want to get this, like, just initiation, getting that high ground control. Super important in this game.
It's a scary push to make when the refresh orb's available for Setsu. Pushing into a double sanities when RNG are going to have that high ground advantage. It's not going to be easy for Liquid.
It is starting to feel like Liquid is starting to get some good control of the game here, though, into these crazy later stages of the game, as an Aghanim's also now going to be delivered for an Arc Warden. So, you know, spawning those runes, you can spawn runes.
I don't think I've ever got the treat of seeing that one.
I actually don't think I have either.
Here we go. I mean, maybe he gets lucky. If he gets a DD, hands it over the way of Weehaw. Those trees.
No, he just wants bounty runes.
Okay.
He gets a DD right away.
Hey, there we have it. There we have it.
Give it a Weehaw.
Give it a Weehaw.
Yep.
Oh, I like the sound it made. I've never heard
I actually
that
not heard that either.
I didn't know. Look at that. Whoa.
Oh, what's that one make?
Oh, that sounds...
Oh, he spawned a bounty.
Oh.
More gold. What's the cooldown even on it? 55.2. Oh, okay.
Not too bad.
It's not that bad.
You get out of every 10 double.
Yeah, and they've got the DD rune out on the Tiny. So look at this. Weehaw's pinging on the trees. He's positioned over here. They're starting to set up the Spark Wraith trap.
Looking at the double. Weehaw.
They're trying to do the toss back play onto the Spark Wraith. They're trying for it.
They are trying. It's going to cost Weehaw that BKB charge.
We were hoping for it in this game, and it looks like they're actually trying to set up.
Setsu's in. Popping the BKB. He's going to slide straight past the race with the BKB active. But the BKB, of course, is not a long duration anymore. They have to make so much happen within those very few seconds.
And it's scary. There's that massive trap of Spark Wraiths right there.
You cannot go near here.
Can't go near that area.
You're going to get tossed straight into it.
Tossed or telekinesis. Monet convinced forward. He's on Miracle.
Hey. Straight away, Monet's dead.
Exploded.
He is dead, and I believe he used his buyback before he died. He did. He's already used his buyback, so he doesn't have it for the second.
He's back up.
No, but sorry, his BKB. His BKB. He doesn't have the BKB for this fight.
He does not indeed.
There's the first one, Setsu. He's in already though. Weehaw picked up the double kill. Setsu. He's looking to try and turn a focus, but Mike Jones in.
Setsu.
The power strike. He's on top of Setsu. Setsu's dead. A buyback straight away. They've lost Lanham. RNG, they're going to have to use a lot of buybacks for this. They've got careful. Can they get more? The trees. They are, but Flyby will be safe. The Nightmare and the Force Staff gets him out of there.
He gets his cheese off as well, so he's back at full HP.
Setsu. Blinking forward, trying to find a catch, but Liquid, they're on the high ground, and they are out of there. They're able to get themselves away. 4 buybacks being used by RNG. As Liquid, they only lose Miracle.
And he has buyback available.
So this next 7 minutes of the game, RNG have got to be incredibly cautious. A core death now could mean the end of this game and the end of their hopes and dreams here at TI.
But we know how aggressive they are. They look like they want to set up to try to go for some type of play here.
This is a huge risk to take.
Absolutely, and they still have a lot of gold, right? Monet, he used his buyback. He still has 7,000 gold to spend. He hasn't bought up the Moonshard just yet.
Can they really go for something? They don't have a sanities. They don't have the refresher. I don't think RNG can make an aggressive play here.
They still have shrines that they can take too. So now they will back up. They will take these and they will spend their immense amount of gold on that gyrocopter any second now. And there it is. Oh, he actually gave the Enchantress the Moonshard instead of himself.
Whoa, what a bro.
Oh, that was
Monet.
What a guy.
I mean, the damage that Flyby kicks out and the safe distance that he's able to do so.
He also
respect that.
He is going to have an Aghanims too, so it is going to give him that Tricore. He is packing a punch. He dies really easily, but he does hurt.
What a
if
team
he is able to.
Yeah, Monet, what a team player. Also, another point, obviously Monet, he doesn't have buyback, Enchantress does. So, effectively, there's going to be more use out of that Moonshard. If Monet's dead, that would have been a Moonshard that was eaten and taken to the grave. Flyby is going to be able to have that guarantee of getting back in the game and continue to getting the hits off. Does how much gold is he away from having the Ags and the buyback? About 700 gold, and he'll have the Aghanims and buyback.
But all of Liquid, they're grouped up. They have all 5 buybacks.
They do.
Only has the one.
They know that they're in a very powerful position right now, Liquid.
And they've all got what? They're probably all queuing up the Boots of Travel / Boots of Travel 2 so they can buy back and come right back into the fight. Weehaw's even queued up a second data list, and he has an ED inside of the bottle. We see those runes continue to be spawned by Miracle. So we are going to have to watch out for those crits with that tree volley.
Kuro's got his Dagon.
He's got the Dagon. He actually had an Ags queued up and he switched. He wants to just instantly bring down targets when their BKBs are gone. Not about that long ticking AA blast. He just wants to blow someone up as soon as BKBs
At this point, if they just burst someone straight away, without that buyback availability, the fight, it should just naturally fall in favor of Liquid.
Ooh, I just heard it again. Oh, he got a bounty rune that time. And another bounty rune. I love late game Dota now. It's gotten so crazy.
It's getting crazy. 63 minutes here on the main stage between Liquid and RNG. 39 to 27, 17K for Liquid, as we say. Still this rocky period for RNG. 4-5 minutes until buybacks are back online. Liquid are absolutely going to want to try and pressure this.
And again, you see them setting up the trap. If someone walks out too far, the toss back or the lift back is likely to happen. They really want it to happen here in this game. Flyby is stepping up. Weehaw, they're glimmering him.
I mean, they know, aren't you? They
have to know.
They're not going to fall for that.
He's even standing on it. He's like, all right, Weehaw, you got to target the toss back too. Because he didn't take the toss no target in this game. Since he has a core that transition, so he wants to do it again.
It's sort of risky as well, right? If Weehaw wants to blink high ground, make that commitment, he has to pop BKB first, because he knows that instant hexes are going to come out.
Yes.
So then if he does that, he's committing a BKB charge, and that's the point where RNG themselves may see the chance to collapse back in on Liquid, knowing that Weehaw won't have that magic immunity.
Yeah. Weehaw. Throwing some trees at the supports. Alpha taking half his HP from that one.
Yeah, just look at this as well, because of this Arc Warden. He's got an active DD and a DD in a bowl. There's just DDs for days on Weehaw. He is going to have a very high uptime on the chance of getting constant double damage runes.
You don't even have to back up and collect power runes. Don't have to back up and collect your bounties. You can just keep spawning them.
I mean, that's so 2018, you know. This is 2019. And Miracle just giving them all the runes that they need. Not for long. We're only halfway through the year, Giannis. What's going to happen?
TI's all that matters. More runes, another arcane rune, so Miracle, he's going to be able to spawn runes even more frequently.
He jumps in. He tried for the toss back, but this is the problem. Instant hexes are there. We are dead. That's the risk he plays when he jumps in without using the BKB. And Miracle. Now they'll move in for more. Look at the hex on the backline. There's collapsing on the Miracle. Miracle's dead as well. Flyby is surrounding the double. They'll be able to follow some extra gold on top of those 2 core kills.
Ooh. Little bit of missed micro there from Miracle. He sent his double in. He's actually stood still with his hero for a second. And RNG, they have that ward on the high ground there. They saw him standing still for a second. Setsu with no hesitation jumping forward.
I mean, that is a huge sigh of relief as well for RNG with Miracle dead. By the time he's back in the game, that whole duration of the buybacks being on cooldown is going to be pretty much over.
Yep, and they forced Weehaw to buy back and run all the way back to the fight.
That was, Weehaw trying to get in like that.
They're trying hard
about
to do
the risk. It's never going to work.
It's too risky.
Look, there's so much instant catch from RNG. That play is probably only going to work 5% of the time.
Yep.
If they've got their keyboards unplugged, I don't know.
They're prepared for it. They know it's coming. I mean, if we know it's coming, they know it's coming for sure. So they are prepared for it every single time with those quick hexes and quick fingers.
And there's no hesitation from RNG.
Mind Control will kill that DD rune up top with his illusion, and Roche is back up. So Refresher Shard and an Aghanims now. And there's a lot of fun things that can happen, right? We do have a Shadow Shaman in the game. Shadow Shaman's level 25. Shadow Shaman has an Aghs. Give him this Refresher Shard. They're probably going to give it a sense.
I just want to see the triple sanities. I'm pretty sure you just need to steal the tiniest bit of a triple sanities.
But the triple wards
is going to kill people. Well,
the wards. Give it to him. Did they give it to him? They did.
Yeah, but it's not going to be triple.
He's got the double.
He's got quite a bit of time for his own refresher.
He's got the other one queued up, but yeah. The potential is there for lots of fun things.
Wait, who got the axe? Oh, Setsu right.
They end up giving it to Setsu. Yeah, he had it queued up. 67 minutes in.
And still no real way of telling which way this game's going to fall.
Nope, it's just so much up to who gets the jumps and who executes the fights better. Throw the late game predictions out the window.
I think overall, RNG, they're probably kicking themselves a little bit more. When we sort of look back to that dive up top, definitely a stage of the game where I think RNG could have really got themselves ahead. That mistake did cost them, sort of brought the game to this point where Liquid, they've kept it all even, they've forced back. The pressure has been on RNG, but now their buybacks are coming back available. Liquid, that whole 7 minutes, were unable to break into the high ground, make anything happen. They're going to try for a jump now onto the supports outside of the base, but the safety's there. Astral from Setsu keeps Lanham out of harm's way and away from the Tempest double. They'll turn. Easy money for RNG. It's a 2K difference. Who's going to slip up? Who's going to make that mistake? That's what it all comes down to here on the main stage. The pressure is on for both of these teams, especially so in this game 2 for RNG. Down a game already in this best of 3 in the lower bracket.
I'm very hopeful for some crazy plays coming out. Some team fight happening, and then we see Lanham just backdoor the base or something with some Aghanim Serpent Wards.
I mean, that could happen.
There's the potential.
And we could also see Miracle backdoor in the base. You know, there's rap potential on both halves. And especially so if Weehaw gets in as well, he can make short work of the towers too.
Monet. Well, just pop that Titanic. They won't kill the Tempest double in time. Double Sanities ready.
See Monet. He's got the money. Is he? I guess at this point he's definitely buying the Moonshot for himself. No one else really needs it. Setsu's already got one. And not going to be giving one to the supports.
Yep, you'd imagine so. Yeah, I mean, a Bane with a Moonshard though, come on.
Okay, sure. Right-click Bane, I remember.
It's crazy how the Bane has the 40% XP gain talent and he's still not 25. Poor Apu. Just getting punished. 14, 0, 14, and 14.
What are you taking at 25 on a Bane anyway nowadays?
I mean, the Fiend Script duration could definitely just change the tides of the fight if you're able to get this situation. I don't think he's really going to get brain saps off anyway, so might as well go for the big play, right?
See what they can do here. The fight's going to begin. The Ice is in the trees as well. It's just destroying the tower. Monet is dead. Immediately, Lennon will drop the ones, but he's gone. The Linkers pop. That will allow them to control Setsu with the Yules. Setsu's not messing around. PKP and a blink out as he has to get out of there. They lose 2 heroes immediately. RNG to the volley of trees from Wii. They cannot push into this Tiny very easily at all.
He killed them just in no time.
With one spell.
He clicked one button.
He gave them the... What button is it? I won't say that. Tree front, tree volley.
Tree volley.
It hurts. It really does. It really does. And as we're saying, he has consistent double damage runes.
Every single time he will have a DD in the fight.
Thanks to the Aghanim's Arc Warden.
What do you even... Try to find a solution. I mean, they just have to try to catch him, but Weehaw just gonna now sit in the back for the most part for the next like 2 minutes or so, unless he's trying to actually commit forward here on the flyby. Double crit. They will be able to clean up that double. The range racks looks like the catapults will bring it down this time, but it's a 70-minute range racks. They're pinging. The Arcane Rune is prepared. Miracle's gonna probably pick that one up, set up more Spark Rates, and they're trying to go for the racks here.
They don't want to buy back on Monet. They want to try and hold the best they can without having to use it. And maybe Liquid can poke it out. Setsu forces out the BKB from Miracle. Slide away for now.
Flyby. The Spark Rates. Okay, he's got the Aegis still. He's really starting to eat quite a lot of those there, as he doesn't seem to really care.
Hey, just soaking them up.
But now, is it enough to bring him down? They're gonna pop the Aegis.
Just time and attention drawn away from the melee racks and from the fact that Monet's still dead. And Monet will be back up. They don't have to use his buyback. They keep it safe. Miracle
is committing for it. They're actually gonna pop the glyph to protect it.
That's another barrier crossed by Liquid, bit by bit, breaking down the defenses of RNG as Liquid will reform back outside of the base. They know that they're going to have the full 5-man back in the game, RNG, ready for the hold.
It's crazy when you just spawn your own Arcane Rune and then you just can spawn more runes faster and set up like these ridiculous constant Spark Race, 1.2 second cooldowns. It's just insane how much control they have inside of the fight in these areas. The supports just walking into this is brutal.
And it's just awesome to see, you know, at this stage, this deep into the competition, we're just seeing new ways of play.
Yeah.
New heights of the game.
AA Blast. Not going to connect onto Monet there. Still dropping low to those sparks, though.
RNG get themselves out and over. Setsu find himself an Arcane Rune. Wouldn't be too shabby with the old Sanities and Refresher Orbs. Those big cooldowns getting taken down a little bit.
30 seconds until Weehaw has the
trees. But you get these popping the trees, they're hot! Monet, every single time whoever gets caught in that volley has to immediately escape. They're now in threat of maybe even losing Flyby. Astral will be able to try and save the tree again. This damage done by Weehaw.
They want more.
It's just 1,200 hits every single time. Setsu is going to jump. They've got the Hex control under mind control, but he's forced down to low ground. The BKB's been used by Setsu. They'll juke out the tree volley. Monet and Setsu looking for the wraparound. BKB is unavailable for Setsu, though. He has to be very cautious about how he commits. Flyby buying back.
They know this vision on this high ground. Liquid already starting to ping it out. They've got the gem available too. They will be able to clear those. 400 gold for an Optimord for Kuroki. Top though, look at Lanem. He's feeling sneaky.
Oh. I mean, that's very pushed in this top lane.
They've got Miracle already TPing back though.
Backdoor protection will be down a little bit. We'll see how if that is long for them to get in.
The volley.
Oh, Abu! There is just no hope for anyone held underneath that damage, and at the same time, Jaro saved for now by the Astral Setsu. Trying to get him out of there. They'll turn towards mind control. The BKB down from Money and commits onwards towards Kuroki, chasing down the AA. Glimmer Cave keeps Kuro safe. Back over towards the bigger focus. Shackles are attempted. Astral's going to be down. They've lost Ladham. He's dead for 2 minutes. Flyby sitting back, offering up the impetus, and they'll kill off mind control. GH tries to jump forward. Setsu's back in with the BKB. They'll kill off the Tempest double. It's mind control bites back.
Oh my god, the tree volley Setsu. 2 crits. And another crit!
Oh, it hurts. It hurts so bad.
The frequency of crits because of these data line.
It's it seems like he's hitting a crit on every tree.
Pretty much, it does seem to be. My god. So hard to
I mean, how do you fight this? How do you stop the Tiny from sitting at the side? Are you just hoping they're going to run out of trees soon?
They're starting to. There's not that many left in that area, but Liquid will finally perch up and get the first set of racks of the game at 75 minutes in.
We're going to start seeing what Kuro bringing out the GG branches and planting them around Weeha.
That would be fun. I think this might be the most current gold I've ever seen. 18,000 on Miracle.
Whoa. That's a lot of money.
It's a lot of money.
You know, he did do well at
They got the control. Monet, get it brought down.
He's got buyback. He's got buyback. He's going to be Setsu committing on the back line. Burrow strikes out from Mike. Tries revving up the epicenter. He's on top of Setsu, but Weeha's dead. They've managed to eliminate the threat of the Tiny. Triple buybacks from Liquid. They want to keep the pressure on. Telekinesis dragging back the Oni. They've got through the Linkers. They've got through his life. Setsu is gone. 5 versus 3. Liquid pushing in. No support buybacks available from RNG. And do they have the cooldowns? What are we seeing? Refresher is available for Setsu. He can come in with another Eclipse. But it's the mid towers slowly being sieged by Liquid. As the first tier 4 will fall.
There's no trees in this area. That's the one thing that Liquid does not have right now.
That's Weeha's one weakness.
Yep.
He needs the trees.
A Miracle bringing down the tier 4s. The second one down to 600.
Honestly,
they look happy with that. They're backing up.
I know I joke, but maybe you do want to bring some GG brushes over. Start doing a little bit for the environment, planting those trees.
Just who does? They don't even have room for it.
I mean, that's the thing. It's I guess it's a little awkward with the inventories if you start placing down trees in the enemy's base.
We see Miracle is really starting to get pressured though by Flyby inside of these fights. He's starting to not pay attention to his hero, and he's just getting impetus down, but they still do have great control as the rest of them are still dealing so much damage and control versus RNG. Setsu really trying to hold on to double sanities. You see him, he's holding on to his BKB and his refresher so often in these.
Whoa.
And Roche, is this going to be the one shot?
It's not going to be a one shot, surely. Yeah, it won't be, not at this stage. Roche is surely too strong. He's got a lot of Wraiths down. I mean, how much? Maybe I'd say 50%, 40%. Hang on, RNG! They're in. Mind Control's going to try and come back in with the burst. I got to fly, but X out. Setsu drops the first sanity. They've got the lockdown. Astral's going to be there. They'll move in Monet with the BKB up towards the high ground. They've looked for the kill with that Hex out. They should be able to get him. Setsu continuing to rack up the in. He'll keep himself safe. He'll kill Miracle. Miracle, he has no buyback, dead for 2 minutes.
But Setsu's isolated.
And RNG have lost everything for getting Miracle. Once again, it's cost them 5 lives.
And that's got to be it now at this point.
They don't have Miracle, they don't have Mind Control, but the last 3 of them, there's got to be a little bit of pushing power in the...
Draw the line down
for them. They're going to go straight up the top.
Tiny.
Liquid looking to end the game with Weeha, Kuro, and GH alive. They'll go straight on towards the tier 4s. Deso's picked up by GH. GG. It's scored. Liquid take game 2 at 78 minutes in, taking the series 2-0, knocking RNG out of the competition. And Liquid, they'll continue to just look stronger and stronger as they make this road through the lower bracket. They're moving on, Fog.
And holy crap, Weeha, right? In this game, sure, you see he's getting overshadowed by everybody else. You know, Miracle with this ridiculous Arc Warden farm, but Weeha, these tree volleys, time and time again, just bringing down Monet. Monet just got shredded in every single fight.
Without that tree volley.
Let's see the damage numbers. Let's have some fun right here.
There was definitely potential for RNG in those fights, but they just could not withstand this output of damage that We Are was able to get him from a distance. So we got 72,000 hero damage done by We Are, and of course Miracle with those spark rates that all added up throughout the game. I believe probably the second highest amount of hero damage we've seen so far this TI9, 126,000 hero damage done.
And look at damage received, because these are also sometimes that are crazy. 240,000 damage received by Miracle in this game. Some crazy numbers coming out. 900 last hits. Probably some, records being broken all over the place. We'll have Mahaz or somebody tell us about those. But what a game. Both teams fighting it back and forth. Looked like anybody could have taken it, but Liquid overall, a bit more perseverance and a bit more control inside of those fights.
Crazy game 2 here on the main stage. But Liquid, they come out on top, taking the series 2-0. They'll win and move on, and we'll see if they've won over some of the belief of the panelers. Liquid, are they back on form?
Well, they are back on form, at least in the sense of the International, because they move on and they guarantee themselves another top 6 finish at TI. Unfortunately, that is it from RNG. They've done pretty well, it has to be said. We'll wrap up on them with our panel members right now and talk about what an incredible last game. I mean, 78 minutes, second longest at TI9, third highest damage ever at a TI, by the way, on a single player, 126,000. It was enjoyable.
Yeah, it really was.
Because sometimes you get along and you kind of, come on, get on with it. One of you's going to win. You know one of you can't win and one can. This one could have gone either way the whole way through.
Yeah, it was a very back-and-forth matchup. GH on the Rubik stealing the saves because they didn't have that many saves on Radiant, so he had to be the one who had to do it. And how are you ever going to push high ground into a tiny Ags and the Arc Warden, right? And we saw it. They just finally got into the base, and what could you do at that point?
Lacoste, are you a believer now?
Definitely. One of the European teams are taking this one home. Incredible late game Dota. I don't think Dota was ever in the history this entertaining. Once you get to those Aghanim Scepter upgrades, the runes, level 25 talents, it's just beautiful to watch. Anything can happen.
You go back 4 or 5 years, late game Dota was about like playing safe, not going on the map, but now it's like you have to contest Roshan. It's got Ags, it's got Refresher. You have to contest these runes. DD, Arcane Runes late game will win you the game. And as a result, it's so action-packed. It's crazy.
If you don't have the runes, you buy Aghanim Scepter, you spawn the runes.
You make your own. Make your own. I'm going to get more reaction from all 3 panelists in just a moment, but let's head over to Casi right now, who's with Mind Control after a wonderful victory.
Mind Control, how you doing?
Very good.
You need to take a few breaths?
Yeah, it was a very intense game.
Very long game, and I want to take us back to, I think it was right before minute 40, and you just kind of, I think, opened the game. You wide open. You go in there, you take a guess, you save a couple of your guys. How do you, you look like, okay, deep breaths all together. You're taking risks when you're playing at a high level just a couple of games away from exiting TI. How are you able to play with that level of confidence?
I mean, we had a talk, win or lose, just do it together. It doesn't matter what's going to happen. We just have to play good Dota, and that's what we're trying to do. We're just trying to outplay them. And we just don't have that much pressure when we think that even if we lose, it's okay. There's no pressure anymore.
Does that make late game a little bit easier since you've taken that pressure off of yourselves once it's been going that long, back and forth?
Not really, because late game is really random and you don't really know what's going on, so you have to just do something. But Arc Warden is the hero that makes you feel good in late game, so he definitely helped us a lot.
You didn't do as well in group stage as I'm sure you were hoping to, and yet since taking main stage, you have won every single game. Every single game that you have played at TI9 main stage, you have won. Did you have a big discussion about how you were going to kind of refocus coming into main stage? What's changed?
I mean, honestly, the biggest difference is that we actually started playing good. We actually woke up. I don't know what happened. I mean, for me personally, after the opening ceremony, I just woke up. I just saw those videos on the big TV, and I woke up.
Yeah.
And I think my team also woke up, and it feels really good. That's what I feel about it.
What do you want to say about the fans here? Because, we're playing TI in China for the first time, and fans from all over the world are here and obviously showing a lot of respect to Team Liquid too.
Thank you very much for supporting us. Even during the games, we can very quietly hear you, because their headset is blocking it, but we still hear you, and thank you very much for just enjoying the games too. And it's amazing. I love it.
Well, it's amazing for all of us to get to watch all these teams play such amazing Dota. So thank you for that. And what are you going to do to wind down now?
We just need to, I don't know, I'll see what I'm going to do. We still have to prepare for our next opponents. I think it's EG, if I'm not mistaken.
Correct.
Yeah, so we have to play EG after the next series. It's going to be hard. We'll see what we're going to do.
Deep breaths. Great stuff. I know that was a long game. Second longest, Paul was saying, here at TI9. So congratulations. Way to go. And we will chat with you sometime soon, I'm sure.
Thank you very much.
All right, back to you guys.
Thanks very much, Casey, and thanks to Mind Control as well. Get his breath back now as he takes a break, and they're going to need a break. EG next.
And they haven't got a long break.
No.
They've got, that's today.
Yeah, it's the last series of the day, so yeah, got to get there. Let's recap on RNG. Lacoste, they've done better than expected?
For sure, even though coming into this tournament, I think everyone talked about how they won every pretty much single scrim that they played, and they were a really tough opponent. I think no one expected them to go this far before the TI started.
You think they would have gone out even earlier than this? That
yes.
was the expectation?
Yes.
Yeah.
I was expecting somewhere in the middle, but they did way better than I expected.
Yeah, I mean, you look at the minors, they got last place at Star Ladder Minor and then Dota Pit in a row. Last place at a minor, and then you show up here and get top 8. It's pretty damn impressive.
Yeah, fantastic players on this team, of course, and plenty, I'm sure, to hear about from the players, and that's what we're going to do right now with Shiva.
Yes, thank you very much, Paul. Monet, I know you were very open in your interview with Casey about how you guys have had a tough year. And in the month before TI, I know you've also gained tremendous respect from all the teams here. They respect you guys so much for the improvements and the improvements you've had before TI and coming into this. And I want to know from you, how did you experience this international?
莫内你好，问的就是说你在当时跟 Casey 的采访当中，你也提到了说你们这一整年是非常坎坷的，然后就想问，现在你们这么努力的打到了前8，就是想问一下你们对这场比赛的感受是什么？
其实我们的预期是波士一轮游嘛，然后打到前8，虽说是预期够了，但被淘汰还是心里不好受的。
He says that our initial goal was just not to get eliminated in the first round of the playoffs, and by that margin, they have achieved their goal. However, even though they reached top 8, being eliminated is still not a good feeling, and right now they are kind of a little regretful.
Regretful is never good. I feel personally that you can be proud of your achievement, but I'm sure that hopefully will come for you later on. I want to talk a little bit about 2 years ago, because 2 years ago with LFY, you made it to 3rd place at the International. And I was curious as to how that run at that TI impacted your run this time around.
后面就想问，当年就是TI 7的时候，你们在老肥羊战队里面不是打进了前3嘛？然后那时候的成绩对你们这次来到这场比赛之后有没有什么影响？
这已经过去2年了，其实队伍的人员配置以及心态都是不一样的。我们当时其实那年，算了，不说之前了，就是挺难受的吧。
He says there's not much impact involved because it's not really relevant anymore. What happened in the past is water under the bridge, and even though and he doesn't really want to talk about the past, he just says that being able to come here with this team is a totally different team with a different mentality and mindset. So everything has been different so far.
All right, I would like some final words from Monet that he can say to all the fans at home.
然后最后就是有没有一些支持给你的粉丝和朋友呢？
真的非常感谢我的朋友们和我的粉丝们，就我们这么菜还要一直支持我们，就非常感谢，非常感谢。
加油加油加油
！So he says that he has heartfelt gratitude towards all his fans and friends that's come to this tournament to watch him, and he feels really thankful that they are all here to support him despite his team being this terrible, himself included.
that was not a terrible performance. That was an amazing series to watch. Well played. I know we'll see you again in another TI. We are going to go back to the panel.
Yes, indeed. Thank you very much, Sheila. Yeah, absolutely right. We will see Monet again. He's a fantastic player, and he will be back at the International in the future, I'm sure. Guys, let's just wrap up on this series. It's been a great series, despite the fact that someone will come in and look at the score and go 2-0. Yeah, kind of expected it. It was a really good series.
Yeah, it wasn't just business as usual for Liquid. RNG put up a hell of a fight. There are a lot of young, talented players, a lot to be proud of. We'll be seeing most of these guys, if not all of them, at future TIs.
Absolutely. Thank you very much, gents. We're going to move on. And, of course, another series is almost upon us. Before we get there, though, there are two men here who you may know have the only two men that have ever played at all 9 TIs. And both of them are also champions. They're also both still in the hunt for a second Aegis. They caught up with Casi to describe what it was like being the only 2 players in history to play at all 9 and what their mutual respect was between the two of them.
And then there were 2. They're the only 2 people here who have been to every single TI.
I mean, I think it's really cool that it's us two.
Yeah. I mean, it's definitely a big thing to us. There's no way it's not.
What do you remember about your first TI? Because both of your experiences couldn't be more different. You came in and lost all of the games.
Yeah, it was great.
You came in and won all of the games.
I just scrambled a team and Dota 2 came out and some of my teammates thought it's not a serious thing.
For us, it was just like a test. If we're actually the best team, we should be able to win this.
And when did you first meet? Do you remember?
We met first 2008. Yeah, we played together the LAN tournament DreamHack.
And then I'm like the tallest man he's ever met or something, but he already knew that because I was in pictures.
It was like rocking like a good hairstyle.
You had long hair?
Yeah.
Hang on, I'm gonna look that up.
You were 16, I was 18.
16, yeah.
Oh my God.
Usually people with that hair say Led Zeppelin or something like that, you know? What? What's wrong with it?
No, nothing's wrong with it. I think it's
jaw-dropping.
It's beautiful.
Yeah, look at that scarf. What a terrible decision.
But yeah, to answer your question, that's when we first met. And we played, and we were like, hey, like we like each other, the way we play, or we're smart about the game. Let's make a team together, and that's it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So there was a mutual respect, kind of right off the bat.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah. By TI3, you're both on Navi. What was it like to actually be there playing a TI on the same team?
I came with no expectations, personally, and we just did very well. I mean, we're so close to win.
Alliance were quite a dominant team, and their meta was like invincible during that time. There was no beating it. You would just have to copy it.
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah.
They were the best. I mean, what Alliance did is, till today, it has an effect of how Dota changed. They just broke the game apart and reinvented the game in a lot of ways.
What made you decide to leave Navi together and form Secret?
You know, okay, we got like second place at TI3. We almost won it, but it wasn't a happy moment for us during the grand finals. There was a lot of conversation between players and stuff, and it was not nice.
Poppy and I are just extremely ambitious, I would say. And when we feel like it's not being followed up by our teammates, you know, we'll go forward. We're gonna keep going forward in this game, and just came to that point.
So what do you think happened in TI5? You were heavily favored when you came in. I think you finished 7th. Didn't do so great. And then you decided not to play on the same team anymore.
I think there's a Dota part and the human part. I think Dota-wise, we were not prepared to win.
Team had weak chemistry, to be honest.
Yeah, for sure.
We were actually all the best players, I would say, individually.
Yeah. It was just a raw skill team.
Especially in that team where we all knew that we were all really good, criticizing is a hard thing to do.
Yeah.
You're always bottling in, kind of like, all right, I can't say that or something. You just keep bottling until it explodes, and it did. Good for us.
I mean, good experience, you know, made us stronger.
Made us stronger.
And I mean, this is the thing we're giving to our new teammates. This is why Poppy can lead like one of the best teams in the world.
Right.
He's teaching them like how to deal with problems and all the things we failed in TI5, maybe even TI4 or whatever. We learned, and we're good at conveying this message.
So were you guys always friends, or did that kind of start
a little bit of strife between you guys, or did you leave on good terms?
Not good terms, I would say.
No.
I'm sure that was my toughest time of all in like my career. To look back, we needed to part ways.
Yeah, I think we're both happy where we're at nowadays.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And we already talked a lot about our problems, whatever.
Mm-hmm.
It's just like, I don't know, like it's life. It's, you know, we spend so much time together in this game. This game is intense, a very intense game. Emotions go very high. It's not just friendship, it's friendship and business.
How did you become friends again?
After time.
Are we friends?
We just go to yeah. Cut the camera. Take that one.
Happy to be here.
Me too.
And it's cool that we're doing this.
Yeah, it is really cool.
Folks, we got to hear a few words just there from the mastermind, Puppy himself, but we need to look up the other faces that make up his team. Let's take a look at the entire squad that makes up Team Secret. Folks, this is an elimination series that is really going to put Secret to the test. They're going up against a squad that has been firing on all cylinders, already creating upsets. You know, when we looked at Secret in their last matchup, they didn't necessarily seem happy with the way that they were able to get the win. Yes, they've made it this far at TI, but this is a team that expects absolute dominance. Is that going to be the flavor of this series? Will they show the potential that they truly have? Or will we see Infamous able to keep impressing us up on the main stage? Let's take a look at all of the faces on that roster before they take the stage. Well, Secret may have been a favorite heading into TI, but Infamous has quickly become a crowd favorite here in Shanghai, already creating history for TI, the best placing that the entire South American region has ever gotten at this tournament. The question is, just how far will they go? Will they be able to set that bar higher and higher? Even heard Dendi on the panel saying Infamous, he might be taking the whole thing. And Nahaz, I really do want to start to think about some of the things that do embody why this team is doing so well, and I think part of it's going to be their pacing.
Absolutely. Infamous, I was so shocked by these numbers as we take a look at some of their early game stats. They have arguably the best laning phase in the tournament. When you look at their players' averages at the 12-minute mark, Whisper 2.1 kills at 12 minutes. That's tied for third with maybe behind Thompson and Sumail. Schofield 4.7 assists. That's number one by a mile. Second place is 3.5. And then Chris Luck is number one in CS at that mark. This team, we've talked so much about Hector and how his farming has been so good. These guys have created all that space.
Yeah, Chris Luck totally slaps. I think that's a very important thing to bring up. And Kyle, I feel like you're the exact person to really highlight just how hard he goes.
Well, Rich, yeah, I think he's playing the more difficult role. Hector is getting a lot of love, but Wraith King with free farm at times. There are some of these games where, yeah, he's got incredible stats. His patterns are excellent, but he's playing PvE, something you would know well, Rich. And Chris Luck is playing mid-Slark. He's dragging 4 heroes to enemy jungle like 9 minutes.
while winning his lane. Like I actually can't believe that that's accurate stat. You checked that, right?
Yes.
We trust Naha's numbers. We stand Naha's numbers.
It is rare that I am literally shocked when I check the stats, but those blew me away.
And we always know, too, Nahaz, he's not going to be creating universal declaratives here on the main stage at TI. But, Neil, I also want to talk about the matchup, right? Because for anybody who's just starting to tune in now in the later stages of TI, want to see who's going to be getting the king's share of the massive prize pool, what has Infamous gone up against? What has the upsets that they've actually been able to pull off? Are they feats large enough that you go, okay, yeah, maybe they can take Team Secret?
Well, I go even further back than just this tournament.
Okay.
Because lest we forget, the last time a South American team did this well at a Valve event was at the Kiev Major when SG Esports beat Team Secret.
Yes.
It was a different Team Secret, but it was one that was just as bulletproof as the roster that we see here today. It's this surprise factor of South American teams that even though you know the heroes that they're going to be picking, this is one of the least versatile teams that we've seen. They're just so damn good at doing what they do.
And the juxtaposition of expectations coming into this tournament is crazy. You've got a team pretty much universally in the bottom 2 by most people's projections. And then Secret, I think, was the first or second favorite.
Yeah, and I think you can actually take that a step further, too, because a lot of the times, I know when we're on a panel together, one of the biggest things that we like to talk about is, okay, why did this series shape up the way that it did? Was it a team playing incredibly well, or is it a team that's making mistakes? And I think when we look at these two squads, you see Infamous playing completely out of their minds in most of their series and outperforming teams. And we've seen Secret not even happy with the way that they've been able to win some of their series to even get here.
I think when you talk about Secret in this tournament, the storyline has to be the weight of expectations. When you look at the numbers going back since the inception of this team, they have been the most successful LAN franchise in Pro Dota, and it's, to me, not particularly close. Over 400 LAN wins since TI4. Over 100 this year. You look at the gap between them and the next most successful team. This is one of the most dominant seasons by a squad all time. But then when you look at those TI results, 1st and 4th for Evil Geniuses to go. Those are switched around. Sorry about that. Evil Geniuses actually had multiple top 3s. Liquid 1st and then 4th last year. Secret has had 5th, 6th, 7th, 8th, and that's it. And this, to me, the enduring image of the series yesterday, walking off stage, they're not happy.
Exactly, Kyle. It's like one of those things where, yes, they got the victory, but they don't like the way they got it. It's almost like if you auditioned for like a play and you wanted to be Captain Hook, you got the role of Smee, then all of a sudden Captain Hook gets food poisoning, and you're the understudy, so now you're Captain Hook, but you know that you really only deserve to be Smee.
Yeah, true. I mean, something like that just went down last Thursday, actually. But Secret... God, man, you threw me for a loop. I don't even know where you're going with that. I got locked into my childhood all of a sudden.
I'm like thinking about alligators and
repressed
alarm
memories
clocks.
coming up there.
I just remember the scene where the guy gets locked in the box, they throw spiders in. I had nightmares about that for years.
Well, I think if Secret isn't able to pull this off, they will also have nightmares for years. But the question is Infamous going to be able to fly? If you're at home right now, I need you to clap if you believe.
Jesus. Look. Common
Rich Campbell.
If you talk, I've been at these Dota events for like a couple of years now, right? And there's always discussions about TI. And I remember sitting at a bar. Like, I think it was some event in Poland. It had ended. Dendi, Vlad, Havost, Kuro, Puppy, and I was just like, damn. Yeah. Someone. Is this seat taken? Like, am I supposed to be here? It's cool. And they were talking about like TI and Legacy, the greatest team of all time. It was one of those cool conversations about the past. And the comment, everyone agreed that the thing about TI that's so weird is that it's really only, no one's playing their best Dota oftentimes. And that seems weird because it's the championship, but a lot of times there's 2 or 3 teams playing about how they usually do, standard, solid Dota, and everyone else is playing worse.
Yeah, I think one of the cool things that we keep hearing in the interview is teams trying to have this mentality that I think OG really flaunted last year. And everybody keeps going, oh, yeah, if we lose, we lose. And, oh, yeah, it's just another game of Dota. And they're like, yeah, we know that this isn't actually how we feel about this. Like, we know that that's not the truth. We're trying to trick ourselves into basically believing it.
I mean, the winners always ultimately feel like they deserve the win. OG last year, people kept saying, oh, fluke TI kind of thing. No one beat them, and it wasn't even fair. Wings, arguably the most memorable TI winning squad, same situation like you were saying. Everyone else was kind of underperforming, and other people were just kind of playing consistent, but there was always one standout team.
Yeah, and it's something No-Tells, like that, OG lives this. They embody this concept. It's the philosophy of belief, and it's scientific fact. If you believe you're going to achieve something, it's more likely to happen.
That's
you're gonna write that down.
If you believe.
Isn't that the secret or something? You're supposed to like put it on a picture board or something as you visualize it, and then it happens.
Kyle's self-help book is coming out this fall.
Is it really?
Yeah, I've got the title already. It's Please Take My Advice. I'm not using it.
Wow, that's actually.
I actually really like
Why'd
that.
you give that one away? What?
Wow.
Kyle, sometimes not wrong.
It has to have the underscores in between each.
Oh my God.
You have any idea? He
Kyle
says this
underscore
Kyle.
is underscore right.
This is all I hear backstage.
Underscore time.
Every time, Rich will just ask me a question and just wrong.
I'm so happy they let us do this panel. Anyway.
Me too. Yeah, Neil, we actually talked about the idea, like, if this panel was going to happen, who the third would be, and I think all of us wanted
I'm
it
sorry,
to be
dude.
Neil.
You lost. We did all want you.
I drew the short straw. What a surprise.
Dude, Kyle, I seriously, every
It's okay.
single country that we go to together, I am always going to make the same joke. Every single time.
Glad to hear it.
Every
Wouldn't have it any other way.
every
You didn't really need
panel,
to say that, Rich. We actually are.
Every opening panel with Kyle will be like, yeah, I'm actually learning the language here in this country. And then, Kyle, what are you going to say?
I'm not going to say anything.
And then I'm going to be like, well, Kyle, the term that I learned this time is bizoy, Kyle. And you're going to say.
Use that one.
Yeah, I know, but like when we get to a different country, it'll be a different one.
Okay.
And then
You
what
haven't prepared?
What?
You don't know it in any other languages?
We're in Shanghai right now. For anyone just tuning in, welcome. We are on day
4 of the main event.
Get work.
I looked for Alan. He's the stats guy. He's the numbers guy. He's the only one I trust there. But I also do want to ask you, Alan, because you're not only a mathematician and a high-powered calculator, you're also a historian in your own right. And I do want to kind of talk about what you think it takes to win TI for a team. Because do you think it is a squad that just comes out and just has a reckless abandon for what the meta is and plays their own game? Because I think when we even talk back to last year, there's this idea of a squad that they're doing something really well, and everybody keeps going, oh, in the next series, somebody's going to figure it out. Somebody's going to figure out their number, and nobody seemed to do that.
I think that answer is just, it's the best part about TI is that answer is different every year, that every team has to find their own way to cope with just the monumental pressure that they're put under. And a lot of times the answer is, look, we're going to find a way to just play Dota and not care.
Yeah.
But that's why I'm so concerned for Secret. When I saw Matt and Sunby backstage the other day after I just happened to walk upstairs right after they lost the upper bracket series. And these two guys were standing there, and there's nobody within 20 feet, and they're standing 15 feet apart from each other, and they're just silent. And I've never seen them like that all year long. They are under so much pressure this event.
And yeah, we've really talked about all of the things that we're potentially going to see, but now we actually get to jump into the draft. Let's see what the teams are going to bring and start this elimination matchup.
Infamous versus Team Secret. Game 1.
Infamous versus Team Secret, a matchup I don't think many people have expected to see in the top 8.
No, definitely not. I mean, Team Secret, we expect to see him in top 8, but in the winner's bracket, now you have Infamous, South American team don't deserve their slot coming in, and here they are in a do-or-die matchup.
Yeah. Gunnar, you know a lot about the South American Dota players and seeing you play against them all the time in pubs. What is it that's made Infamous so scary, so strong here at TI?
They trust themselves like OG did last year. They are going to give Hector his comfortable carries. They're going to give Chris Luck his comfortable mids. They're playing around each other really well. They play a similar style, I think, most of the games. They kind of play this 4 protect 1, super hyper early game with their 4 heroes while Hector hits the jungle. Eventually, Hector's going to stop TP into his tri-camp, and then he'll show up defense.
Yeah, it's even a little different than 4 Protect 1, right? Because Hector is usually just on the opposite side of the map. So usually you think 4 Protect 1, like they're sitting behind him, but he's just completely somewhere else on the map while Chris Luck's running around. You're like, what the hell is this dude doing? We can't kill him. And it's insane, because you do know what they're going to do, and teams still haven't stopped it yet.
What would you guys say like the weakness of Infamous is, or like how should teams be trying to approach this unique style that they're bringing to the table?
I think they have some really strong picks that they're really comfortable around, and it's kind of a little night and day if they don't get their comfort heroes. Like the Enchantress and the Wraith King are the two biggest ones, I think, for their team.
Yep. I mean, Whisper, right? People can say who invented Enchantress, whatnot, but Whisper was the one, like, one of the only people playing it in the qualifiers, and then it comes here, and all of a sudden, people said it wasn't strong in the first couple days of group stage, and then just main stage, like, oh my god, she's unkillable.
I was casting CS qualifiers and would tune into NAS at the end of the day, and we're like, what are these idiots banning Enchantress for? No one's touching that hero over in Europe. These guys don't know what they're doing.
And it's crazy, right? Because it's not a BKB piercing stun, but the damage, like Enchantress destroys through the BKB because of Impetus.
Well, here we go. Early picks coming out. Infamous are going to get their hands on a first pick Magnus. Some of those key heroes you mentioned, Enchantress and Wraith King, both banned out, Gunner.
Yeah. So this Magnus is going to kind of help their 4 Protect 1. It's going to let Hector farm a lot faster. He usually likes to go really greedy builds involving like Midas and Radiance on these like Lifestealers and Wraith Kings. These are his type of heroes, but this Magnus kind of opens them more up. Because now he doesn't need a hero that builds Radiance. He has a built-in Empower.
And I love they pick the Void. It pretty much says, you can't pick Lifestealer here to me. Like, you do that, you ban out the Wraith King, and if the Lifestealer's there, I mean, the Void just chronos you. Doesn't matter.
He doesn't look as good on the non-Midas Radiance characters.
Yeah, exactly.
Also, the scary thing about Team Seeker is in the last series, we just saw this Tiny just completely carry the second game.
Is Tree Volley the strongest spell in Dota right now?
It's definitely top 3. I have to think of other ones, but yeah, I mean, you saw, you just get 4 crits in a row. Someone's dead.
I mean, it was also used by Secret yesterday against Mineski. It was just used in that last series. Late game, what do you do against it? It feels like on a 12-second cooldown, there's no response to Tree Volley.
The only issue with it is like the amount of trees you have around you. But in most situations late game, you win the fight with 1 or 2 Tree Volleys, and you don't care about more trees.
Yep. Well, we'll see. Shadow Shaman picked up second by Infamous. Not looking to jump into picking their carry just yet.
Do you know if Whisper plays Magnus?
Yeah, he plays a... I assume this actually is going to be the Whisper Magnus now that you have the Shadow Shaman, because I feel like that's not a hero you want to play as 5, right? So
especially against a Tiny.
Yeah, more than likely going to be Schofield on that. And how do you feel about 3 compared to 4 Magnus? Like, say you're in a game, you're playing with your team.
It kind of depends. I think Magnus... The main issue when people would switch from Magnus to 4 was the Magnus gives the enemy carry free lane. So you're kind of trading, your carry going to be farming really heavily past like 10-15 minutes for their carry farming heavily the first 10 minutes.
Okay.
So that's when people started to reinvent the hero, I think. They would start going boots in the early game. They would start trying to do these weird cliff skewers, you know, around the boundary runes. This Magnus would walk behind them, skewering them on the cliff, and then people started to evolve that into this more tri-laney Magnus or this dual lane pulling creeps, so.
And I like the Magnus because a lot like Tiny, right? If it is in the 4 position, you have that level 1 kill potential. Skew under tower, toss under tower is reasonably scary. And Mag, you're like, oh, he's just an Empower bot, but all it takes is 1 skewer and it's a first blood and the lane completely changes.
Even in RP mid game, late game, just like a 1 or 2 man can change the game.
As far as the Shadow Shaman, likely the 4th position, I feel like this is a kind of change in direction for Schofield. He's almost always been playing those more active 4s as far as like Tiny, Earth Spirit, Tusk. And if anything, that to me is like very signature part of Infamous's playstyle.
Yeah, I think maybe they're like Secret. They expect us to pick what we're comfortable with, and maybe they just set something up exactly for this draft. It feels like it. Like they have something ready.
Yeah, he usually plays these more melee heroes that can comfortably go into a fight, save a hero too. The Nyx Assassin is another one of his favorites. So this can be a little change-up. I think it applies more tower pressure, so he's going to be able to kind of, instead of pressuring the map for kills with initiations, he's going to be able to pressure lanes with his hero. Kind of force my rotations out.
Yep. Oh, and that's a hero. I'm surprised we don't see first pick, first banned like every game. After watching, I think 2 days ago when EG picked it as well, I want to say, I think Mineski, like, what do you... This hero just, in the late game, your ulti is so strong.
Yeah, having the Demonic Purge against whatever carry they're pairing with Magnus, it's also a way to purge off the Empower as well, which is really nice. So
it takes away like the Lifestealers, the CKs, like they want to be mobile, and you just get purged even through BKB. You're just sitting there and like, what do I do?
Yeah, I mean, there's no scenario where Infamous is not picking a melee core to go with.
There's no way. Hector and Magnus, if they do, like, oh, carry Murano, what the hell?
They could pick something like an Ember Spirit, which doesn't get too sad about getting purged. Obviously, you get sad because you lose the Empower and you lose your Flame Guard. But it's playable in that matchup.
And you can dodge Chronos, right? You want a hero that has that chance, like Nisha jumps in. You don't just get Chronoed and die. You have that chance, you know, if you're quick fingers, you're out.
I know Chris Luck also likes it too. It fits his style of hero, I think. He likes these more melee heroes that can just go in and dive towers at 7 minutes in the game.
Okay.
And Ember's that type of hero.
Yeah, I'm looking at Silencer pick. This might be a switch up now because Whisper loves offlane Silencer. Okay. He really likes it. Do I think it's probably still the offlane Magnus? Maybe, but Whisper in the qualifiers played a ton of offlane Silencer.
Would he go like greedy items like Midas and drums and stuff?
Yeah,
like
I think
that?
he did. He went Midas, drums, and as well, right? Glaives go through BKB. You have another
with
ability
Ags.
that, with Ags, yeah, tons of damage.
The thing I like is like if you jump in and go for the kill, you take away that disruption save. Like if you jump the void, you have lockdown with Shadow Shaman with Mag RP. The issue is defensive disruption, and suddenly you can actually burst that frontline hero.
We're also going to see probably here whether this Tiny's going to be a mid or a support. I think after the last series, they might kind of want this on a mid Tiny.
Get the farm early, get that Ags, and all of a sudden, 20 minutes in, you're doing 1K crits.
And as far as Secret go, one of the players that I think has received a bit of flack is mid one. He's looked kind of rough this tournament, but Tiny was the hero in that game through Decider where he really stepped it up and played some good Dota. So
yeah, after that game, I think their team's going to feel a little more confidence. As they said, they didn't look super happy about their wins, but I think mid one, after that game, he was kind of owning the whole game. Like he carried the first 10, 15 minutes with his rotations. So I think giving him that hero that he felt comfortable with is going to, boost up his confidence for the series.
Tiny mid doesn't have too many bad matchups either, would you say? Or what would be the bad ones?
Nothing really stands out to you. It's more like the ranged heroes that get tankier, which there aren't that many these days. The only like ranged heroes are like the Linas, and like probably the scariest is OD, I think.
Okay. Well, playing OD versus the Void wouldn't be too bad of an idea as well, I feel.
Ooh, and that's a hero I just almost forgot about because it's been first picked almost every time, and now you got the easy setup with a Shadow Demon, and that's not fun to play against. You get disrupted, you never know where the arrow's coming from, you're just guaranteed dead almost.
Arrows into Chrono. Yapstor Mirana has been played a lot during this TI9, so I expect it to be in his hands, so we will see the Tiny core, whether it's mid or off lane. That is flexible, I would say.
It could be a core bottom as well.
That's true.
Yeah, EG yesterday, right? They had the Tiny that, and it was like S4 Tiny Sumail Mirana, which was odd, but I agree. I think you put this Mirana on 4.
Yeah. At the same time, though, you'd kind of want this Mirana to lane with the Shadow Demon if possible.
That's true.
Because you want to try to get these early game disruptions into arrows. They could even tri-lane it with the Void for the first level or 2, and then he can rotate to the off lane to kind of protect him.
Yeah, because Void doesn't come back very easily, so I definitely think you want to bring him a good lane.
Especially since the other carries can have Empower. Yeah. So this Void who has no built-in, passive gold, way to get gold, like he doesn't have Grievel's Greed, he has no Cleave built in, Battle Fury's kind of bad on him. The best is a Maelstrom, but even then, he doesn't really farm that fast, so it's going to be a little scary if Infamous picks some, Jug or this hero that can farm really quickly.
That's got to be what they're looking for with one of these two picks.
Oh my, a PL.
So I watched Infamous play PL in the group stage. I think it was like the second PL game of the tournament. The first one, PL got completely crushed.
Yeah.
But in the Infamous PL game, Hector carried. He ended the game like 10, 2, and 7. He completely free farmed. The reason they picked it in that game was for the Mirana. They lane the PL versus the Mirana Shadow Demon, and if he gets disrupted, he's able to doppelwalk out. And if his support gets disrupted, he doppelwalks and puts an illusion in front of the arrow to tank the arrow for him.
And it's nice, you talked about Ember, right? PL also, if the Void goes on you, you have a way to dodge the Chrono, which is always nice, because you're just going to die if you get Chronoed.
Or they don't even know which one's the real one.
Yeah.
And playing Void without BKB versus like Diffusal Manta, you very quickly lose your entire mana pool. So that's going to be a tough situation for Secret if you get any stuns or lockdown burn through the Void's mana pool.
Yeah, and it's not even, right, you wanted a hero who's decent versus Shadow Demon, whether it's a 5, whether it's a 4, like, you don't want to be picking these Svens who just get kited the whole time, and PL does a lot better against that.
Yeah. The issue is that if he ever gets an illusion, the Shadow Demon's going to also have a
that's not fun, exactly.
Yeah. He's going to be, 10 FPS, 30 PL illusions, 15 on each side.
Help me.
I kind of want to ask, like, what are the last picks for Secret to deal with PL? But they've also already got Tiny. Like, Tiny's a decent answer, wouldn't you say?
Yeah, it's pretty good. The Void as well, if he gets late game, he is going to usually have a Maelstrom. If he really wants to be greedy, he can go the Battle Fury, which will help him scale a little more versus the PL. But late game, whenever he chronos the real PL, it doesn't matter about the illusions. You just kill the real PL and the fight's over. So I'm going to look for, I think still the Ember is probably one of the top picks for Infamous right now. It kind of fits your playstyle, it works really well with the Magnus. but it does set up a couple Team Secret heroes.
Yeah.
It
last
sets up
time
the OD, I think.
Oh, sure. Yeah. I was going to say the last time Infamous had the Magnus Exia and the Monkey King mid as well. That's something we could see for Chris Luck.
And that gives you a little bit more team fight, right? Like right now, I look at Team Secret, you have a Tiny and a Void, like you have the team fight. On the other side, you've got a Magnus, which is great, but you don't really see these Magnuses going in. He's more of a counter initiate hero now. And I mean, this TI, it feels like you get 30+ minutes, you want the better team fight nowadays.
I'd be a little scared of Monkey because he does have some hard lane matchups in the game. So if they pick it now, Team Secret, I think, still have the ability to flex.
Yeah.
This Tiny to a 3, the bottom to a 4, Shadow to a 5, kind of run a tri-lane, help the Tiny a little, and then, you know, they'll give mid one this favorable matchup. Yesterday, I think we talked a lot about giving mid one a favorable matchup, and they weren't really able to do it in the Mineski series. So his laning stage was, you know, it was really hard for him, I think. But in this game, if he does get it,
Whoa! First Ricky of the tournament has just come out.
So back in the NA scene, before I left the TI, everyone started playing Ricky mid. Everyone was saying it's the cool new thing. You have a lot of new HP regen.
You have 5 HP at level 1, right? Yeah.
So the hero, the backstab works on denies, so he kind of tries to get the maximum amount of CS. You know, it's like the old Kunkka, where you'd be able to get every deny and every last hit. And it kind of owns these low armor range heroes. Like, I played Invoker versus it the other day, and I got completely destroyed.
Last pick Earthshaker, but yeah, it's really okay. So Ricky mid is what you're thinking.
It will be
Chris
a Ricky
Luck,
mid. Yes.
he's a Ricky mid player.
Yes.
Oh boy,
this is going to be some and the thing is, it could be an Earthshaker middle as well, right? I think that actually deals very well with. We don't know. Did he?
Mid did play it.
Oh man.
I'm excited.
We have got a last pick Ricky into Shaker. Ricky is definitely the talk of the scene right now. But before we get our draft, I want to hear what Purge has to say about these two drafts.
It's a very cool draft from Team Secret. What they did was in their first phase of bans, they banned out all of the comfort heroes for Infamous. And that's very effective to do against a team that isn't as normalized in the pro scene. They might be going for heroes that they feel comfortable with. So when you ban those out, it's going to put them on the back foot a little bit. And on the other side, Secret also got probably the most contested heroes in the patch right now, core-wise, with Tiny, who can abuse his Aghanim Scepter, and Void, who can Chronosphere to combo that extremely well. So you can use these two teamfight heroes and gank heroes to get tons of kills in the early mid-game. But on the other side, Infamous does have the benefits of having Mag RP. They've also got the PL, which is going to be effective against Samurana, another really, really strong laning hero that Secret got. So from my perspective, it seems like Secret got almost all of the best heroes in the current meta, according to this tournament so far. And on the other side, Infamous is going to do some typical wacky stuff, but with new heroes. So it's going to be an amazing match. Let's toss it over to the casters.
Heavy is the head that wears the crown, and Secret have been wearing the crown all year long. But here at the International, they have been put to the test. And here in the lower bracket, they're going to have to match up against every young team that wants to be able to build their legacy, cement their immortality by bringing down the king. First, it was Mineski, which Secret barely managed to eke out a win against, and now it's going to be Infamous, another underdog team that has probably built up even more steam than Mineski has.
Infamous is such a surprise, just because I think any betting man would have had them in the bottom 2, and that would have been one of the more comfortable bets that you would have made at TI. That would have been not a guarantee, but very near a guarantee. And the fact that they're top 8 and they're in a position to knock out Secret is incredible. And Secret, everyone is waiting to knock them off. You just have contender after contender coming after that crown. Even though OG are the defending champions, being the top of the DPC means you have the most attention on you.
Exactly. They're the ones who are favorited to be able to win this International, no matter what the results have said so far. And Secret did exactly what a lot of us talked about when facing up against Infamous. Why are teams giving them the Wraith King? Why are teams giving them this like Schofield Tiny stuff like this? Just stop letting that happen. Ban away their favorite heroes. In Infamous, they have the opportunity to be able to show that they are not just a one-hit wonder, that they have depth to them, and they have something up their sleeve, and that's going to be the mid lane Chris Luck Riki, a hero that has not been picked or banned yet in the International until now.
And you're talking about depth. If you can win a game with Riki on the main stage against Team Secret, we can definitely say that you've got depth to your team.
Absolutely. It's definitely going to be something that Secret may not be totally familiar with.
Did you see that, by the way? Schofield dropped all of his items in front of Puppey. If Puppey just levels Disruption there and he's quick enough, if he anticipated that Schofield was going to do that, Schofield would just be starting with nothing right now. He dropped his boots on the ground first in front of Puppy, trying to bait him out. And this is something that makes his team so cool and unique. How many players are willing to risk this much money, this much placement on stuff like that?
An early toss up in the top lane. Schofield hits into the range of the tower. Fortunately, Puppy with only Shadow Poison can't really stall up Schofield, so not going to have our first blood. But Secret are trying to get a certain set of lanes right now by swapping things around. Is it because they want the Mag versus Void matchup? They want that one-on-one?
I think so. It's a really good one-on-one for him. Plus, it's not easy for Mag to be in a position where you're dual laning against the Tiny plus the Shadow Demon. You're just going to get pure denied. Whereas one-on-one matchup, you're perfectly fine. Plus, top lane, I think, is going to win. I feel like they have a lot of harass potential, and they can easily secure Hector's farm in this game.
Our mid lane matchup is definitely going to be the most interesting first. Puppy, he's going to be fine.
And I've never seen
silence
in professional Dota. I don't think I've seen Earthshaker versus Ricky mid. I think this might be a first for me.
I'm pretty certain that Earthshaker is one of the few heroes that can really deal with the backstab damage. Comes to the Riki, the arrow comes out, and that is going to be your first blood on Stinger. They try and turn things around by killing Puppy, but now Schofield has overextended himself trying to trade off kills, and he's going to be slowly whittled away by Yapzor. As Schofield, the Shadow Shaman, it has a bit of a slower base movement speed. So the boots versus boots right now is going to be the favor of Yapzor, but doesn't really feel like chasing that
DD
far.
Runa top. First Luck is going to make his lane a little bit easier here. Mid one going to pop the cell. He is taking a decent amount of harassment. He's going to take a little bit more here. Mid one probably doesn't want to trade up against this Ricky, who's going to deny so many of these creeps. This is why Ricky mid has some potential.
So one of the big benefits of Riki Core, right, is that cloak and dagger, is the fact that you have this this agility damage multiplier that allows you to be able to do a lot more damage when it comes to getting CS, both the last hits as well as the denies. Opening that a lot of CS open to you that normally wouldn't be. But in this situation, it's matched up against an Earthshaker who also has the same kind of ability.
Top lane, Hector getting low.
He's going to be chased down into the trees. The arrow lands from Yapzor. That's going to be a second kill for Secret. Make it a third now, as they're going to be able to disrupt Stinger perhaps and bring him down. But Zai is actually a little bit too low. No mana. If anything, Puppy has to be careful. Schofield's really gunning for him right now. Ether Shock needed another swing or two to be able to finish him off, but they do at least bring down the carry of Infamous.
2-0 early kill lead. Right now, no team too far ahead, as Infamous and Secret are nearly identical when it comes to the net worth, despite that.
Oh, he tossed, but it was an illusion that he actually got, and as a result, he's going to be shackled up and finished off by Hector.
And that's -2.
Permanent loss. Try not to think about it too much, but it's always there.
And especially on a hero like Tiny, who already has a slow and small base in pool. Plus, you're not going to go for treads that much anymore. A lot of people have been opting for the phase boots on pretty much every strength core, which means you don't have that option of strength in switching on your treads. Regen rune picked up by the Magnus, still doing okay against the Void.
Whisper actually ran down to the bottom rune, and he was rewarded. He actually got a regen, so he refilled his bottle and had some regeneration. Some time lost in lane sucks, but it was honestly probably the best rune that he could get in that situation.
I think he may have made a miscalculation by going for the 2 levels of the Shockwave, just because Void top.
Oh, they're going to be able to bring down Schofield. Now Stinger's in trouble. Yapzor leaping forward. And with the poison, Fairy Fire going off, but Stinger can't get to the trees fast enough. Yapzor gets the double kill.
And Yapzor is making this lane hell right now for Infamous. A lot of arrows, good movement overall. Mid lane, Chris Luck getting quite low, but
you could see it in the CS. This is not a 1v1 matchup. This Riki is really dumpstering, which I think they were hoping for. They're going to land another arrow. This time, Schofield is going to be the one to fall as Secret invade going for those bounty runes. Now Zai's going to be a bit low, but Hector running out of mana, now going to be disrupted as well. They just do not seem to be able to contest this tri-lane. And the other 2 solo lanes are going perfectly fine for Secret.
On top of that, Stinger was forced to pick up 2 of the sentry wards to try to help his Riki mid, but mid one's not buying any. He doesn't really care about this Invis Riki in his lane.
Every single time Chris Luck shows up, mid one just fights him because Earthshaker has those kind of good base stats. He's able to hit him every once in a while with the Aftershock. The Enchant Totem allows him to be able to contest for like range creeps that Chris Luck would usually be able to get the deny on against other 1v1 matchups.
And Schofield's made his way mid, but he's got to be careful too. Mid one is level 6. Gonna fight over this rune.
Try and jump a mid one. He does have his level 6. This is gonna be a little precarious for Infamous and the arrow as well. Oh, they do have the smoke screen, but that's enough to stop Schofield from falling. Not sure what Infamous really was planning out there.
Yeah, I'm not really sure what the end goal of that play is. Considering it's an Earthshaker, he's just stronger than you right now. Your Riki's not level 6.
And maybe the cracks are beginning to show. Infamous drafting some heroes that they haven't played as much in the group stage and even the playoffs. And as a result, just look a little unpracticed with what to do.
Give them a little bit of leeway because this team catches up through farm real quick, Cap. Really, really quick. Plus they have a Magnus, one of the heroes that they're better with. Whisper's got a one-on-one solo lane, so he's gonna pick up levels pretty easily.
That is true. Like we've got 2 different agility cores that have pretty good agility stats, especially the Phantom Lancer, right? His agility gain is off the charts. That Empower is really going to start kicking in the mid game.
Yeah. And Earthshaker's good against you until a point. Then there are ways to work around it. It's really hard for him to know which the real PL is.
Toss up, Hector. Does have the Doppelganger.
Stunned by Zai.
Avalanche is going to be able to hit all of them. Which one is the real one? They've sniffed it out, but they won't be able to get the kill. Bottom lane, Skewer in, RP being used, and they will be able to get the kill on Nisha. A sneaky rotation from Schofield. And finally, Infamous, they get an opening. They get a kill that is not a trade.
And it's a kill on a core that's had solo XP, so this is going to boost up everybody that was a part of that. Nisha on his way to the Midas. Anytime you die, getting that close to Midas, it feels so bad, Cap.
Yeah.
It slows down your timing, your rhythm. It feels like you're being punished for your greed. I think he decided to go for it because most Voids do, but also it didn't feel like anybody was going to try to go for the gank on such a high-level Void. And he's got 2 levels of Time Walk. But with the Arcane Rune, he was willing to pop the RP there. Mid one's going to grab the Invis Rune. Might opt to start making some rotations around the map, as mid lane has been so free for him.
Hector, one of the biggest things that everybody's been praising him for, especially pro players, is his proficiency at farming. And most of the time it's been on that Wraith King or Lifestealer, but here it's on a Phantom Lancer, which could be the hardest carry of the 3. But we haven't seen a whole lot of Phantom Lancer. Why is that, Blitz? What caused this hero to fall from the meta?
I feel like he's just too slow. His teamfight potential really requires him to hit so many different item timings. There aren't a lot of carries nowadays where I feel like you have to wait for 3 different items before they feel viable in fighting.
Yeah.
And Phantom Lancer, part of the problem is you have carries like Tiny that just get 1 item. You get an Echo Saber, you feel pretty good about fighting. Then his next item leads into the Aghanim Scepter, and you're even better. Whereas Phantom Lancer, you get a Diffusal, still not good at fighting. You need 1 more item, you get Manta, you're still squishy. You have to keep building upon your farm. And in this meta, it feels like everybody is so fast.
Yeah.
Even Faceless Void is considered a slower hero, but the one thing is you come with the best teamfight in the game in Chronosphere. It can always save your ass, regardless of what position you are. And I feel like heroes like Void, heroes like Wraith King are just good because it's easy for your team to play around. Everyone knows the kind of playstyle that you want to exhibit.
Whereas Phantom Lancer, his timings and how he's able to be in a team fight, it's a little different. There isn't those obvious team fight wins. There isn't those obvious timings. It's more about the other 4 of Infamous being able to basically win fights and provide openings for Hector to then clean up with his Diffuse Blight, with all the chase down that Phantom Rush gives you. We're going to see a heavy rotation coming out from Secret for the 10-minute bounty runes. Infamous do the same on the other side of the map, but Nisha does grab one of them. So,
quick thing to notice is that one of the best ways to deal with Riki, of course, is going to be the Force Staff. And as a core player, you don't love building it as one of your first items, but if you just take a look at YapzOr, because of the sheer amount of kills he's gotten. And he's got pretty good farm to go along with it. He almost has it in its entirety.
That's pretty crazy, especially since mid one is going straight for the Aghanim Scepter. You would think that the smoke screen is going to be a good counter to him, but he can rely on YapzOr to get him out of that silence. This will be a very effective core pickup. Whisper is going to make a rotation over here. He's empowering up Hector, but what else are we doing here? Trying to make a play to defend top. There's that Siege Wagon already dealing so much damage. Mid lane, they're gonna go for it. Mid one, he's definitely in trouble here with the combo of the shackles, wards, and the ult coming out from Chris Luck.
He time walked into the smoke cloud, so wasn't able to instantly pop the chrono, which allows Chris Luck to reset. Get back into the fight. Puppey getting chased right now. You should know about this. What I really like about Secret is they place a sentry to go along with every one of their wards.
Yeah.
You saw that at the bottom lane. That's how Nisha knew that Chris Luck was coming. The downside of this, though, Cap, is it's going to really slow down everyone's farm. Puppey is used to being a slightly greedier 5. You're not going to get away with it in this game where you're buying so many different sentries.
Chris Luck is just trying to find openings anywhere he can. The power, and he's going to try and go for YapzOr here, but double leaps gets in the way.
They're smoked up right now on the side of Infamous. They want to make the rotation up the top lane, but the tower's already dead. If they could kill mid one, that'd probably be the biggest kill that they could go for, but he does have a haste rune, so they'd have to lock him down nearly perfectly. They're hoping he walks onto the high ground here. Maybe if he gets onto the low ground, Schofield's waiting. Whisper has the RP.
Gonna be able to open with the Hex. They have the follow-up shackles. No need for RP here. They can hold that ultimate for Whisper. A big kill on mid one. As he just gets a bit sloppy. I was really concerned for Infamous there. It just seemed like they didn't know what they were doing around the map. 3-man smoke up where Chris Luck goes bottom. They lose the tower top, but being rewarded with a core kill makes this a little bit better for them.
Walking up hills with no vision is the easiest way to die for them. That is 10 times out of 10, you will get punished for that at this level. Infamous is definitely good enough to take advantage of that fact. Mid one just a little bit too cocky. But I'd like to see some sort of tower pressure right now from Secret, aside from that top lane.
Yeah.
Take this bottom one, rotate around to your Chronosphere. The downside of making that move, though, is that Nisha doesn't really have any items that can really fight yet. He has no damage dealing, so somebody else has to come, which is exactly why Zai's down here.
I mean, it's pretty crazy. They don't really have a clear tower pusher, right? It's like maybe Zai can throw some damage into the tower, and yet Secret has still managed to take one tier 1, and they've done a fair amount of chip damage in that mid lane as well. Nisha was really trying to push that.
Yeah, I mean, like you said, Tiny's pretty good, but I feel like Secret's philosophy throughout the year is you don't have to have these tower pushers. As long as you can just kill them enough and get map control, it's okay.
Yeah.
Towers will naturally fall because the best way and the easiest way to clear towers is if you can skip the wave and put all the creeps onto it. Puppey top.
Does manage to get off the disruption. That should be enough for Puppey to get away. Chris Luck, it just really shows. When Ariki is trying to move around the map, trying to get these kills without his diffusal blade, without any sort of slow, the smoke screen just isn't good enough. Stinger is going to be caught here as he tried to just collect a little bit of the golden experience flowing in on the tower push.
Yeah, we talked about this bottom tower push. This is exactly what they needed to do. Even if you don't have the easiest ways to set that up, Whisper mid lane, gonna go on to mid one. The wards have been dropped too. Shackles to follow up. Chris Luck with the blink strike, and that'll nab a kill for them. Unfortunately, without the wards, won't be able to put any pressure, and Whisper is in fact stuck and has no way to get out. He doesn't have a TP, no phase boots, and he's just gonna have to hold this position. They should TP and kill him here, Cap.
Yeah, 25 seconds, a skewer's up in 2, the arrow's gonna nail him. He does have the skewer up, but Zai's gonna go for the back line, tossing him into the Serpent Ward trap. He's gonna be shackled up though, and the Global Silence will actually protect Infamous very nicely. Zai, though, is still gonna die from the tricks of the trade.
How did that go well for Infamous?
I think Secret just got a little bit greedy about it, but the Global Silence was honestly just perfect.
It was, and Whisper, I mean, he wasn't meaning to bait there, but it works out for them in their favor.
Yeah.
6 to 7, most of the gold lead coming from the towers that they were able to grab early on. And Chris Luck during this entire time. One thing about Infamous that really stands out is one of their 2 cores is always farming.
Yes. And this game, it's going to be Hector, while Chris Luck is the one trying to move around the map, make plays, but he's going to get chains done here. Shouldn't be able to get off the smoke screen or the tricks of the trade. They're going to use the Echo Slam to make sure he has no chance of living.
And they know that Stinger's in this area because of the ward. Mid one gonna run into him. This should be an easy kill. Stinger doesn't even have
Oh,
boots
and the
right now.
Chronosphere at the bottom lane as well, leading into the arrow, but Hector shows his face. They're not going to be able to get that kill. Back over the top lane where Stinger, I honestly just don't think there's a way for him to survive. No matter how much he jukes this, a Fissure and some Shadow Poisons is going to be enough. 6-9, Team Secret, up by just a K.
Chronosphere, it's strong, of course, but without any damage items, when you go for this Midas build, you'll have levels. So you'll have level 2 Chrono, but you literally don't have any attack speed.
Yeah.
You need Maelstrom, you need Mjolnir.
That is something that did kind of strike me about Secret's lineup. They don't have the obvious big nukes to throw into the Chronosphere early. Later on, you know, if they start getting double Starstorm, they get the tree volley, then it's insane. But early on, you don't have the absolute greatest. Most of the time, it's just going to be set up for an arrow, maybe some Shadow Poisons.
Oftentimes that'll be enough, and Infamous don't have that easy save. What this game, I think, will come down to is not really even the farm, but it's the initiation. If Secret take a good fight, they're the ones that started, they can just snap 1 or 2 heroes to begin with. I think that Infamous...
Oh, the long-range Hex managed to catch him. Another Serpent Wards. The Shackle's going out, the tricks, the trade, but it's just not going to last long enough unless... No, Nisha does manage to get the time walk away. They're going to still try and chase him down. Chris Luck thinking about it, but that time dilation slowing him down.
And that's 3 times that they've gone for it. Zai looking around the area. He does have a Blink Dagger. I do like how Schofield's using his wards just aggressively to grab kills. Doesn't really care about the cooldown very much. It doesn't even feel like they care about towers all that much. It's top pressure is the first time we've really seen them try to do something about it.
Yeah, Hector's like, I guess with Manta, I'm finally strong enough that I'm not scared of any sort of solo kill. But even then, he's really not trying to push it too much. He could be there swinging at the tower. Instead, he's trying to hit neutrals, while most of Secret showing mid.
I think Secret have realized, as bad as we are at potentially taking fights or taking towers, Infamous is even worse right now.
Yes. That's why they're just been aggressively hunting for a lot of the game, a lot of 4-manning. The Moonlight Shadow is there going to try and get into the high ground. Puppey drops Sentry, but they've already jumped on Anisha. This is a fantastic kill. If they can get it with the Global Silence, it's going to be good enough. The Force Staff save is not there. Midwan jumping forward with that Aghanim Scepter is going to be able to hit Schofield to finish him off with the Enchant Totem swing. Chris Luck looking for his opening, but Hector's in trouble. They need to be able to bail him out, but he does manage to get the Doppelganger into the low ground. Zai wasn't able to catch him. A buyback from Schofield. They're going to try and chase down some of these heroes, and the buyback does result in at least 1 kill. Here's Puppey. His TP is going to get canceled. Whisper is going to use the RP to be able to grab Zai. He skewers him back into Stinger. They just want to make sure they have the damage, that Zai's not going to be able to get away to the Blink Dagger, and they can give this kill to Hector as well. They gave it to Puppey. Oh, Stinger takes that last hit instead, but still, Infamous between taking away intelligence, between getting Hector these kills. He's now top net worth by a large lead, 10K.
Ooh, he's already hit that 10K mark in 18 minutes. And this is the dangerous part is, Hector will get his. Regardless of what the situation is, dying at top lane, Hector will get his. And maybe we finally see some sort of tower pressure. They do have the wards. And for a brief second, we saw Infamous finally take a gold lead. These guys, they came to play today.
And the first Serpent Wards for a tower as well. It's always been used to try and get a kill, but mid tower being all important here.
Schofield gets the last hit, and finally, I'm okay with Stinger getting the kill because he needed boots. My man, 18 minutes in, just picked up a pair.
No.
If you conversely look at Puppey, I mean, he's a literal prince compared to Stinger. He's got 2 bracers and a magic wand.
Yeah, you said Puppey was going to be the poor one because he has to buy so many sentries, but somehow Stinger ends up even poorer.
Yeah, Stinger, his luxury item right now is that Windlace. Wow. But he's had to buy just as many sentries to combat the fact that Puppey's pot.
Die. Oh, he's going to find him. Schofield fast enough. He's going to be able to get the Hex before the blink. What a massive kill, and that's all thanks to that Observer Ward in lane. They saw Zai run through the lane, go into the trees, and they hunted him down as a result. So we're going to go back and take a look at that team fight. Schofield with the buyback here. Because of that, Disable is able to stop Puppey from TPing out.
Bottom lane.
Oh, we go back into it. Is now with the Global Silence. Yaptor, he's done. They're going to look at Puppey as well. Tricks to the trade being used right as Nisha was hoping for the Chronosphere. Puppey, he's almost dead here, but the Enchant Totem jump in for mid one. Looking to be able to finish up Chris Luck, but he healed. He got the magic stick. Is that going to be enough? The smoke screen, he gets the swing. He gets
the Chronosphere.
Chronosphere going out to finish off Schofield as well. Doesn't want to deal with those disables.
During that time, look at Hector top.
Infamous is actually coming over here because Hector, he's trying to hit a tier 3 right now. Stinger's just buying him time. Go, Hector, go. I've got this.
2K gold lead still for Infamous because they took the tower. Secret, they've got to put pressure on this tower, but they feel a little bit worried because they don't have Chronosphere. They're just going to back up completely, let things go. They do get 3 kills, but it does cost them a tier 2 tower. They don't get a tower trade in return, but I think for Secret, they're happy about things.
Yeah.
Being even in a game like this against a team that wants to farm, you still have the better team fight, I feel like.
Yeah.
With Earthshaker, with Chronosphere, I think your ways of setting up team fight are easier anyways.
I'll agree with that if Infamous don't make a good fight happen in the next minute and a half. Okay. They did use Chronosphere, they did use Echo Slam. We still have RP up for
this would be a really good time to smoke.
If anything, Infamous should go fight right now.
What Chris Luck did know is he was actually outside of the sentry range, and then he walked back into it. He was confused.
Yeah. You just never know what.
Oh, they did go for the smoke. Okay. All right, so this is what we wanted out of them because the timing of it works out so nicely. If you can get this kill, you will get a free Roche.
They know they
get
have
a core kill.
A solid 45 seconds until Echo and Chronosphere. They don't have Global Silence, but they have confidence.
Oh, they're...
Oh, okay. Maybe this is a cooler play. Instead of trying to force the fight with just off of an RP, trying to go for Roshan.
This is not going to work. Secret is a wily team. Yapsor already fired the arrow into here. They've committed, though. And they saw the Serpent Ward's pop. Zai gonna blink in any second.
It's gonna throw in. What about the smoke screen though? They need that out in place to make sure. Oh, Chris Luck is actually gonna jump forward to make sure they can't actually get inside the pit. But Min1 and Nisha, they're gonna come through the right. Drags them in. Schofield doesn't actually die. Yep, the dragon for the Whisper. He gets tossed up in the air straight on the Secret. But Hector, he's finished off Roshan now with the Aegis. He's gonna try and finish off this fight. Min1, he does have the Echo Slam. They have to be careful of it. He does manage to get that off and jumps away just in time before he's burned out of mana. Nisha now goes for the Chronosphere. He sees that Chris Luck is inside the pit, and he should be able to swing him down. Hector, though, the Global Silence going off, surrounding Zai, who's burned out of mana, has no hope to be able to survive through this. Min1 lays out the Fissure for him, but Infamous feeling the fight. They got the Roshan. It worked for them.
A 3-for-2 trade and the buyback from Puppey. They did lose their mid Ricky, but they get the bigger objective, Hector, who grabs that Aegis, and he is so incredibly farmed. He has almost a heart. He's got a fully completed Manta and a Diffusal. We talked about how this hero could be a little bit slower in its build-up timing, because you're not looking for the 1 item timing, not even the 2, but you need 3 items on this hero to feel comfortable, and he's almost got it at the 23-minute mark.
Yeah, we're almost there, and that's where maybe some of the damage problems are going to come up. Chronosphere may not be enough to finish off Hector anymore. Blitz, you said something I think that was really smart this morning. You were talking about the synergy between cores. You said you named a lot of teams that just had it. Mineski had it. You say Infamous has it between Chris Luck and Hector. What is that synergy?
I feel like they know where the other person wants to be. Part of being a good 1 and 2 combo, and I feel like that's what makes OG so potent. You saw it in the interview yesterday where Casey said, how do you feel about Ana coming back? He said, I love Ana. He's my favorite player ever. Is top. This is going to be a free kill for them. Nisha, a pretty big one.
This is massive. They need another smoke screen with a level 15 talent. He's got it.
And it feels like they know how to create space for each other. They always play on opposite ends of the map.
Yep.
It feels like Infamous, their 1 and 2 positions have an understanding of how they want to work.
Absolutely. You can see, oh, Hector, stop it. The captain of Team Secret giving dough behind his tier 3, but Zai does manage to make an entrance through the back. But he's just been skewered into Hector. He's going to get burned out of his mana so quickly, but Min1, what an entrance from him with that enchant totem. Arrow stealing out the Magnus as well. He's finished off by a toss that comes out from Zai on the right-hand side. He's now been burned out of mana entirely, though. The Moonlight Shadow protecting him. The smoke screen, though, is enough to be able to finish off Yapsor, Zai, and Min1 will back away, giving up this tier 2 tower.
They did get some out of that as they forced 2 buybacks. 2 heroes dead, so this is going to be a 2-for-3, but they might just go and push this. Top lane is pushing at the same time. You see that Schofield's going for the play. He's hoping that nobody comes in, drops the wards. Tier 3 being assaulted on both sides of the map. Secret have to decide. They decide to go for Schofield, but this also means the bottom lane likely to lose its tier 3. Secret, they're in shambles right now. They're not quite sure where to go.
Nisha has the Chronosphere. He's going to need a beauty here to be able to help stop this push. Hector's actually going to jump forward, trying to get to Puppey here for the avalanche. Surrounding him, he does have the extra life, though, and maybe that's why he's just so fearless right now. They do manage to get a smoke screen on Nisha, but Hector looking to be able to finish off Puppey. The Global Silence going down, right as the enchant totem swing. But mid one, not able to finish off that Phantom Lancer. Hector's giving it away, but now the Chronosphere goes out. They're looking to be able to bring down this Phantom Lancer. He does have the Aegis though. Stinger's gonna die inside the Chrono as well. They use the arrow though. Do they have the chain stun? He's gonna be able to jump away instantly with the doppelganger. The RP inside of the tricks of the train. Mid one trying to bail him out with the Echo Slam. He doesn't. He managed to finish off one. Chris Luck almost dead with the BKB. He can't get out. He's dead as well. Infamous drop 3. And Secret, they will manage to hold on to their melee barracks.
Took heavy damage at that top lane, but a great fight for them overall. They only lose the range racks. Secret, it feels like, comes online when they lose racks.
Yes.
Feels like they're okay with that idea as long as they're winning team fights. Nowadays, it does feel like if you're getting wiped repeatedly trying to take megas, it doesn't necessarily feel worth it. That's not a game-ending situation anymore.
Infamous just as easily in that situation could have taken the tier 3 and backed up and gone shots.
Yes, but instead they decided to stick around. They felt their strength. It was just such an awkward fight because they don't have the vision advantage going up into that. And Secret, they're a veteran team. They understood that was a great fight for them to take.
You saw that fast blink from Schofield, dodging the Fisher at mid one. Here you could see how just far Hector dove in so deep, all the way into the tier 4s to try and finish off that Shatter Demon.
This top move right now, Schofield's got Blink and Aether Lens. He's gonna see Raptor. This should be a free kill for him. Hector's gonna come in now. Ward's even dropped for this.
Despite the Force Staff and trying to contend with the Riki core, it's really the Shadow Shaman that has been Yapzor's worst enemy. Now look at that 82% win probability. Blitz, if you told me there was an 82% chance that Infamous would be bringing down Team Secret for a top 6 position before this International, I would have said that's absolutely crazy. But going into this series, it felt like a 50-50 matchup.
Yeah, I think this is a straight coin flip, especially with how mortal Secret has looked in their last few series. This is not the dominant team that we saw. You can see the cracks. You can see they're not playing with that same bravado and confidence that we saw all throughout the year where they said, we're the best team in the world, come at us. But keep in mind, gold leads mean nothing to this team.
Yeah.
Counting them out or waxing poetic about how good Infamous is doing doesn't matter. We can talk about how good Mineski did. Maybe you'll say they outplayed Secret for 85% of the game, but when it mattered, Secret moved on. 2-1, that's the only result anyone will care about. It doesn't matter that Infamous had a 3-4K gold lead with an Aegis. Secret can just bust out a win.
Yeah, believe me, you tell those Mineski players right now, hey, you guys did a great job. You outplayed Secret a lot of the game. It's not going to make them feel any better about the fact that in the end, they were out of the International. 19-20, 28 minutes in. Infamous only holding 1,000 gold lead, but specifically Hector holds a 5,000 net worth lead over the second carry in the game. That's Nisha's Faceless Void.
I will say, though, having net worth on this Earthshaker is so important because Riki is, I think, the type of core that needs to continue to scale quite high. Whereas Earthshaker's damage as a core is really nice. It's really easy to get off because of the Acceptor. And even more so now that he's got this BKB, there's only one real way to control him up. That's the RP.
Fortunately, this Empower does allow the Riki, most of the time he has issues where he's not running around getting kills. He's a little slow at farming. The Empower actually helps him out quite a lot. He now gets his level 18 as a result.
And his biggest problem,
massive level as well,
is that you have to melee jump in and you don't have a disable as a core.
Yeah.
And you're really squishy. Yeah. You will die really quickly as this Riki. He's got good armor, but I mean, take a look. He's got a BKB, a lot of stat items, and only rocks 1,500 health.
Yeah, just one Echo Slam. One toss avalanche.
Hey, we saw him pop the BKB, and they just killed him.
Yep.
A 1,500 HP BKB does not feel good.
He's trying to get the Basher right now. I wonder if an Aghanim Scepter is in good consideration for him as well to be able to solve some of those issues. Just jump inside, whispers Magnus.
Yeah, and look at this aggressive pickup from Team Secret. They grabbed the gem on the Earthshaker. Big fan of that. Feels like they're playing to win.
Yeah. Like, not just against the Riki, right? But when you're trapped inside your base, you know they're going to have aggressive vision. You need to take that vision away from them so you can reclaim your farming spots.
And 2K gold lead dips down to 1, hovering around that area. Relatively even game between both squads. If anything, I'd actually give Secret a little bit of an edge because of the amount of teamfight they can put out and how easy it is.
Yeah.
I actually feel like this Riki, every time I have seen seen him as a core, it feels a little bit underwhelming because of the way you have to fight.
Yeah.
And Schofield, you will die for daring to go for that Arcane Rune. That was a terrible idea.
Yeah. Mid-1 collects it for his bottle, and the Shadow Shaman has been a really big part of Infamous teamfight. And Secret, they see that opportunity, a 4 position going down. That's an opportunity for them to take an objective.
And look at this, they instantly know about the ward drop by Stinger.
Yeah.
They're gonna deward that. That'll alert both teams that they know about each other's presence. Hector, gonna come back. And Secret, after they grab this tower, they have to deal with that top lane, and that'll make it so that Schofield isn't pressured. Doesn't have the buyback anyways, but even if he did, because of this top push, it sort of just makes things even.
I really like this boots of travel for mid-1 as well, just allowing him to be able to deal with pushes like this, but still be able to join his team. I mean, he's like a great combination, right, of catch against this Phantom Lancer and the side lane pushes, but also he represents so much team fight. He can't be absent from his team. Hard up next, win for the echo damage against an illusion hero. And it's gonna feel pretty value. Magnus looking for the RP immediately onto him. The smoke screen going out, but they still have the damage. As a toss tree as well as, man, Nisha's just not really getting the bashes whatsoever.
They're just trying to kill
Stinger out. There is going to be Stinger who goes down, but inside they have mid-1 trapped, and that's the jab, the tricks of the trade. Now Chris Luck looks to be able to get out. They're going to be able to chase down Puppy. Who else from Secret is going to get caught? Schofield, he's trying for it. He's got the Blink Dagger, he's got the Shackles. He's going to dodge the arrow, try and get the Hex off, even with the Lotus Orb. It doesn't matter, just stop Zai from being able to blink away, and he does it. Hector gets on top of him, and Nisha, look at him, he's just sitting on the high ground. He's going to try and go Schofield right now, does manage to get the arrow onto him, but immediately a smoke screen. Now it's Skewer back, no, Whisper gets stunned up by mid-1. He's not able to get that, the Echo Slam and the volley as well. They rain damage from above to be able to finish off most of Infamous. Mass buybacks coming out. They're trying to save Hector. Half health, Doppelganger away, mid-1 jumps into him now. The RP, it doesn't hit mid-1, and that's so bad. He managed to get off the Fissure, and that's done onto Hector. The arrow is out as well. He nails the volley. Side with another fresh volley, finished off. The support of Infamous and Team Secret, a long, drawn-out fight.
And Roshan is up. That looks so good for them to start. They got the kill on the Earthshaker. They recovered the gem, but they just went for a little bit too much. And that's that discipline that this team, it lacks at times. And Secret, I mean, they have that experience. They know how that fight's gonna look if it goes on for long enough.
I mean, I just can't believe they didn't just leave Zai behind. Nisha opting to go back in with mid-1 buying back at the same time and TPing in. It turns the fight around humongously. Look at him, he jumps onto Whisper right as he was about to get the skewer into the smoke screen. And
that was such a sick echo right there. If they get RP'd in that situation, Secret have just bought back and lost the game.
And this one too, the RP not, the skewer and the RP not catching mid-1. He gets a Fissure out, so there's no damage onto the two that get controlled.
And now they're going for the high ground, and this is why, in Secret, they don't care about the gold leads. All it takes them is one fight.
Yeah.
In these positions, Mineski learned that the hard way. This team is scary because they will find a way to win. It won't always look the prettiest,
but they always have. It's like the old EG where you always have the team fight, you always have the ability to win the late game.
Yeah, it just makes your early game look so weird, which is something I've been thinking about Secret for a while. It feels like they can't really play that mid-game tempo like they like to, but they'll hold the high ground great, and there will come a time where you will make a mistake against them, and you will falter.
Yeah, because it's so easy to misstep. It's so easy to get a little bit too aggressive and get countered by buybacks. Because no matter how strong you are, if it ends up being a 5 versus 10, you're just not going to win that. You're going to run out of damage. You're going to run out of cooldowns.
Yeah, that's why after we saw the win percentage, I thought it was actually in Secret's favor.
Yeah.
In fact, I thought it was like 70-30 them. I think that's what I said. And they're going to grab another kill here. Nisha, he has more than enough damage to kill Chris Luck. And this team, they're starting to fall apart a little bit.
I mean, at this point, Chris Luck just can't show himself anywhere around the map.
1,800 health with the BKB. That does not protect him.
And the 25% backtrack again for the Faceless Void. Nisha continues to run this. I think we saw him do it in the group stages.
It's pretty value against illusion-based heroes.
Yeah, for sure. slowing down the damage.
It's even better than Butterfly because there's no way that you can deal with it. It's not evasion in that sense.
Yep. Zai. He's looking
Schofield.
for an opening. His smoke is going to break, so he should know, or unless he thinks it's the tower. He thinks it's the tower.
Looked like he was walking in that area for a second, but does know Hector, for as farmed as he is, he needs a pretty big RP to set fights up for him. They just need their disables to be able to live. Schofield's ping for him right now. He wants his team to come in. Both teams actually know about this.
Yeah, but it's so hard. Oh, he managed to get the shackle on his side. Here comes the arrow. The Fisher out as well, but he didn't blink anywhere. He does manage to get comboed off Whisper with the skewer backwards. Both BKBs going down. There's where the RP is with Global Silence on Anisha right now. Manta's up. He's going to jump for Schofield, and he does have that cheese, so he's going to be in fighting shape. But Hector he's trying to finish off the eye, and he does manage to get one, but mid one stuns him up. No, the BKB at Hector, he is able to doppelganger away. Chris Luck with his own BKB, who's trying to go for the back line. Does manage to get a bit of bash on mid one. Mid one, low on mana. Does have enough just to be able to make one jump away. Chris Luck really wants to hunt him down. He's got the blink cast range too. If he can actually just get the vision, that's going to be opted by Schofield. First to Hex, now the follow-up. Chris Luck with the smoke screen slowing him down. Nisha coming back in here to time dilation. Does have the Manta. Hector though wants to be able to burn him out of his mana as fast as possible. And Nisha has just enough to be able to time walk away, but Chris Luck's not going to let him get out. He managed to get the bash there, controlling him up, and it tricks the trade. The carry of Team Secret falls, and now maybe even a little bit more. Earthshaker still has that Aegis. What if they caught
but he's far.
He is so far away. And Whisper, he would have to make a blind guess for the skewer, which he does just 2 seconds too late.
And that fight, it looked like it was going to be so good, but for once, Hector led the charge. He tanked up so much of that damage, and the ward placement by the Shaman, by Schofield, was sick there.
Yeah.
He made it so that both melee cores on the side of Secret were stuck. They were huddled up together, lined it up real nice and easy for the rest of his team to come in. And now it's Infamous that are playing aggressively. Maybe they want to force the buyback out of Nisha, but he'll have Chronosphere on that respawn, and they have Echo. It's not like they blew a lot of spells. Infamous, they've got to be careful.
Fisher first, no arrow. Hector has himself protected by illusions, and again, Hector's gonna go for it. He got punished last time, but he doesn't seem to care. Chris Luck, he gets hit by the enchant totem, avalanche out, but the BKB goes on first. He's gonna be able to get the bash on mid one, but he knows it's not worth committing for that hero. Mid one jumping in, immediately hexed up. Trying to get the silence as well. Hector wants to stay away from this guy as much as possible. Hector pops the BKB now. Mid one holds the Echo Slam. Now going to try and finish off Puppy. Puppy is going to be falling, but Schofield as well as Stinger both die inside the combo from Zai.
And mid one looks like he wants to chase, but not going to be able to do so. Completely burned out of mana. Zai clearing out some of these illusions, and that's the second range racks taken, but...
And you have to wonder, did Infamous... Did they just push their luck a little bit too much again because they don't have buyback on the Shadow Shaman?
And they know about that on the side of Secret. They weren't able to burn out the Aegis. Mid one was never really able to get isolated out. He's way too tanky with the BKB and the Reaver. They'd have to get into a position where they're 1v5ing, just beating on him.
It's crazy how Hector keeps on just running past mid one and going for these heroes in the back line. And mid one is trying to chase him down, but...
Hector, if he stays for that one creep camp, he will die. They've got vision on him too. Whisper on this high ground, gonna blink out.
He's got to force it up as well, but he's not gonna use it fast enough. The Chronosphere does manage to catch him. They get the control onto the Phantom Lancer. They're gonna be able to get these silence, but they use the BKB in the follow-up. The Echo Slam, it locks down the carry of Infamous, and it'll catch Whisper as well. They have a buyback.
He doesn't have buyback for 110.
They have a buyback on Hector, but it's only gonna be the three of them defending against Secret. Once again, Secret's buyback, Secret holding the high ground. It's going to turn into an offensive position.
I'm starting to think that Secret is actually maybe the most exciting team in Dota right now. Because of their playstyle and the way that they force teams to fight around them, everyone just obliges, and you get into these weird situations where you just non-stop run at each other.
Chris Luck is going to try and get a fast kill onto this tiny, not so fast though. Look how tanky Zai is. Tricks the trade, trying to burn him out. Does manage to get a bash though, stays inside. He's down to half health. Zai trying to run away, but they're chasing so deep for this one. The BKB goes off for Chris Luck, but a Force Staff and Zai blink up, he's away.
That was the buyback from Hector. This is going to push the gold lead to 12K. Secret in a very strong position now.
That's what they wanted out of that. They can have their buyback on Nisha. He just needs some more gold. Same goes with Puppy and mid one.
Yeah, And the scary, weird part about Secret is when you're ahead of them, it never really feels like you're ahead of them.
Yeah.
And when you're behind them, it feels like you're going to lose the game.
And let's say this about Infamous, right? We know they don't have buyback. We know that Secret has buyback. Everybody knows that. But I still feel like Infamous is not going to slow down. They're not going to sit inside their base.
I mean, they went into a position at top lane, which was so ballsy, where they decided to go for a push.
I mean, look at Chris Lux.
Yeah, Chris Lux actually just went for that. If he has Chrono up, he pops BKB, you just die.
Yeah, you
Then
don't
the
have
game's
BKB
over.
on Chris Lux, so if there's any sort of avalanche or Fissure immediately.
Yeah, the fact that they went top against an Aegis, and there was a buyback on Nisha just to get that 1 Rax.
Yeah.
That really felt like they were playing the wire there.
And that's the thing, is like, this is why we talk about Infamous and their playstyle being so cocky. It just seems like they don't really care who their opponent is. They think they're gonna outplay them. They're playing in a position of inferiority. They're playing in a position where they don't have the buybacks. They're playing in a position where they could lose the game if they force a fight right now, but they're gonna do it anyway.
And that's what you have to love about this team, is their commitment to just running at you and trying to win Dota.
They just hit the level 25 on Hector with the Doppelganger cooldown. It is so hard to lock this hero down, but Secret has so much control. It's going to be a battle of reflexes between the BKB, the Doppelgangers, Chris Lux, Tricks and Trade. They're trying to find the angle, get into the high ground. Schofield managed to find his opening onto Puppy. The Global Silence immediately popped out. Benicia pops BKB, goes straight for the Shadow Shaman. Does manage to get him as well as Hector. That's massive. They're going to be able to get the Enchant Totem follow up. Chains on him out, but the BKB goes out. The RB and locks them all down. Everyone, look at that hit. Whisper, can they finish him off? The echo save goes on, and Hector says, no! That's not my fight. I'm out of here. Stinger's dead. They're just going to try and chase down the rest. It's going to be Chris Lux who falls as well. Stinger and Chris Lux, they do have buyback, but Hector, he was the one who could not die there. He was the one without buyback, and he does manage to get out safely.
Oh, that fight, it looked like it was going to be okay for Infamous, but Secret, just too tanky. Mid one, 3,500 HP and a BKB. You're not taking down this hero easily.
I mean, is Hector, are they getting the Empower onto Hector? It just feels like when this RP comes down, he just doesn't do any damage to them.
No, I don't think he had. He definitely did.
He doppelgangers away. That's going to tear a lot, but
they just don't have the damage right now. Even with the awards with Ags. Secret, resilient again.
And this is what we talked about multiple times, and how to be able to play up against Infamous is to let them and all their aggression challenge you and put yourself into positions where you can counterplay. So whether that's being tanky enough to be able to take the fights, having early BKBs, playing on the high grounds. Because, you know, Infamous, once they get their heads into smoking and making a fight work, they're going to go for it anyway. That means Secret, after winning that fight, are going to be able to get the Roshan. That's Aegis, Cheese, and a Refresher Shard for Nisha. Do we have any other big level 25s that just got picked up? We have the Avalanche cooldown from Zai's Tiny, who has the Chrysalis, soon to be Daedalus. So watch out for that tree volley, especially on top of the Chronosphere.
And there's a Hex on the App Store who has been an absolute fiend in this game. Another item, more Satanics coming out for Secret. Mid one's gonna grab one too.
Dude, there's so many instant disables, or like the disables that can come from outside of vision as well, with like Fissure and Avalanche. Infamous have to be like super trigger happy with the BKBs.
I love, by the way, how aggressive mid one's been in this game.
Yeah.
We said he needed these kind of games. He had one yesterday. This sort of just builds on it. These are the kind of games that build your confidence. Rework yourself. Because I think even he would admit he feels like his performances are probably a little bit underwhelming. But the last two, I mean, he's coming in clutch. His team fight in these games have been insane. That one fight that probably determined a lot of how this game looks, where he bought back, hits the 3-man Echo.
Yep. Hit the Echo, doesn't get hit by the RP. Like, so many little things he did right in that.
Yes. He should be absolutely commended for that.
The smoke up from Team Secret. They're going to sweep through into the triangle here. They can catch anybody from Infamous. It would be massive. It's right as
Infamous probably have one more good fight in them left.
Stinger. He does have buyback, so he's going to be the one copy the smoke rotation.
Gonna walk up this area, the rest of them. He could buy back, but he doesn't have a shrine to connect for the rest of the team, so it looks like the smoke just not gonna, it's not gonna work.
Yeah, Infamous are very likely just to pick up this bounty rune. pick up this bounty rune. Okay, they're baiting the bounty rune.
Yeah, they're trying to bait the bounty rune, hoping that one hero comes in. The idea behind it is that everybody goes, Secret feels like they have control of this area, they grab the bounty rune.
Yeah.
And they just send one hero to do so. But I think Secret, they're smart. Don't walk up into that area where you don't have vision. Just go into the high ground right now, and Secret will know that this was a trap.
What's a bounty rune really going to mean if you can go high ground and force a buyback out of Stinger right now? That just means the next fight, you just easily retreat and try. Oh, look at this fast play coming out from Schofield, trying to make a sneaky little Serpent Ward trap, but gets caught by mid one. And add another. Oh, now the Chronosphere coming out. Nisha's going to be left alone, but he's one-on-one against Chris Luck, who, at a loss for words, he was so far forward.
Yeah, the rest of his team got the message. They're like, let's hang back, and Chris Luck just decided, I'm going to step out. Dies almost instantly.
Okay, well, now there's another hero without buyback. Schofield and Chris Luck just dying back-to-back like that means Infamous left in a precarious position now. They do not have buyback due to gold on the Shadow Shaman. And same actually goes for the Riki. So if anything, Secret are probably just going to be a little bit timid, thinking maybe there's going to be some buybacks coming in, but very rapidly, they realize that this will be 2 lanes of barracks. They can't go for the Megas because of the tier 2 bottom. They have to be careful of Hector, though. He can certainly still do a lot. Nisha trying to heal up off the Satanic. Thankfully, you can heal off those illusions as well as the creeps that spawn. And he also still has an Aegis, so Team Secret.
So many different arrows being launched by YapzOr. They decided to go for the -5 second Sacred Arrow cooldown. He's just chucking those out, hoping that one lands.
Boots of Travel now for Zai. They've got another hero that can deal with these side lane pushes. They do have buyback on Hector, so well, we'll see whether or not Hector wants to finish off his Scotty that he's trying to build right now. Is this game going to change anymore as we continue to go late? Because it seems like watching these fights and such, Team Secret, the ease of execution, the opportunities that they have with so many heroes having an impact in team fights, it seems like they're just going to hold an advantage for the rest of the game.
It's really hard to fight into them just because of the sheer amount of disabled that they come with. And this SD5, he continues to grow on my list.
Yeah.
Such an effective hero with the disruption. It feels like one of those heroes, if you don't immediately kill him, he has so much impact in team fights. But he's not easy to immediately kill because he comes in with his own self-save mechanism.
Yeah.
And now that he's got the Ghost Scepter, they've got no real way to pop him. They don't have this magic damage burst. You don't want to have to all-in so hard for that 5 position. We saw that in the game where Vici played, if you recall.
Oh, they know. They know where Chris Luck is headed. They're going to drop sentries, thinking he's going to run blindly into the high ground. But Chris Luck has other ideas. He's going to push behind this tier 2 mid. Seeing if anybody's going to get caught while Hector pushes in that tower. And this is crazy because Secret, they're not actually just going to go for the Megas here. They're actually going to try and catch him from behind. That's going to start with Schofield falling. Now they're going to go into the trees. They're going to catch Stinger, who still holds his global silence. He does have a buyback if he can get the gold from him. The Enchant Totem after Enchant Totem, just scouring the area. Finally does manage to find him. A jump forward, a tree volley out, but Chris
YapzOr's on the hunt right now. He's got the right idea.
He's going to run into him. He just runs a little bit further up. He would have gotten a sight disable.
A quarter of an inch up, and he has him there, but throws out the arrow instead. Had the right idea, though, YapzOr.
I just can't believe the number of times that Infamous, when they're down on buybacks, they're willing to push out like this.
It's hilarious to me. It's like they always go for it.
Yeah.
And I think Secret is reading that. They're starting to. It's almost like, you know, Prize Fighter. He understands the movement. He's starting to time things a little bit better, figure out the reach. They're getting used to the fact that Infamous is going to be in those positions.
Just like that bounty room read. That tree volley doing so much damage. What a terrifying ability this late into the game at 50 minutes. Hector trying to hold by himself right now while his 2 supports just need a little bit more time. 33,000 net worth lead for Team Secret right now. Over 20K experience as well as they're all hitting their level 25s. Even Puppy is closing in on his. Meanwhile, Chris Luck, I mean, that's one of those 25 talents you really need, especially since he already has the Aghanim Scepter. If he could get the 300 Tricks of Trade AoE, it would add a lot to these fights.
Oh, Singer, one more tree, but doesn't manage to nab him.
Hector. Having the balls to just push outside the base and farm.
But Secret is so good about disengaging. They're not giving them any sort of easy fights anymore.
No, they're not. Very small but passionate number of fans for Infamous. I'm sure back at home,
Dude,
South
this guy's
America,
so hype.
there is a lot of fans screaming just like him. Cheering on Infamous. Them to be able to bring down the big dogs of Team Secret. But it just seems near impossible in this game with Secret holding such a large lead. That win probability that was once 82% in the favor of Infamous is now up to 94% for Team Secret.
Secret, Infamous just did something that gave them an additional 2%. I'm not really sure what Dota Plus thinks that is.
Uh-huh. Maybe it's just Boots of Travel. I can see Boots of Travel being it, right? Because that's the way you're able to like win a defensive fight and then go high, like TP in and go high ground real fast. Blitz just shrugs. Oh.
I don't know. It's just, I can tell you how players think. I don't know what AI is gonna do.
Geez, Secret, they just are not going for the high ground push like I expected them to.
No,
but
they're gonna wait
the
for this next
Roshan
rush.
is up, so
If you have this much map
surely
control,
with this,
why not?
yeah.
You win this game, you're one away from being top 6.
And this is an Aghanim Scepter as well, so somebody can grab that. Probably the Void, I'm guessing, since he doesn't have any extra slots.
SD's pretty great too.
Yeah.
And Mirana's not bad either. We've got a lot of options here.
There's the Fisher, out onto Schofield. Schofield again, does manage to get the Hex out. Mid one, Serpent Wards are down the tree volley though, covering that area. Mid one fights underneath it. Hector still trying to chase down mid one with a BKB. He should be able to get away with the Chronosphere out. That Tricks of the Trade allows the Riki to be able to live through it all and manage to get the bash on Anisha as well. They need to finish off Anisha as best as they can underneath the Serpent Wards as well, but they just don't really seem to have the damage. Anisha, he's willing to fight both him and Whisper at the same time. Does manage to get the bash onto Whisper. Threatening the RP, trying to go for it, but Chris Luck almost getting bashed to death. Does manage to jump away. Mid one, he tries to hunt him down with the Enchant Totem, instead turns back with an easier target of Stinger, who will fall and does not have buyback. Hector, he tried to go for the back line. He doesn't kill them, but he does manage to live. He does manage to make his way out of there. But
Hector is 1v3, but Secret looking like Achilles out there. No one going down. Very easy fights for them. I mean, if your one position gets into a position where he's 1v3 and the rest of your team can't fight, it probably means that you're not winning that fight.
Yeah, I mean, because Nisha was also 1v3, except for he was almost getting kills. Nisha dropping off a ton of mangoes for himself. But he
It's so annoying
realizes,
playing against Mana Burn.
yeah. Time to, it's gonna need a few seconds to consume all these. But if you just look at that chart, right, look at the blocks of red at the bottom of that network chart and just the solitary greens. Destroyed a tower, got a kill on Puppey. For the last 20 minutes of the game, Infamous had not been able to hold on to a single real victory in this game. Secret have just been dominating the map and dominating every fight.
And they still continue to hold the lead. It looks like they're just going to slow down the pace of the game. They're going for the absolute 100%.
Dude, at this point, like, are they just trying to test how much damage Tree Volley can do? He's trying to get a Battle Fury now. He's got Daedalus and Crystallis, and he's looking at a Battle Fury.
42K, the largest lead that we've personally seen in our casts at this TI.
Yeah, that might actually just be the biggest lead of the tournament as well. Nisha, he's going to pick up the Refresher Shard in his backpack. It is still on cooldown for 80 seconds, though. He also has not consumed the Moon Shard yet, so there's still a little room for growth for him. They're just going to keep throwing illusion after illusion of the Phantom Lancer to finish off this tier 3, while they also chuck out a bunch of arrows from the App Store, just hoping that they get that one hit that they need to provide an opening in the team fight.
Feels like some sort of mini game where there's so much that they have to evade. The tree volley, the Marana arrow.
Chronospheres, the Enchant Totem jumps in. They're going to lead with the Chronosphere onto the mid lane. Chris Luck's in trouble, and they don't actually have a way to be able to save him, so he just dies like that.
And not having a way to save against the Chronosphere feels so rough.
They're going to buy back almost immediately, and there's no need, because they have the Aghanim Scepter, Secret can chill out for 40 seconds here. They're going to have Chronosphere up. That'll also be about the time the Refresher Shard starts coming off cooldown as well.
It's scary when every single chrono means somebody dies, and they have no way to do anything about it.
Just no saves, because they opted for this Silencer as their 5 position. Secret being so confident, they can keep on picking up all the bounty runes, grabbing power runes as well. You just never know where double damage is going to change the fate of this game. Look at this. I mean, they finish off the tier 3. These illusions have been chipping away at the range barracks as well. It'll get the Observer Ward that was laid out as well.
Yeah, Secret not taking any.
Oh, Jesus, Hector! You got to be careful at tree volley now. The arrow hits. This opportunity to be able to jump in with arrow. Nailing down to Chris Luck. They have to blow the goal of the silence here, especially for Schofield stuck inside the trees right now. Nisha beats him to a pulp. Inside the jungle, now drops the Chronosphere. Is gonna go for the Riki, who does not have the buyback.
Tree volley.
Raining death from above, and now that's gonna be Megas coming in for Team Secret. They still have a buyback on a Schofield. If Hector can actually finish up this kill on a mid one with Soul Catcher, it makes him a little skittish. He jumps away. This is going to be Infamous battling against Megas. They seem kind of okay with this idea. They're not trying to just throw their lives away to beat back Secret.
And they're just hoping for that one fight right now. Whisper still has the RP.
Oh, the RP does manage to get up with the force staff, gets him away. He was looking to be able to get the skewer into the fountain, but instead he dies. He's immediately going to buy back because Hector needs his help. He's going to be chain stunned down though. Hector, can he jump away? A force staff, a doppelganger. He's a little bit farther, but the volley comes in once again. And Whisper, who just bought back, skewers back to the safety of the fountain.
GG.
But no buyback from Hector means there's no more damage left, even as Whisper finally gets that RP skewer. Look how tanky Secret is, and Infamous. They put up the good fight. They almost had a solid lead. They took 2 range barracks. They had an 82% win probability at one point, but Secret just continued to be that ultimate wall, that ultimate high ground defense. You think there's cracks, you think there's little openings, but there's always a trap. There's always the buybacks to turn things around.
Yeah, that one buyback play at Bottom River, that was so sick by Team Secret.
Yep.
The way that they baited, Puppey buys back first, puts them in a position they can't really recover, and that's going to be Infamous going down a game early. Looks like Nisha learned not smiling. She's going to walk back.
Trying to keep his calm, trying to keep his nerves.
It's only one game.
The series is not over again. Who knows what's going to happen in game 2? For that, we're going to turn to our panel.
Don't smile. That appears to be the secret. Nahaz, really quick, kind of what is your take of that first game now that we've seen these two teams go head-to-head?
Absolutely amazing. I think you saw everything that we talked about, from the strength of Infamous's early game to the ridiculous Dota that Secret played yesterday against Mineski. Mid-1 coming up huge now in 2 straight games for that team.
Neil, how do you feel about these two squads? What do you think Infamous's best hope is in this series?
I had originally criticized Infamous for being one of the least versatile teams in this tournament. Then they go out and pick a Riki, who has not been selected at all in this entire tournament, and a Phantom Lancer. And I get it. We did see him, though, and he lost. And we also saw Phantom Lancer here that's not particularly popular at this tournament, maybe rightfully so.
I mean, it does fit, though. If you think about it, it's weird, but if you were going to replace a Slark mid, Riki kind of fills that same role. You know, mobile, low HP core, but good laner, and then all of a sudden you're active on the map, and that's how Chris Luck likes to play. He wants to make things happen so that Hector has some time to get into the game.
Deny mechanic. We talked so much about the refraction and Tidebringer changes, where these two big mids no longer get their free denies. Backstep still works.
I also want to ask, why is this hero suddenly popping up more and more in the meta? Well, not so much yet, but we heard, not at this tournament, but we kind of heard from Gunnar. It's something that he was starting to see more leading up to the tournament. What is it that allows that to happen?
It's hard to say. I think it's just maybe the area control that Ariki provides. You've got the ability to just kind of dominate a certain area of the map while you can just kind of make plays with these very cheap items. You saw the double Wraith Band into upgraded boots, natural like drums and diffusal buyer. Like you can get 6-slotted really quickly, whereas other heroes take a lot more time, especially with a slower meta like Midas Radius and so.
Now, I know the other thing that you wanted to talk about, Kyle, was actually an engagement that went down in the Roche pit.
Yeah, of course. We wanted to educate some of our newer viewers here at TI and just go break down how a fight around Roche is theorized. The idea, you want to guard the pit, and you can see Infamous, they placed their 3 sentries, the mag sentries, of course, not being the ward, but the heroes. Boom. Arrow, Secret's completely aware this is happening now. They pop invis, they try and immediately engage towards the pit. Infamous, they've got all their damage inside. They're trying to rush it, and if you watch just about here, they do what you want to do to defend the pit. You keep your core in the crease, killing the Aegis, and immediately collapse. You want to take out this choke point, and you're going to see why in a second. The Secret heroes, they have terrain walking. The 2 cores, Void and Mag, they can come over the side. But unfortunately, the rest of the draft is stuck here. All their damage is happening in the river. PL's just cleared the Roshan, and now we can leap forward into the engagement. You can see the Echo is about to be forced by mid one. This is useless. This is a PL with Aegis. We don't care anymore about damage taken by this hero. Worst case, you respawn. Now the Chrono comes in. There's still 2 heroes here outside of the pit, nowhere close enough to help provide damage. The silence, not even necessary. But they clean up the Tiny, they secure the Aegis. Just a very well thought out fight from Infamous, and unfortunately they weren't able to close it out, of course, but they do certainly understand the mechanics of defending this objective and denying choke points.
That was awesome. I just said that was actually awesome. We haven't gotten to do too many of those segments. You draw really fast. That was actually just really impressive. Thank you very much for that, Kyle. We have plenty of more stuff that's going to be coming up, though, right now. We actually want to throw it down to Casey. This one's going to be a lot of fun.
I'm excited about this one, too. So as you've seen from some of our interviews already, we always do a Media Days interview. We spend a lot of time with as many different members of as many different teams as we can, sitting down, getting serious, getting to the heart of what the last year has been like. But at the end, we like to lighten it up a little bit. So we ended this year of media interviews with what I like to call rapid fire. Show me what's on your phone. All right, rapid fire questions. What is the last text message you sent?
This is very personal. Why do you ask?
I feel violated here.
Let's not do that.
Yeah, let's not do that. Oh yeah, I lost my shoes in Philippines. That was my last message. My Skechers. Fuck my life.
April 8th.
What? What's the last text message you sent?
Like heart smileys to my parents.
Good night, my love.
Oh.
A couple, kissing hearts.
Was that to Misery?
Last text message. Probably not for a camera.
Can you paraphrase?
I texted my mom. I said, I love you. Today is the last day for my dog's medication. Cute little puppy.
Who is the last person you texted?
I texted a female.
A female?
Yeah.
Who was the last person you said I love you to?
Probably Zai.
Aww.
You know, mine's Yazid, actually.
My girlfriend.
My girlfriend? My mom.
What are your most used emojis?
Oh, pigeon one, easily.
You in slacks.
Are you also pigeon?
Yes!
He's a smart guy, what can I say? Look at the WhatsApp pigeon, it looks so good.
That is terrifying. What about the heart emoji for your beautiful wife?
Just heart is not enough.
You're both romantics.
Thank you.
Poop emoji.
The smirky face.
The whimper emoji. Emojis and names? I don't use emojis.
I'm sorry, what?
It's only for your eyes.
Kissy face, leg, poo emoji, eggplant.
Yeah, a raccoon is there too.
Pizza, pirate flag, pig, sheep, burger. Got it. Thanks for getting serious.
Thanks for asking such great questions. All right.
All right, so I kind of figured we would just be having fun with it, but I think we all learned a lot about these guys just from the emoji question, don't you think?
Yeah, I think that the emojis are really telling, and also who your last message is from. Like sometimes even when I'm on the panel, my mom will call me. I actually have my last message is from my dad actually right now. So thinking about giving him a quick call. Let me see if. Yeah. Hey, Dad.
Hello, son.
Yeah. I'm at TI right now. I just wanted to give you a quick call.
Are we live on stream?
Yeah. You're live on stream right now.
I just wanted to say two things to all the fans. First off, thanks for welcoming my son into our community. And of course, second, shut up, Kyle.
What? We did not rehearse that part.
If mom gets to do it.
I did not approve that. It's once a tournament.
It took me like 5 minutes to get your attention earlier to help break me, to help me like cue into this segment, and you're just furiously scribbling on. That's what you were doing?
Yeah, that's what I was planning. But we were gonna gas you up. I actually wanted you to like jump in the call and be like, hey, like.
He's totally lying right now.
No, I did not tell you to say that. I did not tell you.
You told me to leave my phone in the green room.
Oh man, that's not true. That's not true. You know what is true?
What's true?
We're starting to see Secret fire on all cylinders potentially. If they're able to take down this series, how does the whole tournament look for them?
It's certainly a confidence booster, but this is a series they're supposed to win, right? I feel like most people have already counted Infamous out, and it's just that first game. I loved what I saw from their draft. We all thought from the first 4 picks, Secret was way ahead, and then they have this really cool concept, the Riki and the PL. If they had been able to do a bit better in the mid game, I think they perhaps close it out. They were inside the Secret base for a while, but just didn't go their way.
I kind of want to bounce off something that we actually heard Blitz say during his last cast. He kind of brought up the idea that he thinks that Secret is the most exciting team to watch right now because of their play style. Neil, do you think that is something that we are seeing? Do you think that the way that they are actually going about their drafts, the way that they are enacting those drafts as well, do you think it's making for these really exciting games?
You tell me any other coach who's going to come out of that booth, get interviewed by Casi, and say that his team's angry? No one else has been doing that, but Secret's doing it because they are angry. This is a series that they definitely think they should have had. They thought they should have had the last series, all the group stage series. Everything short of that is something that they are not satisfied with, and that's something that makes their draft so exciting because they need to keep throwing people off balance.
I want to comment. There was one other thing that Blitz said in that cast that I thought was really important. You asked me in our open, what do you think it takes to win TI? What are the characteristics of champions? Blitz said something during that cast. He said, with Secret right now when they're playing this way, when you're ahead, you don't feel like you're really ahead. And when you're behind, you feel like they just win the game. That, to me, you look back at Wings, you look back at Liquid, you look back at OG last year. The great teams at this tournament, it feels like they have extra lives. It feels like no matter how the game goes, they're going to give themselves that chance to win. And I know everybody's down on Secret, choking at TI, whatever. They continue to play this way. They still got a shot.
Yeah. And Kyle, I think that you're a person that can really talk about this as well. This is obviously a play style where you start thinking of the word momentum. I think you know more so than a lot of people like how big momentum can actually be up there on the main stage.
Oh, for sure. Well, unfortunately, I only know how it functions in the reverse, because usually if you start losing, it continues. But looking at the way that last game was played, I can't talk about PhD Dota like Alan can, but I think Infamous needs to go back to what they were playing earlier in the series. Kindergarten style, all right? I want Slarks. I want Wraith Kings. It's so difficult to execute at a high level. Yeah. Heroes like Silencer and Magnus and Riki and PL, it's like you don't really have a sense of the flow of the fight as you would with just, stun them again.
So when you say kindergarten style, you're kind of going back to an idea that I think all of us have said on the panel before, which is just ease of execution. You're looking for something that they can put together and have that ease of execution. I also want to really quickly, before the teams do come out, I know that they are going to be getting ready right now. You know what? We all need to talk about it because the teams are already making their way to the stage. We're going to take a look. Let's see if this is going to be a 2-0 or if we'll make it all the way to Game 3. And now the team's taking the stage. We already know that Secret's been able to pick up that early momentum. But the question is, Are they going to be able to do it again? One of the ideas that I do want to talk about is stuff that's happening inside of their laning phase as well. I also do want to say, if you look at overall tournament momentum, yes, they're at the same spot, but I think if you are Infamous, you're definitely going to be feeling a little bit of extra wind in your sails.
Oh, for sure. I mean, I think it's still Infamous with momentum.
True.
Secret, like, they won't be satisfied with anything but a win. Like, they're still trying to play catch-up after losing to EG in the upper bracket.
And Infamous has already set a record for their region. This is the best placement that the region has actually had at TI. But to get a little bit more insight as to what their goals are for this tournament, let's see what they had to say to Casi before TI even got started.
Schofield and Stinger of Infamous. Welcome.
Hola, gracias.
Hola, ¿cómo están ustedes?
Buenos.
You noticed the ages.
Ya, sí, estamos ansiando tenerlo así para el equipo, ¿no?
I want to start by asking you about Dota in South America, because it is very popular, and I know that people watching TI9 are going to be very proud to see you play, and I'm wondering how you feel about that.
Pues la gente en Sudamérica es como que bien apasionada por el juego, al menos en nuestro país, en Perú, hay bastantes cabinas y toda esa gente es que pues les gusta el juego al igual que nosotros y pues nos sentimos bien, ¿no? De representarlos y nos están apoyando mucho.
Y a ver, uno por otras cosas también que juego Dota es porque, ¿sabes? Por la gente, por los fans, o sea, me gusta representarlos.
How long have the two of you played together?
3 meses.
¿Solamente 3 meses?
2 meses, pero nos conocemos también antes. Estuvimos en el Infamous, que estuvo en el DPC del 2017 al 2018. Y ahí jugamos también como que unos 5 meses, más o menos.
No one on your team has experienced TI before. So, what do you expect?
Pues esperamos encontrar desafíos, un montón de emociones que nos vamos a encontrar aquí, estamos seguros. Y pues lo principal creo que es hemos venido a divertirnos.
There is some positives to coming into TI with no prior experience in a way. Do you feel like that enables you to just kind of play Dota and focus on your Dota and not worry so much about TI being this enormous thing?
Pues sí, ajá, lo vemos como que de esa manera, como que más divertirnos, ¿no? Jugando Dota, porque es lo que venimos haciendo y claro, una meta no es así clasificar al TI, lo conseguimos, estamos muy felices, pero sí, al final del día sigue siendo solo jugar Dota, ¿no? Entonces sí sentimos eso, ¿no? Creo que sí otros equipos tal vez tienen un prestigio que cuidar, ¿no? Tal vez un top al que llegar, pero nosotros nos sentimos más libres.
How do you think that the South American Dota 2 scene can grow?
Para que crezca la escena pro y yo creo que sería aumentar, no sé, los torneos para equipos tier 2, ¿no? De allá, para que los equipos se esfuercen más, para que haya más equipos.
But you can still win. Anything can happen at TI. You've earned your spot here before we start group stage as one of the top 18 teams. Are there any other players here that you're really excited to meet that you've maybe watched in previous TIs?
En personal, como que ya los he visto, ¿no? Antes, entonces sí es bueno verlos de nuevo, ver alguna especie de química que tienen otros equipos interesantes, como por ejemplo, no sé, a mí me gusta la vibra que tiene Liquid, por ejemplo.
O sea, yo cuando jugué Dota no conocía que había buenos jugadores, o sea, jugaba Dota y simplemente porque era un juego nada más y crecí jugando Dota sin saber, sin admirar a nadie, o sea, simplemente jugaba y ya, se puede decir. O sea, no es que desprecio, no son buenos, no, pero igual no lo veo eso, simplemente juego.
Muchas gracias.
Gracias.
Buenas tardes.
Gracias. No hay más preguntas.
Quiero más preguntas.
Now, we keep talking about the achievements that these guys already have at TI and what they've done for their region, but I think one of the other things we do need to look at is this is just flat out the youngest team we have in this tournament. You hear a little bit in the interview that they're saying, hey, look, like we didn't necessarily grow up idolizing certain players.
Yeah.
But I do want to, and Kyle, you're the one who can answer this the best because you've beaten some Alien Lane before.
That's true.
Now,
he admitted it on the bus. Is that why?
It was like if you're in a moment like that, and you're playing against a player who has like all of these big moments. Is that something that's going through your head? That's something that we do need to be thinking about as we start looking at these teams right now in the next game.
Infamous versus Team Secret. Game 2.
Team Secret have continued their lower bracket run, up 1-0 against Infamous, the South American hope. What are we expecting to see Infamous change up now that they're down a game?
I was listening to what Kyle said, and I mean, Wraith King.
Just go with the opposite,
first
right?
ban. Yeah, kind of. I mean, Wraith King was first ban, so you can't really go back to that. And that Slark, I don't think you can 9th pick a Slark into like having a 10th open pick, right? So it was
that
a little
happened.
bit
They did that
there.
once in the group stage. I think against RNG, they got 10th pick Shadow Fiended.
Yeah.
He got solo killed mid, and they lost in 14 minutes.
Exactly, and that's why I think a hero like Ricky, right? There's not. People just don't know how to counter it yet. I mean, they tried the Earthshaker, and actually Chris Lucky had a pretty good lane versus it. They went back and forth, so I like their draft. I think a few execution errors lost in that game.
So this is cool. They didn't ban the Ench, but they do a first pick on Secret.
The expectation's very much that they would not give it to Infamous.
Yeah, there it is.
So Infamous is going to ban their own Ench to defend against the Team Secret Ench.
Yeah.
But all the other bans are the same. They're still trying to keep Infamous away from their core playstyle, this kind of core protect one.
Well, Secret basically get an extra ban since they have first pick, so they get to take out the Magnus. So now Infamous are going to have to dig one deeper since not just their 3 best heroes, but now their 4 best opening heroes have been taken away.
Yep. I almost feel like Infamous might be looking at something like a Shadow Demon because that denies a ton of Hector's heroes, I feel like. And if they have it themselves, obviously, then they can pick up this Lifesteal or this Sven kind of heroes he likes playing.
That hero just denies a lot of heroes right
really
now.
does. All the carry melee. It feels like it really does.
Even like every strength hero, all these like Timbersaw, Bristlebacks, even Tiny, they lose 40% of their health no matter what.
Yeah.
And Gods, you were the one talking about this hero like should be getting banned,
I think
but
it
like
should be getting
where
banned.
do you put it in? Like obviously they think, I mean maybe instead of the Omni or something, but obviously you're scared.
I think Tiny, you don't know where it's going to go. The flexibility that they can run at mid, off lane, or even 4 position, it's just so hard to play against. And when he gets that Axe timing, Tree Volley is just an insane spell right now.
Yeah, even as a 4, we've seen how much we can do this tournament.
Yeah, you can still farm an Ag Scepter as a 4. These games are dragging. You're going to get your Blink into... You can just go Blink into Ags and then get the Echo Saber afterwards. There's so much room for this hero to get farmed.
And there it is. I like it.
Another save, if he can get it during the toss combo. In the early game, it'll save a core.
Yeah.
A lot of damage for this Tiny. This Tiny's going to have like 3k HP at 20, 30 minutes in the game, and 40% of that's just gone at the start of the fight.
Do you want them to pick a core here? Do you think they will? Do you think possibly you go with your Hector hero paired up with that?
Yeah, usually they've been picking their Hector here pretty early because his lane doesn't matter as much because he's just going to jungle anyway, like level 4. So give him a bad lane and make space for him.
That's where they play. Like Chris Luck, he'll usually have a good lane, right? He had I think most CS by 10 minutes in, and then after that, he doesn't even care. They'll just go over, and then Hector, that's when he starts farming. So I think we'll probably see that, unless there's like a Whisper hero they really like.
Is it really just like the Lifestealer that stands out as far as these heroes go? Oh, Whisper hero is going to be picked up.
Yeah, I think Lifestealer as well as Sven, we're both looking good here. I think they're both okay to pick up early, but they do go with the Tide Hunter.
Yeah, just some team fight, a good laner. I know we talked about this hero quite a bit recently about how some people don't really like it that much. Yeah. It gets picked a lot, and in some of the game it looks a little underwhelming. You have this like 25 talent that makes you really strong with 250 damage, so you can kind of scale to the late game, but it's kind of worrisome when you pick these 2 heroes that don't really have stuns.
Yeah.
Right, like Disruption's a soft stun, it's kind of a banish, and the Ravage is an ultimate, and you can't ultimate for every single solo pick off a game, right? So it's I think they're 5. If it's Shadow Demon, they need like a 4 or a mid that kind of has stuns so that they can continuously fight, because if they will only Ravage and fight around their Ravage, they're going to have Chrono every fight, and I think Chrono is a probably stronger skill than Ravage.
And I like this, the Void. I mean, they've been first phasing it a ton here, and honestly, a lot of people would be like, well, Tide versus Void, it's going to be really bad. It's not that bad for Void. Like, he'll get harassed a little bit, but once you get like level 5, you start taking that off, you're just going to start like either creep skipping, whatever. It's not that bad. And now you have the team fight. And that's how Secret won last game, right? They had the overall better team fight.
Also, the Void can go into Silver Edge if he really feels the need for it. He's a natural Shadow Blade buyer.
Team Secret just understand these are maybe 2 of the best cores right now in the game, because you go back, even the start of the group stage, you go back a few months, you'd almost very rarely see cores being picked up, multiple of them in that first stage. But that's what Secret are willing to do.
I know a lot more players are comfortable picking their heroes earlier in the game. It used to be, at least like for me and like I think a lot of other players, is they'd be really scared of getting countered. So it's like when I'd be picking my like an Ember Spirit, I'd be like, oh, I don't want the other team to pick like a Nyx to counter me, right?
Yeah.
And someone told me, I think it was March, he basically said like, you're a core player. Why should we be really scared of these supports? You know, it's like they're just a support. You're a core. You're the bigger hero of the game. You have to overcome these, you know, like walls, these obstacles in your way to like win a Dota game. And sometimes your game's gonna be hard. There's gonna be counters, you know, hero counters, lane counters, you know.
There's always gonna be.
Yeah, no game's gonna be like perfect, right?
Yeah, and that's where, like, you know, playing all these pub games, which is what most of these pros do, can really help from mids, because, you know, you pick your hero up, you're often playing into those 10-pick counters.
That's why a lot of times even some mids, when they want to practice a hero, they'll just first pick it like 20 pubs in a row. I know like Arteezy does it, CCNC will do it, at least from like, I know the NA region more, but they will like just take a hero, you know, like Arteezy did with Arc Warden, for example. He just spam that hero, and he learned all the matchups. He learned what people would want to pick against it, all the you know, what people wouldn't really pick against it, what it would be really good against, good with, and you got to learn a lot of hero matchups because people would draft around it.
You got to sacrifice your MMR. Honestly, a lot of people say that, but like you might have to sacrifice to learn. Like if you want to be #1 MMR, good for you. But if you want to be a pro player, you have to be willing to learn, as you say.
So they're going to take out a lot of those strong heroes right now in the second phase. They're kind of banning to protect their first phase. With Infamous, the AA ban, it helps against Tidehunter. You can't remove the debuff, the Ice Blast. So the Tidehunter gets a little squishy, and then from the team of Team Secret, they're taking out Naga and the Mirana, just like a strong 4 with the Shadow Demon. And
always scary.
Yeah. Naga also.
Have you seen him play it much? I haven't seen. I mean, I'm pretty sure Hector can always play it, but I have just not seen him play Naga.
I don't think they play it because I think it's not like his type of hero, right? Like he likes to be the one hitting creeps. When you're having these illusions hitting creeps, that doesn't feel the same. You know?
It is just one of the best matchup counters to Void, though. Yeah. And I think that's probably what they understand is like, maybe he doesn't play it, but what if he does?
Yeah, you just get rooted and you can't jump away.
Yeah, and you're just, as a Void, it's so hard to ever find the real Naga. You just have illusions being thrown at you.
Annoying.
Even a song whenever you chrono, if you don't BKB early.
I mean, and we saw like early in the game when the PL had the diffusal, like this Void had a lot of trouble dealing with it. It's kind of the same with Naga. You get diffused, you're just dead. You're just dead in the water. I do like the Elder Titan ban. Obviously, it's the same as AA. It's something that goes good into there. And oh, yes.
Bringing back some of the old school classic Void counters.
We are in a Whisper. He played a ton of this hero as well in the qualifiers.
So is this Skullfield?
I think it.
Shadow Demon? And a 5 Tide?
That's a good question.
I think they ran a 5 Tide before.
I believe they have. And,
Doom
you know,
Tide,
Rush level 1's not bad.
Yeah, Doom Tide as a 3-4 doesn't sound the greatest. So.
Yeah, it doesn't. I mean, they could obviously be a support Doom, but from what I've seen them playing, it's almost always Whisper Doom.
Well, Puppy Witch Doctor picked in response. There's a 5 position just to secure that lane to help the Void out, I feel.
I think that's Team Secret watching the replays from yesterday. Their match against Mineski, Ninja Boogie played Witch Doctor against Azai Tide.
Yep.
And he completely ruined the Tide's game for the first 20 minutes. Yep. You can't remove Maledict. It's really good against these tanky heroes.
And it's damage inside the Chrono, which is always good. There's the Life Stealer. Yep, we figured they took the Shadow Demon. He's either picking that or Sven. Like, I didn't see them taking any other hero.
Hector classic. He likes going Midas. He likes going Radiance on the hero. Yep. He can go Howard as well, kind of help against the Void, force me to go MKB.
Get his casual Belt of Strength.
Yeah, just kind of hold in his inventory for 20 minutes.
Well, Secret probably looking for some damage inside the Chronosphere, I feel, with Yapsor's hero as well. They have got the Death Ward, but can't really go wrong with throwing in some more damage, or at least some follow-up to it.
Yeah, his Mirana and his Rubik are taken out, but the Enigma.
Wow. There's that late game team fight that Secret loves doing. We saw versus EG in that game too. You have the Enigma, you have the Chrono now. I mean, we didn't talk about, but the Tiny Ags is like almost an end-all be-all of the late game now.
Enigma versus both Tide and Lifestealer feels fantastic. The Doom is the maybe one here that can be annoying, but even that is still like a kind of low cost range. You can't just throw it immediately when you see that Enigma Black Hole come out.
So going to the tournament, a lot of more teams I think prioritized Enigma. Like in the past couple of months, they would kind of first ban it, first pick it, and the idea was that it would almost always win your offlane. You get 1 deny per wave. He also just is one of the best heroes to jungle with right now. But a lot of this meta, this tournament, has been the 4s are a little more free to roam. There's more like creep cutting for them to 3, so the 4s will have a little more open game, and now they can walk at this Enigma jungle.
And it might be a Zai Enigma. That's what we saw yesterday. So who knows? Tiny. I think that's the thing. Tiny Enigma, they're both going to get farmed no matter what. That's just how Secret plays, and especially with these two heroes.
Lina Ban, that's just kind of a stable mid, I think. That if the Tiny's like a support or an offlane, that they can just throw a Lina on mid. He's going to do fine in whatever matchup. It's also really good against a lot of Chris Luck's heroes. The Ember, the Monkey, the Slark. This Lina is just going to stun you in the lane, hit you 6 times.
And I didn't see, but I assume Infamous chose last pick. I think for a team like them, getting that last pick for Chris Luck, like he is the most momentum-based mid player, it feels like.
Well, which one of Chris Luck's heroes do you think they would like this game? It seems like a hard Slark game.
I think we still got to see Secrets, right? Because I think they're picking their hero last. Because if it is something like, what if they pick Kunkka? Sure, Slark it up. That's the thing. But what do you think Secret's going to pick first? Do you think they need more team fight, or you already have Enigma, Tiny, Void?
They probably need more lane push from their mid. Like the Lina ban would have been good if it wasn't. If they pick something like OD, it's like they're going to be really greedy. So I think they need like
less greedy.
Less greedy, more pushing lanes, a little sacrificial so that your Void and your Enigma can kind of, claw their way up the net worth.
I could see Secret taking a Sniper. In their 9th pick, they've been taking, or their last pick, they've been taking Sniper a lot when they don't see the enemy team's middle. And you have the Chrono, you have the Black Hole.
I'd be a little scared against the last pick.
True. I mean, who really counters Sniper in the lane? Like, what's his worst matchups, do you think?
That's true. He doesn't really have that many bad matchups these days.
Because you can sit back, you can even shrapnel farm jungle. Yeah. He loves farming the jungle. Midwin was farming it at like level 3 on the Earthshaker.
They're going to run the Tiny mid. Last pick a bad. Yeah. They get another hero that doesn't really care too much about the team fight spells, like the Ravage or whatever.
Could be a flex 2, 3 or 4 with the Enigma.
Yeah,
so open lanes.
I think it'll probably be a 4 Enigma and Zai on that Abba.
Yeah.
You got Tower push now as well, because they were actually kind of missing a little bit of it besides the Enigma.
It lanes really well against Lifestealer. He won't have open wounds for the chase, so if he ever gets open wounds, your shield or removes it, he'll be able to walk away.
All right, you're the mid player, Gunner. You know it's going to be a Tiny mid, not much roaming potential. Who are you asking for?
I think I want something to help with my Lifestealer, to rotate around once he wants to infest. You don't really have good infest targets, because this Doom and this Tide are okay, but it's hard for them to like feel comfortable like only jumping the backline, right? They want to jump a core and Doom, and the Tide doesn't want to go in first. So something that's comfortable jumping the backline with the Lifestealer, like a Storm or an Ember type hero, I think is kind of them.
Hey, it's Storm, because I was going to be like, we don't see him play it that much, and here it is.
They need something that scales. They just had Lifestealer with Tide, Doom, and like teamfight heroes, but no damage, and that's where Storm gives them another late game option.
I like it. I'm not sure how confident he is on the hero. I think I've seen him play in pubs like a fair decent amount, but I don't think he plays it this much this tournament. But it's the same style, right? Like people are playing it more early game than they used to. People used to go this like Treads, Kaya, Bloodstone build, and now they go Treads, Kaya, and they fight with the Overload talent.
All right, well, that's the end of our Game 2 draft. We've got Sunbeat with Casi on the stage before we hop into Game 2.
Sunbeat, you've always been good at being really transparent with us. Last time I talked with you, I asked how the mood was, and you had just gone through a loss. You said you were angry. How's the team feeling right now?
I think we feel like we need to be cautious. I think it's an easy, it's easy to let go of the control because they're a very respectable team. They're the underdogs, so it's easy to. There's a pitfall. There's a mental pitfall, and I think we're being very cautious, and we want to try to respect them. We do respect them immensely. They've been bullying everyone else, so we want to make sure we do the things right.
All right, thank you so much. Best of luck.
Thank you.
Back to you guys.
Yes, it is so important to be able to respect your opponents, as this is going to be quite the series that we have. You saw that Sunbi respected the hell out of him.
Yeah.
He was very worried about that, and that's why we also saw the 45K gold lead.
Oh, yeah.
Where they just don't go for the high ground.
They just built it up more and more and more. You could see that Team Secret, they respect the hell out of Infamous, and they're not going to let them get an opportunity back into this game. We'll see if they can close out the series, though. 2-0, or we're going to tie it up going into Game 2. Secret versus Infamous, and they're going to go for their Lifestealer Storm Spirit. This is a combo blitz that we saw before. We casted one of their games at the group stage, and one of the interesting things about it, they just don't really seem to use the Infest Bomb a whole lot.
I'm gonna be real here. Hector is like the most one-purpose man I've ever seen in my entire life. I've never seen somebody that has just said to himself, you know what, I'm gonna use this Infest purely for farm. They did one Infest bomb the entire game with a Storm Spirit. But anybody that picks Storm Lifestealer automatically goes up in my books. I will love you for doing it. Whenever I see Storm at a TI, oh, it makes me happy, Cap.
I thought you said you wanted to see Storm lose.
Oh no,
at a TI
I think he's certainly gonna lose because he's bad. But
okay.
It still makes me happy. Like,
really pushing that narrative that Storm needs more buffs, huh?
Yeah.
Let's see how Infamous fares this time. I think Game 1's narrative was really interesting, right? That Secret did give up a lot of the mid-game to Infamous. Infamous, like, dominated that period of time, had that really high win probability, but Secret, they just had a style that seemed to clash really well against Infamous, which is just hold the high ground, wait for the one little mistake to be made, wait for one little mispositioning or initiation gone awry. We're going to see Zai, who does with the open wounds, going to be slowed down quite a bit here. Trying to get away. They have another gush in a second. Can they actually kill him?
Yeah, they've got him.
With the Aphotic Shield with a pullback, level 1.
He went for pull level 1?
I mean, they want that first blood real badly, and thankfully Zai doesn't have miscoil because he's just one hit away, and he's going to get the bounty rid as well. Can they catch up to him? The Gush from Stinger finally gets that kill.
Now you've got a level 1 pull Storm.
Yeah. Maybe that's the safe lane build, because that's what we're seeing is a safe lane Stormseer. We're going to have a mid lane Lifestealer for Hector up against mid 1's Tiny.
I really like this Doom pick, by the way. I think it's really nice against the Void. I've been waiting for teams to pick something against the Void. You need either some way to disable him, or you need some sort of hard save. We saw what a hard save looks like in that game where Liquid had to play against that Tiny. Maybe not the best solution for Volley, but if you could run at this combination, keep you from getting chronoed, maybe that's the way to deal with it. That's Infamous's hard read anyways, as they give it up again, Cap.
Yeah, they actually have the save from Shadow Demon. They've got the hard disable of the Doom. They've got the initiation and the burst potential of Storm Spirit plus Lifestealer. They seem to have every single answer you would want against a Faceless Void, but Secret do have answers in return. As we're going to see Puppey finally show himself in the bottom lane, trying to get some damage on Schofield, but he isn't scared.
You know what's funny? I think that Tree Volley is straight up like one of the best things in the game right now, if not like the best mechanic. And it's kind of wild because for a while everyone just thought it was terrible.
Yeah.
But the fact that it also applies the Echo Saber hits, it's such an easy way to fight. It just turns Tiny into like some sort of ranged gyro.
Zai gets away into the trees. They're both going to pop their healing salves. Win for the early pickup of the Mist of Avernus. Now Schofield's in trouble as the bash comes out from Nisha. And he finishes him off before the disruption can go out, evening out the kill score.
So something interesting that we noticed about Secret, and the reason why I was so confident that they were going to end up winning that game despite what it looked like, is because I think they have this like principle established now for TI. Normally what you do when you come to events like this is you think of an idea and you sort of hold strong to it. It seems like they're going for sort of like that old EG TI5 style. Pick something that can go through BKBs, so you're always dangerous to go high ground against, and then just ride out the game, wait it out. Because I think Secret have been in so many mega creep situations or having like 2 racks up or 2 racks down where it doesn't actually matter, that it doesn't feel like they want to commit for those racks anymore.
Yep.
And it doesn't really feel like they mind losing one set anymore either, as long as they can win the team fight at some point. As long as you're not getting straight up megaed and held in your base, which is why when they were behind by 45k, or when they were up by 45k, they still weren't able to go high ground.
Yeah.
They said to themselves, like, this is the easiest way, especially with the XP change, for you to just straight up lose the game.
Zai picks up the early miscoil finally and does manage to get himself a deny. But yeah, I see exactly what you're talking about. They basically said to themselves, Infamous were in this position. They tried to go high ground too early.
And they lost.
Through the game. We're not going to do the same thing. And I feel like Secret's probably one of those teams who uses buybacks really well, and that's part of the reason they're able to make these sort of high ground defenses. Maybe a good read on what heroes can be sacrificed to force out an initiation. They're going to try and go for Zai again here. Chris Luck gets a little bit more of a slow. The anchor smash is not quite enough. Zai is going to be able to get off the Aphotic Shield. Does have a miscoil prepared, so if Stinger brings him low but doesn't actually finish him, Zai will get another deny. He's going to try and burrow his way through the trees. He's getting that slow regen up as well. Stinger, gush him once, hit him with the anchor smash. Aphotic Shield immediately comes out, and Zai should be fine now.
Still not having the ideal lane that he wants.
Certainly not. and not, as it comes at the benefit of Yapzor, who's going to be playing that forward position. Enigma, the body blocking here, they're really recommitting to killing Zai. The Aphotic Shield goes down, but there's the pull from Chris Luck. He's going to turn and try and actually kill Chris Luck in return, trying to get the deny, simultaneously going for the kill, but Zai misses both.
I'm not entirely sure how worth that is, because Yapzor just got like 2 waves under the tower, and he's already level 3 with Arcane Boots.
And Yapzor is actually going to try and kill Chris Luck here. He does have Malefice.
He's going to hold it for the time being.
He's got the boots advantage as well, but Chris Luck is so tanky with the Ring of Bacillus.
Yeah, Storm naturally has quite a lot of armor to him. But I do think that's the principle that Secret is going to ride for this TI.
Yeah.
Hold high ground. Don't ever go for high ground yourself unless you're overwhelmingly ahead. And even then, they're playing it so cautious. They've got an SD on their team last game that enabled them to do that.
So let's talk about what Infamous needs to do to be able to break that kind of style. That very reserved, bend, don't break is a term that you frequently use for these kind of styles, right? Just letting the enemy crash into you over and over again. And at some point in time, you're going to break them defensively, and then you maintain control of the map. Like
I'd like to see Infamous be a lot more patient.
Okay.
Going for Rax.
This is quite the man fight between Maledicts and the Shadow Poison. Both have damage options that build up over time, but it looks like Schofield's the one to be able to back down. But top lane, the rotation for mid one, killing Chris Luck. And now Zai trying to chase down Stinger. Yapzor in mid one is going to join him here. An early rotation secures the bounding room, but also gets 2 kills in the top lane.
These are the kind of rotations that we got really used to seeing from mid one throughout the DPC. These really aggressive moves into the side lanes where he doesn't really care how his mid lane's going as long as he's helping that out. But I think the way to deal with it is either you outgreet them and force them into a position where they actually have to make the move. So give yourself the best late game possible.
Yeah.
I think that's one really good way to deal with Secret. And the second really good way to deal with Secret, I think, is the OG principle of hit a timing and then just non-stop control the map. Don't let them ever leave the base. Set up aggressive wards, allow Topson to scour out your jungle, make it really hard for them to ever leave.
So the first one sounds like an EG principle, but the second one, that sounds a little bit more like Infamous' alley. I mean, we've talked about how they can be so aggressive and so good at being able to outplay any teams here, that if they can hit that kind of time with just control. Zai maybe falling here, tries to go for the miscoil, but you could see Infamous were canceling their attacks, trying to force out that miscoil and secure the kill rather than the deny. Now they might be able to get Yapzor as well. He instantly TPs away, though, after the only stun that they had.
So the question then, Whisper getting gone on at bottom, is Maledicted?
Oh, and he gets the bash! Nisha twice now has gotten just the perfectly timed bash to claim a kill.
The question is, do you think Infamous has the better late game? Because that style works when you think you have the better late game.
Yeah. And, well, that question's up your alley then. Do they have the better late game? They have answers to Void.
I think if they're up like 10k, their lineup is actually really sick.
Okay.
That's when I feel comfortable calling them. Because I think Doom is going to be a really good hero in this game potentially, but his laning phase isn't the easiest, this bottom lane, and Abaddon is such a good hero against him just because he's able to constantly throw out the Aphotic Shield, the miscoil, keep people alive. Because when you use Doom, you want it to be a finishing spell. It doesn't feel good to just use it to get somebody out of a team fight.
Dude, look at this. Minwan's using his illusions to try and get more and more chip damage on this off-lane tower. Secret very clearly have this idea that this early tower damage matters. Nisha did it in the first game, and now we see Midwan do it as well.
It is going to push up the lane of Whisper, which is why Mid-1 wants to get aggressive here. Maybe even try to set something up, but Whisper going to pop this Scorched Earth, bring the creep wave back a little bit, and they're going to concede that first tower of the game.
Yeah, that 1-1-4 build, maxed out tree throw, that is deadly.
Yeah. And what's so scary about this combo, the Spaceless Void Tiny combo, is you know at some point they'll get it off, and that's going to be sure death for anybody. Infamous this time around, though, they do have two things that I really felt like they needed. One is a way to deal with the Void, and two is some sort of hard save against the Tree Volley, which is the Shadow Demon.
Chronosphere, they killed Whisper before they are going to be able to get back after bash Nisha. What are these procs? Can the Schofield actually save me? He does have the disruption. One of the Maledict procs is actually going to be taken down, but he gets another bash. Nisha, this guy, he just keeps on bullying poor Whisper, and the luck is on his side.
3 levels of time lock, but nice rotation from Schofield. What I'd like to see is maybe even a rotation down towards that bottom lane with the Doom.
Okay.
Hector already has the Midas. Hector's game has been sick.
He's going to need to return back to lane. The paralyzing cast doesn't bounce and hits the Lifestealer in time. Hector does manage to get up to that top lane and collect all that farm.
There's like this small contingent of Infamous fans that are just super hype, cheering them as they get into the booth.
And I love that too, because it makes me kind of feel, because I know there are so many fans watching online right now just cheering their hearts out for their team. This is the best that South America has ever done at a TI by a mile.
Oh, I'd love to see a Game 3. We've casted so many Infamous games that watching their journey and seeing how far they've been able to come,
it's been quite inspiring. But Secret, they're just mowing down towers right now. Mid One has made 2 different side lane rotations that have, in the end, resulted in towers falling. Now the team is going to join him in the mid lane, where Zai, with that early level of the Curse of Avernus, helps them chip away at it. And Infamous just not really capable of fighting yet, because they've got a 5-position Tidehunter, so no Ravage up yet. He's going to have to wait until the Tome spawns.
I think what they learned about last game,
zip in, they're going to be able to pull back into the mid lane, trying to go for Puppey, but Mid One with that Invis Root, he just be able to get the toss up, and Chris Luck, there's just not enough damage out from that toss combo with the maxed out tree throw. So
still surprised that he decided to go for that though.
Yeah.
That's not an easy kill with the amount of farm and levels that you have. For Infamous, I think they're being punished. What Secret learned, I think, about the last game was that they don't really defend towers early on because they have 2 greedy side lane cores.
Yep.
They've got Storm plus Lifestealer, and they've got Doom. It's hard for these heroes to fight without having farm first.
Oh, Chris Luck just blew so much of his mana. Mid One forced him to use that, and that's where Puppey strikes. As he comes down from the high ground, catches him with the paralyzing cask, and Chris Luck does fall.
And Chris Luck, and you love that cockiness from him. It's sort of what gives him his strength, but
yeah,
at the same time, it'll cost him his life.
And it's costing him his net worth too. He is 2nd in CS, but he's down at 6th in net worth.
Yeah, even behind YapzOr.
Jump on a Hector. He does have the rage, but they do have the black hole in return with a death ward. All that physical damage and the hole through that magic immunity is good enough to get the kill. That is the top net worth hero in the game, falling.
He absolutely did not expect to die like that.
Now trying to chase down bottom lane, Zai. Holding on to his skill point here, ready to level borrow time when needed. Nisha's going to show up, does have the Chronosphere, but he's going to try and get Stinger without using that big team fight ability. Looks like he's got him too. These bashes are just always on time. Chris Luck over the mid is actually going to be able to get the kill on a Mid One as the rotation comes out. Now can he chase down YapzOr? The loser spray. Find him, he spots him, he has the mana, and he's going to be able to pull him back. Whisper, don't need to use the Doom, my friend. Chris Luck is pulling all the heat right now.
Nice, and that aggression finally pays off for him. This is what they need out of Chris Luck. He needs to sort of go for that playstyle where he just doesn't care, runs in, tries to create space for Hector. This is what I meant by their 1 and 2 players have so much synergy. Hector already knows that he needs space. Chris Luck reads the same thing, says, I just have to go in. You can't play Storm like a 1 position, which I think a lot of people like to, but in a game like this, you have to front face for your other cores.
And in some of the group stage matches, it was Whisper who had to take on that role of just fearlessly diving in with like his off-lane Tusk game. That was the most suicidal Tusk I've ever seen, but he was just constantly trying to create that space. Here in the playoff games, it seems like they've been giving Whisper a little bit more scaling, a little bit better situations. And it's Chris Luck who's had to do all the diving. Stinger is going to throw out the Ravage. Does manage to nail 3, but he will fall to the Maledict here, trying to execute Puppey with the Body Shield plus Miscoil. That's too much heal. And all of that, Chris Luck trying to dive away with the Chronosphere. Does manage to catch him. They do have the Disruption, though. But how much mana he doesn't have. He does have 11 magic wand charges. He's going to pop that now. 1 jump away, but he does have the Maledict on him. The Paralyze bring it forward. So he follows it, bounces over to Whisper as well, stunning him. And Chris Luck falls. Now the toss back in design, trying to get that silence up onto Whisper, who's slowed down so much. His bass boots and drums just will not get him out of this hell that Secret is created in the mid lane.
And that tier 2 tower already gone. Secret taking advantage of the fact that Infamous, they want to push this potentially slower pace, not really allowing them to just set up farm. And this is the fastest we've seen somebody try to play against Infamous. We talked about how Secret likes to go for the high ground, but
it's kind of crazy that they're doing it with slow heroes too. Enigma, Faceless Void, this Abaddon is another one. He usually just likes to sit in lane, but they're just grouping up early.
I think partially what it is because Infamous's 3 cores are even greedier in a way.
Yeah.
And they have no answer right now for this Enigma with Mac. What Infamous needs to do is push out the side lanes pretty aggressively, start cutting waves. You can't allow Secret to just set up around your towers. Because Secret is just systematically 1 by 1, tower by tower, running you down.
We need another 60 seconds for the Ravage from Stinger. But honestly, there's just no more objectives to hold anymore. Just that bottom tier 2 is the only remaining outer tower for Infamous, and 14 minutes in the game. As a result, Team Secret have a 3,000 net worth lead. Stinger's gonna be gone on, paralyzing cast. Can he TP away? Gets out of vision of the Death Ward, but he's in trouble. He's not gonna go for the TP out.
He's gonna try to swim his way out.
That's a Blink Dagger now for Midwan after being a part of that kill. You know, the interesting part is that Lifestealer still has the highest net worth in the game, and Secret only have a 3,000 net worth lead. What this means is, if Infamous can actually win a fight and start taking some towers, all that team gold that they're gonna get, that net worth advantage that Secret has right now, it's gonna change in a hurry.
Yeah, I could definitely see Infamous still win team fights just because they have Ravage and Doom. If you line fights up and Secret get too over aggressive, you will win team fights.
Yeah.
The only thing they've got to be careful about on the side of Infamous is waiting a little bit too long and allowing Secret to take too much of the map over, because there will come a time where the net worth disadvantage is just a little bit too much and they've got too many items. So Infamous, I really like what they're doing. They're trying to make the best of a situation. Hector's still getting farmed, but you have to look for a fight at some point.
They're gonna give up that last tower. Zai takes it cleanly with Midwan having his back, and they're all just sitting in the jungle right now waiting for their smoke opportunity.
Yeah,
they
here we
have
go.
Ravage.
This is something that they need to do. Just because you like fighting or farming doesn't mean you can entirely avoid the concept of fighting. You eventually have to make some sort of play around the map, and that's why they're all gathered up around here.
They don't break the smoke
real
on
aggressive
the tier 2. They're going to go wrap all the way around. The Yapzor is going to get spotted now. Should be slowed down. The 3-man up the black hole. They need a disruption, but they know. Oh, now the Chronosphere actually locking another 3. Schofield, he's going to be caught here. Looks like he's going to be dying inside that Chronosphere. But Yapzor with the mech is actually still staying alive. They throw out the Ravage, but it doesn't actually hit Yapzor. Is he getting out of here? The Maltic being used. Hector has a rage up in 1 second's time, but now all of Secret is here, and they just got to use everything they have to be able to retreat. Stinger's going to get caught inside the trees. Hector trying to get away, finally blows that Ravage to be able to dodge the avalanche back over to Stinger, who's going to fall. They just did not respect Yapzor's Enigma enough. They could have blown Doom. They could have used an earlier disruption. So many things could have been used there.
Problematic thing was that Schofield ran away from the fight, thinking they had him for sure, but he actually needed to be in position to disruption. If he's able to get that off, maybe that fight goes a lot cleaner, but it was the idea that he wanted to look for more after.
Hector with his Hanamitis and Infest. This is a guy who has a different idea about Lifestealer. He's going to be using his Infest to farm like 9 times out of 10. When he's not using it to farm, he's probably using it in team fights as an escape mechanism, not as an initiation tool.
Yeah, this guy is going to use this to never team fight. The way he's going to come back into this game is to use it to farm even more. And that's why Secret are going to take advantage of that. They know what Hector's about. They're going to go in for the Roshan. And it's in fact going to be Infamous that now has to potentially learn how to hold high ground at this early state. They've been aggressive so far.
He's just going to try and go in with a Scorched Earth. Chris Lock holding around. Midwan makes his jump in, though. He's going to be able to catch the Doom. Doom survives. Whisper can get off a Doom somewhere here, and he uses it on to Nisha, but Nisha's plenty healthy, especially with the Phonic Shield on him, but Stinger's here. No Ravage, but they will manage to execute. Yeah, the clap by Rose. They're going to jump back in. The clap for Rose on the Phonic Shield. Can they finish off Nisha? They need a little bit more than double damage. The final hit, he gets him. Whisper finishes him off. Now Stinger trying to hide from the Death Ward, but everyone from Infamous has thrown their lives into this fight to slow down Team Secret. It's gonna cost them 4 here. Schofield will take a little time, but eventually he does fall to Zai. That entire time, Hector was farming. He is so close to his Radiance, but Roshan is so close to dying in Team Secret.
Look at this, they know that he's used a Rage to farm Whisper in this area, mid one, looking for more, but
they're gonna run into Whisper first. He's there to help guide Hector. The Radiance is on its way. They're so close to being really strong right now. If they could just stall out Secret for a little longer.
This would be sick if they could get the Aegis themselves. It's so low just at about 2,000 HP. Infamous should know about this. They walked into the pit to see it. That's why Secret is still holding this area, but they don't have the black hole.
They now have the Ravage, but he needs to be able to get it off. Stinger, he will be able to get away from that initiation from mid one into the back line. Oh, the Chronosphere doesn't jump far enough. Chris Luck saved by the disruption, though. He'll be okay. Stinger limps away at just a little bit of HP mid one. He's going to be gone off by Hector, being burned out by the Radiance, and on the high ground, Chris Luck is ready to make his reinitiation with Whisper, sandwiching him from behind.
This
There's
looks
so
good
much
for
damage
Infamous.
over time. Infamous, can they actually win this one? The buybacks are coming in. Can they finish off these heroes before the paralyzing cast? Chris Luck jumps away again. He managed to get back, but they hold. They don't want to go into the tier ones. They don't get too ahead of themselves. They know if they force so many buybacks out of Secret, they need to play a little bit scared. They're going to leave Schofield behind here.
And Roshan, the bigger goal right now.
They know they're
do
going
have
in
the
for the
black hole.
Roshan. But can they actually get inside the pit? They've used so many abilities. Mid one chasing him away. Is Chris Luck going to do it?
He's gonna
try and
guess.
jump in.
3, 2, 1.
Empty slot. Nope, can't get it. He's going to try and jump in at last second. Jumps into the high ground using all of his mana, but Stinger will be caught here. Infamous. They managed to force so many buybacks out of that, but in the end, Secret was so strong with those buybacks that they guaranteed Roche.
That was not bad at all, though, from Infamous.
No.
They've demonstrated they can win team fights, especially when Secret. They don't have that black hole as a threat. And if you're put in a position where you have to solo Chrono the Storm Spirit, it makes it really easy for Schofield to get the save. Mid one did have to use the buyback. And Infamous only down 2k gold now. Their heroes are tanky, not easy to lock down, and you can see the seeds of how they can potentially win team fights.
Oh yeah, I mean that fight was so close to really breaking Secret, and we talked about how if they do get broken, we're gonna get Roshan for Infamous, we're gonna turn that into towers, and all of a sudden, all this net worth that still is on the map, all these towers just represent little piggy banks that can be cracked open and giving gold to Infamous. That net worth is gonna slide in their favor, and very rapidly, they could take full control of the game.
What an interesting meta where everyone just saves their buyback now. Even cores, because they know they're about to take that fight. Instead of buying out your Ogre Axe or anything like that, you know, they're just gonna hold on, wait in case they take a fight.
Looking at Chris Luck right now, but Schofield's not too far away. They're trying to bait him.
Infamous's position in that team fight was perfect. The way that they were able to corral and wrap around. You got Chris Luck on the high ground, 2 people marching in from the side.
Saigon jumped. Not sure how much they want to commit to this hero that has the borrow time in from behind. They're going to go for Stinger, trying to force out the Ravage. They do manage to lock down him and Schofield, who's going for the disruption. The Apsor threatening the black hole from the low ground. Disruption out, but Schofield's still dead. All the cores of Infamous will be able to get out, it seems, is mid one. Trying to chase him, has a blink up in a second, but I just don't think Avalanche and maybe a toss back. It's going to be close, but Hector just making sure the mid one doesn't feel comfortable going for it.
And we'll see what Secret ends up doing here. In the previous game, they were so cautious about trying to siege into the high ground.
They do have a very low siege wagon. They can finish that off rather easily. Looks like Secret can't go for it just yet.
Yeah, and it looks like they're going to hold strong to that idea that they have about Dota. Just back out, continue to try to control the map. Don't have to go high ground until you get wiped.
Yeah. But with such elusive heroes like the Storm Spirit, it's hard to keep those side lanes pushed in. It's hard to deny that farm away from a hero like Storm. And I think they know he's forced a rotation. That's why Chris Luck's going to be able to TP down to bottom. Trying to finish off Puppey here. It's so close. The TP does not go
Nice
off.
infest.
Good infest range from Hector. And he farms up yet again. This time it's a hero.
That was one of those convenient things.
Yeah.
I think he was loath to use that infest there.
Yeah. But it works. And now he is looking at an Assault Cuirass, or maybe, oh, no, sorry, Heaven's Halberd. He's already got the Sanj. That would really help against this Faceless Void, who represents a lot of damage right now in these team fights because Nisha is so farmed with the whole Mjolnir.
That's good damage right now, but Infamous don't have the best way to deal with this Abaddon core.
Yeah. See, the last time they tried to go for Zai, Zai wasn't scared at all. He's got the borrowed time. They don't have any way to break him and silence him.
And the illusions are so good in these positions.
Yeah. Just chasing down poor old Schofield. Lets out a little frustration in the all chat wheel. 22-10, approaching the 25-minute marker here. Secret still holding that 3,000 net worth lead they've had for most of the game. But this entire time, Hector, the big carry of Infamous, the one everybody's been talking about, he's been getting bigger and bigger. He's now got Radiance, Halberd, and he's sitting inside an Ancient Granite Golem. That's so hard for Secret to deal with right away. Nisha's gonna try and lay his physical damage into it. Schofield breaks the smoke of Yapzor. Yapzor's gonna try and jump forward. Mid one does manage to find the initiation first. Schofield dies. Whisper is now gonna be chased down by Nisha. Singer positioning himself for the Ravage, ready to go. Holds onto it now. The Ravage actually not gonna go off as he gets Chronosphered up, but Singer's also simultaneously not gonna die until the last second. He finally gets it off. Controlling up some heroes, yes, but there is no fight to be had for Infamous.
Yeah, you saw the creep come in for a second, and then he just backs out completely. Hector sees that this is a sinking ship.
Look at
Chris the
Chris
instant.
Glyph goes down. He tried to cut the creep wave. He does have a haste rune, so he's making the most of it.
He has to make this sort of play. I really like it. It's gutsy, but they're so far behind, and they can't take fights right now. And that's the scary part for them.
Yeah.
They just don't have the team fight at this point. So Chris Luck, you've got to buy time for the rest of your team.
I almost wish that Singer had held the Ravage, because that fight was very clearly over.
Yes.
He, like the Chronosphere being used, if he's still on Ravage right now, Infamous could be the ones playing on the offensive.
Yeah, but by using the Ravage in that position, it makes it so you have to wait again.
Yeah.
And that's twice that's happened, where Stinger uses that Ravage reflexively, thinking that there's a team fight, and it ends any sort of counterplay that Infamous can make. Because right now, it should be Infamous. No Aegis, you would have Ravage and Doom up, you could get aggressive without Chronos.
But instead, it's Secret who aren't going to hold control of this game. Trying to hunt down Chris Luck, who's going to pop out. Mid one spots him, Avalanche, but Chris Luck's faster. Does manage to get the jump away. Even if he's caught by the toss, he can still make a long enough jump. Yapzor almost intercepted him. Good thing that Chris Luck had the read to run into the trees with that ball lightning, rather than down the lane and try and like farm up some creeps or something. Look at this. Secret immediately moving into the mid lane. They're going to be able to catch Whisper, toss him straight up in the air instead of back to the supports. Whisper does have the Crimson Guard. He's super tanky here, but the Maledict's making him so much squishier, and he's going to take out. Now, the Black Hole being used on the Hector, immediately canceled, though, as a good disruption from the side. Got Schofield his life, but at least he's able to get Hector out of that engagement.
That's perfectly fine. Now you've traded the Shadow Demon for the cooldown of the Black Hole. That'll be worth it, and it coincides with the time that Ravage is going to come back up. Because Whisper didn't use Doom, he'll have that.
Yeah.
And this is the time I feel like you have to fight if you're Infamous. Now that there's no Black Hole, yes, there is Chrono, but you'll have Doom, you'll have Ravage. Hector, I guess you could wait for his AC, but timing-wise, it feels like this is one of the better times that they could fight. Plus, they have a DD on their Storm.
We'll see if they're able to make the hold here. The BKB is coming in for the Faceless Void. Aisha has it now, so very important that Whisper does manage to get the Doom off on him, or maybe Yapzor. But Yapzor doesn't have the Black Hole, so I suppose he doesn't really make up much of a threat.
No, not quite yet.
But Secret continuing that philosophy of gaining enough ground, not going high ground, just trying to control the map. The Assault Cuirass, man, that is not that far away for Hector. And he's way out. You were talking about how it's interesting this meta, so many of these teams are willing to hold buybacks for the opportunity to win a team fight.
Yeah.
Infamous is like one of the few teams that doesn't seem to do that. Even in the late game, they just seem to buy out all the time.
It's it's so endearing. Like that they're just willing to sort of treat it like a pub.
Yeah.
That's sort of what made them like my favorite team so far at this TI, because they just do things that no other team really does. Like where Hector refuses to use Infest to hop into any of his teammates to take fights. It just reminds you of like some core in your pub game, like you're pinging him and out of spite he's using it to pop out of creeps.
Okay, so he's got Heaven's Halberd and the evasion talent now on the Lifestealer. He just got seriously strong, but Infamous cannot afford any more pickoffs, and Stinger is going to run headlong into mid one. Tossed up in the air. It is still your 5 position. Even if it's Tidehunter, it's still your 5 position. This is space where Hector immediately TPs up to the top lane because he just saw everyone on the right-hand side of the map.
That's the funniest part about Infamous is they're more than willing to trade their supports for farm.
Yeah.
That is the real trap card that Infamous will always play. You might have caught Stinger, but now Hector's farmed 18 more creeps.
He has.
And that's something that I wish people appreciated more, and I should probably push too, is that the supports do die for him. It's not like Hector gets the space out of nowhere. It is his supports, it is Chris Luck trying to make space for him, pushing out the waves very aggressively so that he can find the space to hit neutrals where he knows Secret is 4-man clumping.
Yeah, just watch what Chris Luck's going to do here. And Secret, they've been reading his timing pretty well. He's going to try and hit the tower, and he immediately gets caught by the Chronosphere.
He got read like a book.
He really did. What would you call it, a prize fighter? Being able to read the movements?
Yeah,
this is
Secret
exactly
is
Secret.
really determining the rhythm now of Infamous.
I mean, just being able to have a defensive ward like that near your mid tower where you're controlling all of the map, that says a lot about how much they know about Infamous and the way they move around, the respect they have for those plays. Soul Catcher makes mid one a little squishy here. He
That
backs
would have been
away
such a
thanks
good
to
fight.
Glimmer Cave.
If he was able to grab that sentry down a little bit quicker, maybe they get the purge on the mid one and they can grab that kill.
Secret finally going to go for the high ground push here, but there is a buyback on the Storm Spirit. So if Infamous can find the right kind of opening here. Hector, open wounds with an AC. It is so hard for them to actually challenge him, especially with a Soul Catcher. They don't feel comfortable fighting. And not finishing that tier 3, so they may go back for it here. It only needs 1 or 2 hits. But that'll be 15 seconds left on the Storm Spirit.
Yeah, we'll see if Secret are correct in going for this high ground. So far in this tournament, they've been so loath to do it, but they grab the tower.
But are they going to get punished for it, Hector? He's not going to go forward. Tier 3. Oh, I like this a lot. Look at this with this fast smoke. Secret may try and hit a shrine or something on their way out.
One time for the boys. Hector, get into Chris Luck.
He will not.
Oh, if he uses this to farm. Hector, don't do it.
You know he's doing it. Man, he's so strong right now with the AC too.
Yeah, but he has to be dealing some damage at some point. They need this net worth to lead to impact.
Yeah. About to.
All right, he's gonna infest for those newts.
He kills
for
the
that
Siege Wagon.
I'm in for it.
And with that, he will be the first to cross over the 20,000 net worth line. He just doesn't seem to be scared of Nisha at all. Not scared of a Chronosphere, all these evasion talents and items.
I honestly love it. I'm gonna start doing this in my games.
No, please don't. You're not Hector.
I'm not Hector?
You're not Hector. Hector's good enough to do this.
It just changes everything I know about Storm Lifestealer.
Yeah, dude.
That's really what it does. It just messes with my head. It's like Hector's got this flowchart in his head. It's like, anytime I'm not farming, I'm not gaining gold. And anytime I'm trying to go for a gank, that's 30 seconds that I'm not getting farm. It's like, there are creeps on the map, farm. There are heroes on the map, avoid them and farm.
And Secret, they very clearly read the way that oh, Schofield, he's dead. The smoke up from Secret's going to find the opening on the 4 position. Another hero that does have buyback, though. And Chris Luck is already in a position to be able to split push.
Yeah, maybe this forces them back, but not without taking Roche first. And if Schofield buys back in this position, this would alert Secret to the fact that there is going to be a 5-on-5. But I don't know if you can give up this Aegis and Cheese if you're Infamous. That's going to be another, like, 6 to 8 minutes of just waiting.
Thinking about running into the pit, but it's too late. It's already dead. Hector actually coming in from behind here, trying to catch one of the supports. Pops the Lincolns on a Yapzor.
He's got to be careful. They have so many different ways to break
and
for
now
this.
with no range, he's going to be in serious trouble. He needs to be able to get an defense target. Here comes the Storm Spirit, but no, he dies. He's controlled up.
And the cast bounces on him.
Spirit does manage to catch Stinger. They do manage to get Chris Luck out of there, but this is a disaster for Infamous. The toss forward of the Enigma to make sure that Whisper not get out alive. 3 dead on Infamous after a successful Roshan for Secret, and now's the time to break the high ground.
Didn't even have to use the black holder. Yapzor was able to hold it, and with 3 dead, Secret finally feel the relief. Are able to go high ground.
And that'll be at least 1 lane of barracks. We'll see if Hector's gonna buy back. Storm is here. I have a feeling Infamous just has this read that Secret's, they can't actually beat them in a fight right now. So better just to not use this net worth. They're gonna find the opening here onto Schofield. Disruption, time dilation, slowing down Schofield as well. Now he's gonna buy back with Ravage going down on so many heroes, but instantly, look at that borrowed time, and the black hole! It's perfect, locking down the 2 cores! Hector, as well as Chris Luck, about to fall inside that black hole, and that's just it. Infamous. They're gonna fall here as Zai combined with Yapzor, the borrow time into a Phonic Shield and the Black Hole immediately afterwards, catching everybody. Infamous, they played one hell of
They're
a
just
tournament.
dancing with each other.
But it's looking like Secret. They're just going to go for the tier 4s here. So much time left on Infamous that it just seems impossible. Whisper, he's hoping he'll lure them into the Fountain if possible, dropping some items, dancing around them. What a fun team to watch. What a charming team to watch. But sadly,
till the end, they'll do this.
Till the bitter end, they will drop their items, do their taunts, drop their sprays. Going for Puppy. Oh no, the Lincolns. And that's it. GG is called. Team Secret will 2-0 Infamous. The Cinderella story will end here against the TPC champs.
And that was Secret just hard reading them all around the map. They did such a good job of finally figuring out the timing of Infamous. So many other teams failed at doing so.
Yeah. I mean, we heard Sunbeat, they said that they really respected Infamous. They were knocking a lot of teams out of the tournament. You could see it in their play as well. The way that they prepped, studying Infamous. They knew exactly how Hector was going to be playing that Lifestealer, had a plan to combat it as much as possible, taking those early towers, pushing the tempo of the game, because they knew that Infamous is a dangerous team if they get in their element.
Let me say, now that they're out of the tournament, they were my favorite team to watch.
Yeah.
Easily. Me and Cap actually requested this game because we wanted to see if they could do it. Unfortunately, they weren't able to, but I feel like there's nothing for them to be ashamed of. Getting top 8, you outlasted half the field. This was incredible. This was one of the coolest stories that I've ever seen at a TI.
Indeed.
Oh, I love this team. I hope they get to stick together.
Hold your heads high, Infamous. You've done a great job here at the International, but it's Secret who moves on, and as we move on to the panel.
I think it's very easy to see why Will is using such high praise for the team as they do get knocked out on the side of Infamous after Secret does take the 2-0. Infamous already set a very high bar for their region, a fantastic team, and what a road it is. And to go out against Secret, I mean, this is your leading team heading into the event. It's a pretty decent way for your Cinderella story to end.
I'm just going to be real blunt here. I'm going to apologize in advance. Everybody that's talking about how SA doesn't deserve a spot at these tournaments, questioning the talent level in that region, saying why do we have guaranteed SC slots at majors, you can all now shut the fuck up forever. This team was amazing.
Said it to
at this
you,
event.
now he says it to chat.
I'm sorry.
I'm glad you're
Es el medio, la tienda virtual más completa de los 7 mares.
I'm sure they're in the chat right now still, but
right
I'm sure they're in the chat
He's right.
right now.
It's been kind of tiresome as well. Every time you'd see a team get knocked out. You had PPD, who wasn't even able to play on the main event stage, talking about how it's a free slot all year and how he loved Birmingham because it was the best tournament. It was going to be better than TI. It's bullshit.
Bueno, chicos, se acabó nomás, pues. Se acabó el sueño.
They had composure, they had heart.
Se acabó el sueño, chicos. Quería sortear inmortales a lo mejor, pero ya no me quedan inmortales, chicos.
I think there are so many moments where
Ya no me
you
quedan
see
inmortales para
somebody,
sortear.
so many moments where you see somebody being, I don't know, I think the word
Voy a ver si encuentro algo.
the gaming
Inmortales,
I think
inmortales.
one of the times when, or often when you see somebody acting that way, it's pretty clear what their intentions are. I think a lot of the times that we see people so against an entire region, it's usually because they're just worried that their region isn't going to make it, right? Like they're agenda Andes. That's what I like to call them. But we have
Tengo
a
6
winning
nomás.
Andy right now with Casi. Let's hear what Puppy has to say.
I'm sorry, I had a moment. Puppy was trying to bring
Maldito
back a
Puppy,
joke that didn't
o Poppy,
work the
como se
first
diga.
time when I interviewed him during media
Te odio,
days.
Poppy.
Okay, let's talk about you and Infamous.
Te odio,
the
Poppy.
last time that we've chatted with a couple people on your team, including Yapzor yesterday, talking about how scary it is to face a team.
Easy Arcanas, gracias Secret, dicen por allí. Pásate una para sortear, pues vamos.
The other team. So what was that like for you as a captain?
I've been watching Infamous games, I think, this whole tournament. And therefore, I admire the way they play and their playstyle and their ideas. You know, Ricky Mid, you know, with Magnus and stuff. I've kind of saw it. I played with Chris Luck a pub game actually, just when he did that. So I was kind of aware of it and stuff. But I do admire their ideas. I do admire how they play, and I do think they're actually a very good team.
Está hablando de que Vivo fue un gran equipo y de que tiene unas estrategias muy buenas y originales como el Ricky Malo Mid que estaba funcionando. Ahí vamos, le estaba funcionando el Ricky Malo Mid en el early, por lo menos, chicos.
It's like when things align in a way in draft. It's basically, I can't like give away exactly why I did it, but there's some type of heroes that they ban, which I consider that they're making Wraith King's life easier. And since they're doing that, I don't think I need to set myself into their trap. Like, okay, fine. If you want to remove so many heroes or whatever, do exactly the way playstyle you want to make Wraith King work, I'll just remove it. And it's like a boost because they've kind of won every game with Wraith King.
Last question. I'd love to get your thoughts on just an outsider's perspective for a moment on Dota. We talked a little bit about the respect that you have from Infamous. Is it a respect in general for watching teams? Like, you've played this game for a really long time. You remember what it was like to get started, and now it's kind of cool that you can take a step back and see how other teams and other players are trying to follow along in your footsteps and those of the other veterans.
It's always nice to see something fresh.
Esa se fue Infamous.
Whether it be the competition we're in, whether it be music or food or whatever it is, it's like I feel like when I watch Infamous play, I feel like it's some fresh stuff, you know, some dank, fresh, you know, good Dota. Therefore, it's really, yeah, it's pleasuring to actually watch.
Yeah,
It really feels good to like see some things like that happen.
Well, congratulations and best of luck tomorrow with Vici.
Thank you.
All right, back to you guys.
Anotado, dicen, chicos, no se olviden seguirme en Instagram, los que se pueden seguirme en Instagram. En cualquier momento puedo hacer un sorteo por ahí. Ahorita no tengo inmortales, tengo sets del Collector caché, no sé si les interese. Tengo algunos sets del caché. Pero si no, ya para otra ocasión, gente. Para mañana pasado voy a tratar de conseguirme algunos inmortales para sortearles, chicos, para los que están acá fieles siempre en el canal.
The best South American team any international has ever seen.
Siendo honesto, piquearon como la mierda, dicen por ahí.
And I feel also often when I'm doing these interviews, I am talking as if it's the end of a year and it's the end of like.
Otra vez otro equipo.
For you guys, I feel like this is just a beginning. How are you feeling about this run so far and what is in the future for you?
Para darle un spin más positivo a esto, vos dijiste antes que quería ser el mejor equipo de Sudamérica en un International y ese era su objetivo. Su objetivo no era ser el primero, pero era ser el mejor de Sudamérica y lo han logrado. No solamente eso, sino que para muchos equipos International es como el final de un ciclo, pero para ustedes es un poco como el comienzo. Así que, ¿qué opinan al respecto? ¿Cómo se sienten?
Yo me siento muy bien, creo que cada uno de mis compañeros también se sienten bien de lo que hemos logrado. Como le dije en un momento, yo quería estar en uno de los equipos que hacen historia en el Perú o en Sudamérica y me siento bien por hacer eso, ¿no?
He says that he's great, his teammates are also great, and as you said, he wanted to be one of the best teams in Peru and South America, and having accomplished that, it feels really good.
I'm very glad to hear that because I know you've got the whole continent watching, and I think with your performance over the last couple of days, it's the whole world right now, and everybody is shouting God, and everybody is super happy for you guys to be able to reach it, to make such a big impression. And I want you to address all those people, if you can, and tell them what they have meant for you.
Con la performance que han tenido durante este torneo, no solamente toda la gente en Sudamérica está alentando por ustedes, sino que también todo el mundo, con el GA y con todo eso. Ahora tenés una oportunidad de hablar con tus fans y decirles algo a ellos. ¿Algo que quieras decir?
Que gracias por apoyar, ¿no? Que si no hubiera sido por ellos no estuviéramos acá y que en Sudamérica hay mucha gente que apoya el Dota, pero creo que ahora como hemos llegado a un lugar que ningún equipo lo ha hecho, creo que ha habido mucha más gente. En mi página he recibido muchos mensajes de aliento. Antes recibía como que malos, como diciendo que no vas a poder, y eso me motivaba más, ¿no? A poder callarles la boca y mira dónde estoy.
he just wants to thank all of his fans and also that the reception has been positive from reaching to this point. He also wants to point out that before fans used to be a little bit more negative and tell him things like, well, you'll never get this far, you'll never get the chance, you guys are not that good, and like, well, here we are, and we proved that South American Dota is a real thing.
Definitely a real thing. Super excited to see what you guys can do next. Thank you for talking to me, and we're gonna go back to Rich.
I think definitely silenced all of the haters. It was something that we were talking about a little bit earlier on the panel, and also I do want to touch upon the fact that interview, usually after we do see a team get knocked out, there's a very different feeling to it. I think it's palpable, the achievement that was already reached by this team, and also I think a lot of us, I'm assuming a lot of you guys in chat as well, I know us on the desk, it's like we just want to watch these guys play more Dota.
Grande Chris, papá. Grande Chris.
There's really nothing else to say. These guys played like champions at this event. They played like a team that is going to be a factor in future majors. Period.
I just hope that this team takes the experience back to South America.
Lograron un poco de respeto para Sudamérica, definitivamente. Eso nadie lo duda, ¿eh? Eso nadie lo duda, papá.
Kind of gets a little tribal at times, and it's like, oh, it's like the Peruvians versus the Brazilians and stuff like that. And obviously, I'm extremely happy that Peru was able to make it this far, but I hope that they take their winnings and they enrich the South American scene as a whole, because that's the goal of these extremely high prize pools.
And honestly, looking to the future, like it's not like these guys are near the end of their careers. You take any of their two players, add their ages together, they're still younger than Nahas. There's so much time for these guys to grow. It's a well played.
Dice que tienen mucho tiempo todavía los jugadores, que son jóvenes y toda la cosa.
I'm just saying, these guys have the potential. Like Whisper has been a guy to watch going back all the way to the first minor at Dream League. Remember talking to him. They like this kid. He was 16 at the time, and he looked like a superstar in the making. It's just.
Dice que Whisper es súper joven. Que tiene para largo.
Look at other games. Typically, as regions adapt to a game later, it takes extra time. But I mean, I'm sure anyone who's watched Counter-Strike recently knows that Brazil's not a region to be trifled with. I can't imagine that Dota is going to stay, Northern Hemisphere dominant for much longer.
Well, here's the question that I have now, and this is looking very far down the line. I mean, obviously, this is not something that's going to come into effect instantly, but when you look at this team, I think one of the reasons that they were so dangerous is because of the attitude that they were able to have, and the road that they actually had at this tournament, coming in as the underdog, being these young guys. Do you think now that they've already posted up results, do you think that stress, that pressure comes on them in the next tournament?
I don't think so. No. Did you see his face? Did you see his Chris face? Like that man had a purpose. He had a goal. You can see the heart like through his jersey.
Well, but
he's not going anywhere.
I want to go a different direction with that. It's also about how much better can these teams be with coaching? How much better can these teams be with analytical and support staffs? Tsunami, my man, talking about bringing the resources back to that region, that infrastructure is there now.
Well, speaking of infrastructure and staffs, I do want to take a slight pivot here because there are so many contributors to Dota 2, and everybody.
¿Qué les puedo decir, gente? Estoy sad.
Every time there's an update, we are
Estoy súper sad.
excited to see what they put out.
Tío, dame tu predicción. ¿Quién quieres que gane? Liquid o Evil Geniuses, dice Jean-Pierre. Su difícil, ¿ah? Liquid o Evil Geniuses. Eliminatorias encima. Esa partida empieza... ¿Cuándo empieza esa partida? Ya no hay más Dotas, ¿no? Son 23... No, a las 5 de la mañana Evil Geniuses contra Liquid.
我们都会做一些分析，然后做一些漫画内容。当然会夸大一点。
No, ya no hay más partidas hasta mañana. 5 juega Evil Geniuses Liquid.
大型比赛的话，我会把战绩、战队变成一个形象。
Y 9 de la noche juega Vichy Gaming Secret. Yo entro para la de Vichy Gaming Secret, gente, ¿eh? Evil Geniuses Liquid a 5 de la mañana. No sé si la haga.
就之前我有各种风格，包括黑白的。
Estoy triste, carajo. Voy a tirar el puente, gente.
可惜的话，当时就不经意间。
I am the elder one.
在国内来说，起了个名叫瓜皮，这算一个现代形象作品。一到晚上这样开，我就感觉 就是 DOTA 所有角色里面，这个影魔是最有特色的，所以就最喜欢。做出来就弄了一个 Q 版的形象。冰女呢？你就比较复杂。单身男子的喜欢。就是看完我画的图的下面评论，感觉比较有动力，比较就是给大家带来欢乐。
就觉得这些画画的特别厉害，是吧？
就是因为他们的这么一点一点、一滴一滴的付出，所以DOTA 能有今天，就他们也是有很大的功劳。
Ay Dios, me estoy muriendo.
电竞圈或者对DOTA圈的话，都是一个非常好的一个事情。我觉得他这种就是他做的事情，我觉得是非常有意义的。
还是比较感谢这些自媒体对于DOTA的，就是一些纯喜好的支持，真的还是有帮助，我觉得。
还是挺感谢这个游戏，这个不仅
Bueno, antes de irme, vamos a hacer una promoción, chicos, acá de una página que se trata de abrir skins. No sé si quienes recuerdan cuando trabajaba yo con mydota2.net. Igualito, es igualito MyDota 2, chicos, es igualito. Compras tu cajita de skin, le das a abrir, obviamente tienes que depositar y puedes comprar tus cajitas. Esto es 100% timba, les digo. Esto no es estrategia, no es que piensas como cuando apuestas en Rivalry, por ejemplo, que tienes que pensar en tu criterio 20k de MMR de qué tan bien juegan los equipos, etcétera, para apostar. Este es full timba. Vas, abres y sale totalmente al azar un ítem, chicos. El que desee, pues puede entrar, pero les digo que es full azar, ¿ah? Full azar, ya depende de suerte, pues ya, si eres un timbero apostador de así que te da igual la plata, ya pues entra y apuesta. Porque de verdad es full suerte, ¿para qué les voy a mentir? No les voy a decir de que no, que sí, que cada cierta cantidad te sale algo, no. Realmente es full suerte. Si quieres apostar y ver si tienes suerte y te sale algo bueno, pues es buena hora. Agarras y le entras a todo lo que puedas, ¿no? ¿Qué dice? Siempre dudé, concha su madre. Tío, Kael, ¿vas a jugar Team Liquid versus Seven Geniuses? ¿Van a jugar? Sí, creo que sí, pero... Sí, van a jugar Seven Geniuses contra Secret, ciertamente. Pero yo ya me retiro a dormir, gente, ya es tarde, me muero de sueño. Manda el link. Ah, el link está en la descripción del directo, al que le interese, ¿ah? Por si acaso. Está en la descripción del directo. Ahí se llama... El link es... Abre cofres de Dota 2, etcétera, algo así. Que es justamente eso, ¿no? Compras tu cofre de Dota 2, lo abres y ya, si te sale algo bueno, buena suerte. Si no, mala suerte, pues y ya está. Básicamente eso. Nada, chicos, agradecerle, mientras estoy acá abriendo unas cajitas, agradecerles a todos el apoyo por estos días. Voy a estar casteando igual hasta la final del Internacional. Todas las partidas que se me sean posibles. Mañana creo que voy a castear la de las 9 de la noche, creo que es la de Vichy Gaming, voy a castear, la de Vichy Gaming, chicos. No olviden seguirme en Instagram, chicos, ahí paro publicando cosas relacionadas al Dota, paro haciendo de repente a veces también sorteitos, así que el que quiera seguirme en Instagram también bienvenidos. También subo ahí casi siempre contenido irrelevante también a veces sobre mi vida personal, o algo como un mini, es como un mini blog, Instagram, pues, ¿no? O sea, subo contenido ahí de lo que sea, mayormente de Dota. O también lo que hago cuando estoy fuera de stream o fuera de hacer videos. Y nada, chicos, ahí pueden seguirme los que deseen. Eres grande, Kyle Selmer. Gracias, papu. Full Shaker sale estofado, dice. Sí, ¿no? Es que así es como te digo, es pura suerte. Si tienes suerte, una de esas te sale el del Necro o alguna dorada, pero... A la firme sí, ¿no? Puro Shaker sale, weón. O sea, buguea esta mierda. A ver, espérate. Si sale una vez Shaker ya... No sé qué pasaría, ¿eh? Ah, es que no estoy jugando en realidad. Hay un problema con mi internet, dice. Hay un problema con mi internet. Lo voy a actualizar la página. Por eso salió puro Shaker, man. Vamos a ver. No, salió otra caja. No sé, se ha bugueado, creo. Con razón, man. Ya decía yo, qué raro, ¿por qué sale puro shaker? Es que se ha bugueado la basura. Se ha bugueado, lol. Gracias por todo, crack, dice, a fedear nomás, dice Elmer. Vaya, hijo mío, vaya a fedear, vaya a fedear. Ya casi sale. Ya casi sale, creo. Y básicamente eso trata la página, chicos. Pueden abrir skins de Dota y pues probar suerte. Probar suerte, full suerte, chicos. Si se animan a entrar, pues les deseo suerte en todo caso. Otra entrevista de masajeo esta, man. Otra entrevista de masajeo. Y ahí estamos, chicos. Nada, gracias a todos de verdad por su apoyo, gente. De verdad, mil gracias a todos, chicos. Próximamente se viene un sorteazo en Instagram. Lo voy a publicar ese sorteo en YouTube y en Facebook. Evidentemente. Va a ser un sorteo grande, probablemente de otros 20 inmortales, así como el de la última vez, no sé si recuerdan. Y nada, va a ser todavía para la próxima semana, así que esténse atentos. Los que han apostado en Rivalry y me han mandado su screenshot a mi fanpage, el sorteo va a ser el 27 o el 28 de agosto, por si acaso. 27 y 28 de agosto. Así que nada, chicos, básicamente eso. Qué rica me como su caca. What the fuck?